Chapter 121. Looking over, there was something strange about this mansion. There was actually a circular membrane of light that completely enveloped it. In front of the entrance of the mansion, there were two groups of people facing each other. Isn't your Cheng clan's reach a little too far? This central square is under the jurisdiction of our Liu clan. The leader of the group on the left was a well-built man. His face was firm and there was a faint feeling of prestige without being angry. I'm afraid that your Liu clan is too overbearing. The first to discover this mansion that fell from the sky is our Cheng clan. The leader of the group on the right was also a middle-aged man. Although his body was skinny, the aura that he emitted was not weaker than the leader of the Liu clan. If this mansion was originally on this square, our Liu clan would naturally not care. However, it is an external object. Moreover, our Cheng clan was the first to discover it. Naturally, it belongs to our Cheng clan. The leader of the Cheng clan spoke once again. His tone was forceful. If you don't leave, don't blame us for attacking. The leader of the Liu clan completely ignored the words of the leader of the Cheng clan. After his cold snort sounded, the aura of an 8-star Do Wang erupted. Do you think that we are afraid of you? The leader of the Cheng clan coldly stared at the leader of the Liu clan. His face did not have the slightest fear. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two groups became tense. The people around the square who were watching the show also took a couple of steps back. It was as though they were afraid of being implicated. If you are fighting over this mansion, I think that there is no need for it. Just as the two groups were about to fight, a voice that carried a smile sounded from the square. Quickly following this, a man and 3 women slowly walked into the square and toward the entrance of the mansion. Who are you? The gazes of the Cheng clan and Liu clan immediately focused on Chu Bei. Their words carried a questioning tone. The owner of this mansion. Chu Bei faintly replied. What? He said that he is the owner of this mansion. Is this true? Hearing Chu Bei's words, the surrounding crowd all had suspicious expressions on their faces. What evidence do you have to prove that it's your mansion? The Liu family's leader questioned again. Can you enter this mansion? Chu Bei pointed to the mansion that was wrapped in the light film and asked in return. Can you? Before the leader of the Liu family could speak, the leader of the Cheng family let out a cold snort. Both he and the leader of the Liu family had tried to enter the mansion. However, even with their 8-star Do Wangs, their all-out attacks were unable to break the light film. Chu Bei didn't respond to the Cheng family's leader. Instead, under countless gazes, he led the 3 women towards the gate at a moderate pace. When Chu Bei touched the light membrane outside the mansion, the light membrane directly turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Then, with a creak, the door of the mansion opened automatically. Damn, could this mansion really be his? I'm 80% sure. Otherwise, how could the membrane be broken? Who is he? I've never seen him before. I don't think he's from Tianhuang City. When they saw the light membrane break by itself because of Chu Bei and the door open, the crowd of onlookers immediately started discussing with astonishment. May I know who you are? Mansions are not allowed to be built in the central plaza. Since you're the owner of the mansion, please move it away. The leader of the Liu family looked at Chu Bei and said, Since we've already chosen a location, I'm afraid we can't move it away. Let's do it here. Chu Bei looked at the wormhole 100 meters away. This was the place with the most traffic in Tianhuang City. It was indeed suitable for a shop to set up. Just as Chu Bei finished speaking, 4 words appeared on the originally empty plaque above the mansion's gate. Celestial Shop. Look. This is not only a mansion but also a shop. In other words, that guy is a merchant. I just don't know what he's selling inside. We'll know when we go in later. However, just as the crowd of onlookers was eager to enter the mansion to take a look, 4 words appeared on both sides of the gate. Below Dozong no entry. Damn, how can they do business like this? Are they discriminating against us who have low cultivation? Seeing the 2 new words, the crowd of onlookers instantly exploded. Their faces were filled with anger as they stared at Chu Bei. The people from the Liu family and the Cheng family also frowned. They were extremely displeased. Are you really not going to move it away? The leader of the Liu family stared intently at Chu Bei. The pressure of a Do Wang surged toward Chu Bei. Disperse. Don't block my shop. Chu Bei did not care about the pressure from the leader of the Liu family. His light voice sounded as he casually waved his hand. Immediately, a wild wind wreaked havoc. Under this wind, even the Do Wangs from the two families did not have any ability to resist. They were forcefully sent 200 meters away from the mansion. How is this possible? When their bodies stabilized, the leaders of the Liu family and the Cheng family looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with a thick shock. When the two of them looked at Chu Bei again, their eyes were filled with fear. As for Chu Bei, he ignored the two families and the crowd of onlookers. He led the three girls to familiarize themselves with the upgraded shop. Entering the mansion, they looked around. Although it was not big, the interior was filled with lush trees and colorful flowers. There were fake mountains, small ponds, green lotus roots, and pink water lotuses. All of these complemented each other, making it appear peaceful and beautiful. On the intersecting green stone paths, birds could be seen flying happily. On both sides of the main path, there were two exquisite small houses. Walking into the house, the layout of the four houses was basically the same. The first thing that entered their eyes was a purple curtain. Under the curtain was a soft wooden bed. The exquisite carvings were extraordinary. At the end of the bed were tassels that swayed gently. Looking to the side, a guqin was placed in the corner. A bronze mirror was placed on a wooden dressing table. The entire room was fresh and comfortable. Obviously, these 4 rooms were for women. Boss, are we going to live here in the future? Looking at the layout of the room, the little doctor and Qing Lin's eyes lit up. Chu Bei glanced at the two girls, nodded slightly, and responded softly. They continued to walk along the main path. At the end of the path, there was a 3-story hall. On both sides of the hall, there was a black iron lion that was several people tall. Its mane was curly and its hair was like steel needles. Looking at its eyes, it walked forward with its head held high. Under its sharp claws, it stepped on a swallow and held a stone pearl in its mouth. Just looking at it, it was sharp, domineering, and majestic. On the plaque of the hall, there were the words All Heaven's Shop. Walking into the hall, there were 10 rows of shelves. Each shelf was marked with an eye-catching number, from 1 to 10. At this moment, shelves 6, 7, and 8 were filled with dazzling products. There were only a few products on the 9th shelf. As for shelves 1 to 5 and 10, there was nothing. Under each product, there was a card with the price of the product written on the card. At the back of the shelf, there was a massage chair made of an unknown material. The massage chair was printed with the word 9. This is what a shop should look like. Looking at the dazzling products on the shelves numbered 6, 7, and 8, Chu Bei couldn't help but let out a sigh. Before this, the shop was empty. Chu Bei could only rely on spinning plates to obtain willpower. Although the upgraded shop didn't have a complete set of products, at least some of them could be sold with a clear price. As for the corresponding number on the shelves, it actually referred to the grade of the product, including the massage chair. Boss, can these products really be sold? Looking at the price of the products on the shelves, Qing Lin and Little Doctor's mouths were wide open. Especially the few products on the 9th shelf, the series of zeros on the price tag was dazzling. Those who need it will naturally buy it. Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. Perhaps because the prices were clearly marked and customers could choose according to their needs, the prices of the products on these shelves were much higher than the average price that could be drawn from the lottery. For example, the products on the 6th shelf, if one were to spin the lucky wheel, it would cost 800,000 gold coins per spin. On average, one could spin a 6th grade product 30 times, which was 24 million gold coins. However, the prices of the products on the 6th shelf were all above 30 million gold coins. Even if they were of the same grade, the prices were very different due to different uses. Boss, it's here too. Suddenly, Qing Lin screamed. At the corner of the wall, a 2-meter-tall iron lump stood there. If it was before, Qing Lin would have directly called it Iron Lump. However, after seeing how terrifying it was in the Heaven Eye mountain range, it was obvious that she was more afraid and respectful. The shop moved, so it naturally followed. Chu Bei's eyes fell on the iron lump. He knew that this was the real Xiao Hei, not the previous clone. This chair is so strange. Shaking her head, little Zi Yang came to the massage chair with the number 9 printed on it and looked at it curiously. However, before Chu Bei could stop her, Zi Yang had already sat down on the floor. Bang! Accompanied by a shrill scream, before little Zi Yang's butt landed on the chair released a dazzling light. A terrifying force in the light directly sent Zi Yang flying. When little Zi Yang flew back, she looked at Chu Bei and pointed at the massage chair with an aggrieved expression. Chu Bei could not help but smile and said earnestly, "Some things can only be seen, not touched, and even more so, not sat on." While Chu Bei and the others were visiting the upgraded shop, more and more people gathered around the square outside the mansion. What's going on with this mansion that fell from the sky? Is there an explanation? TSK, you came at the wrong time. If you came earlier, you would have seen the owner of the mansion. They all went in. Why are you all gathered here? Don't you want to go in and take a look? Didn't you see the words on both sides of the door? Those below the Grandmaster level are not allowed to enter. Damn. There's such a thing. I am thinking, has the owner of this mansion reached the Dozone class? You don't say, the owner of this mansion has really reached the Grandmaster level. With a light wave of his hand, the 2 8-star Grandmasters of the Cheng and Liu families could not resist at all. Outside the shop, there was a commotion. Chapter 122. Tianhuang City, Liu Mansion. Inside a large hall, a green-clothed man in a long robe was seated in the leader's seat. A couple of people with powerful auras were seated on either side of him. The green-clothed, long-robed man was the clan head of the Liu clan. Does he insist on placing the shop in the wormhole? The clan head of the Liu clan looked at the red-clothed man kneeling in front of him. He frowned. An elite Dozone has actually opened a shop. I really want to know what he is selling. Clan head, what should we do now? The red-clothed man revealed a respectful expression. I will personally make a trip and see just what kind of background he has. The eyes of the Liu clan head hardened. His voice sounded as his body turned into a ray of light and flew out of the hall. Behind him, the other clan heads in the hall also rose into the air and followed closely. A couple of minutes later, the group of people from the Liu clan landed on the green stone square and immediately became the focus of everyone around the square. Brother Liu, it is unexpected that you have personally come. Before the group of people from the Liu clan could enter the mansion, a powerful voice sounded. Soon after, another group of people landed on the square. Brother Cheng, your hand is really long. The words of the Liu clan head contained some dissatisfaction. The people who had arrived were the people from the Cheng clan. Brother Liu, what are you saying? Although this green stone square is under your jurisdiction, we are only here to see what kind of shop has opened here. I'm afraid that you have no control over this, right? The clan head of the Cheng clan extended his hand and pointed at the All Heavens shop. The clan head of the Liu clan snorted and ignored the clan head of the Cheng clan. Bang! However, just as the two clans were about to ignore the large words on the two sides of the door and directly enter the shop, a loud sound suddenly sounded in the sky not far away. Soon after, two figures swiftly intertwined and appeared above the shop in an instant. Along with the continuous sounds of collisions, terrifying energy surged in the air. Clearly, these two figures were engaged in an intense battle. That is Elder Kai Hua from the Burning Flame Valley. The eyes of the clan head of the Liu clan and the Cheng clan shrank when they recognized one of the two figures. Although their two clans were the largest in Tianbei City, they were also subordinate factions of the Burning Flame Valley. Therefore, they had more or less met anyone from the Burning Flame Valley who had some status. Who is that black-robed figure? You actually dared to attack an elder of the Burning Flame Valley in the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. From the looks of it, Elder Kai Hua's situation is not good. Around the square, the onlookers who had gathered were all alarmed by the battle in the sky. They all raised their heads to look at the sky. The Liu clan and Cheng clan's attention were also focused on the battlefield. This was especially so for the two patriarchs. When they saw that Elder Kai Hua was at a disadvantage, they looked hesitant. They wanted to help, but they didn't know the identity of the black-robed man, and they were afraid of offending the power behind him. Moreover, from the looks of the fighting auras, Elder Kai Hua was a 6-star dozong while the black-robed person was at least a 7-star dozong or even an 8-star dozong. On the other hand, they were merely 4-star dozong. Even if they did help, they would not be able to defeat the black-robed man. Soul Devourer Blade. Suddenly, the power of the black-robed man on the battlefield increased by another notch. As he shouted, a black curved blade that was dozens of feet long appeared in front of him out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, this enormous black curved blade was actually formed from tens of thousands of tiny iron chains intertwined together, and within them were densely packed runes the size of fingernails. Shio. The black curved blade shot out explosively and headed toward Elder Kai Hua from the burning flame valley. Grug. The speed of the black curved blade was too fast, causing Elder Kai Hua to be unable to dodge in time. All he could do was adopt a defensive stance. Although his defensive do technique had successfully reduced 70% of the strength of the black curved blade, 30% of its strength still struck his body. The most frightening thing was that this black curved blade not only caused harm to one's physical body, but it also dealt a fatal blow to one's spirit. Elder Kai Hua spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body uncontrollably smashed toward the mansion below under the impact of the black curved blade. Bang! A low, deep, loud sound appeared as Elder Kai Hua violently landed on the green brick road of the mansion. However, the surprising thing was that such a large impact was unable to cause even the slightest bit of damage to the green brick road within the mansion. Elder Kai Hua has been defeated. Just what is the background of that black-robed man? Is he not afraid of the revenge of the burning flame valley? Although the surrounding people could not see Elder Kai Hua's figure, they could guess that the latter's current situation was not good. The black-robed man in the sky did not leave after seriously injuring Elder Kai Hua. Instead, he accumulated his strength once again. Clearly, he wanted to kill Elder Kai Hua. In an instant, an even more frightening black curved blade was formed in front of him. Elder Kai Hua wiped off the fresh blood from his mouth within the mansion. He frowned tightly when he sensed that he had once again been locked onto. Just as he was preparing to burn his essence blood and self-destruct his spirit in an attempt to seriously injure the other party, a figure strangely appeared beside him. After which, the figure lifted him up with one hand and swung the other toward the black curved blade that had already arrived in front of him. Kaila. The figure that appeared out of nowhere casually waved his hand in front of Elder Kai Hua's shocked eyes and easily shattered the black curved blade. The next moment, Elder Kai Hua had yet to recover from his shock when he felt a huge force once again throw him back into the sky. This is my territory and I need to be quiet. If you want to fight and kill, find another place. Soon after, an extremely calm voice sounded beside Elder Kai Hua's ear. Elder Kai Hua looked in the direction of the voice and saw another figure not far away. The figure was looking at him calmly. Look quickly. It's the owner of the mansion. He has also appeared. The onlookers around the square immediately exclaimed when they saw Chu Bei appear on the battlefield. Is he the owner of the mansion? The Cheng clan and Liu clan heads looked at the figure that had appeared on the battlefield. After muttering to themselves, they looked at each other. With their cultivation, they were actually unable to determine the latter's strength. In the sky, Elder Kai Yu recovered from his shock and hurriedly cupped his fists at Chu Bei. I'm Elder Kai Hua from the Burning Flame Valley. Thank you for saving my life. Chu Bei glanced at Elder Kai Hua indifferently and shook his head. I'm just afraid that your blood will dirty my residence. Elder Kai Hua's mouth twitched when he heard Chu Bei's words. He did not say anything else. Mind your own business. Not far away, the black-robed man looked coldly at Chu Bei. His cold voice that was filled with killing intent drifted in the air. Soon after, a large amount of black fog surged behind him, and his aura rose. Is it someone from the Hall of Souls again? Chu Bei looked at the black-robed man. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by Elder Kai Hua and everyone around the square. Elder Kai Hua looked at Chu Bei with some surprise. He seemed to be surprised that the other party could identify the black-robed man. What? That black-robed man is from the Hall of Souls. Why would someone from the Hall of Souls appear here? Why would he attack Elder Kai Hua from the Burning Flame Valley? After knowing the faction behind the black-robed man, everyone around the square was shocked. Joy flashed in the eyes of the Cheng clan head and Liu clan head. Fortunately, they did not attack earlier. Otherwise, they would have offended a faction that was far more terrifying than the Burning Flame Valley. Since you know my background, why do you still dare to interfere in the matters of my Hall of Souls? The black-robed man stared coldly at Chu Bei. After his cold snort sounded, his body shook. 3 chains soul-snatching. Accompanied by clear clanging sounds, 3 pitch-black chains from the black fog behind the black-robed man let out a sharp cry as they intertwined in the air. After which, they rushed toward Chu Bei at a frightening speed. Their momentum was shocking. Wherever the chains passed, the empty space would shatter inch by inch. Its momentum was shocking. Forget it. I will kill another person. Chu Bei's indifferent voice sounded in the air. Subsequently, he raised his right arm in front of countless gazes and opened his palm. Bang! Just as Chu Bei clenched his palm slightly, the 3 chains that were rushing over suddenly paused. The space around them suddenly became distorted. With a catcher sound, the chains that carried a frightening aura directly turned into a rain of light and disappeared. Do Zun. Witnessing this scene, the black-robed man's pupils suddenly shrunk. Shock surged in his eyes. Why? You want to leave? The black-robed man quickly reacted. However, just as he was about to leave, a laughing voice sounded in his ear. Immediately after, before he could do anything, the space around him suddenly became distorted. An enormous spatial strength that he could not resist began to tear his body and soul apart. A sharp cry was mixed with the tearing sound of the spatial strength. Under countless shocked gazes, the black-robed man disappeared into the sunken empty space bit by bit. The miserable cry faded away. The air was dead silent. The square also fell into silence. Swoosh, countless gazes were subconsciously cast toward Chu Bei. There was obviously more respect in their eyes. As for the Liu and Cheng families, when they looked at the 2 large words on both sides of the mansion's door again, those experts who were below the Dozong realm involuntarily stepped back. Thank you, Sir Dozun. High in the sky, Elder Kai Hua took a deep breath and once again cupped his hands toward Chu Bei. He did not expect that there was a hidden elite Dozun in Tianbei City. Moreover, he had coincidentally met him. If it was not for this Dozun in front of him, he would have died in the hands of the Hall of Souls expert. I see that your injuries are not light. Why don't you enter my shop and see if there is anything you need? Chu Bei glanced at Kai Huazun's clothes. After nodding his head with satisfaction, he pointed to the mansion below. Sir Dozun, are you still a merchant? Elder Kai Hua was surprised. However, he quickly said, Sir Dozun, please bring me there. From his point of view, the things that a Dozun sold were definitely not ordinary. At this moment, Elder Kai Hua also noticed the green stone path that he had smashed earlier. Seeing that it was still intact, a strange expression flashed across his eyes once again. This mansion was not simple either. Those outside, as long as your cultivation meets the requirements, you can enter. After saying this, Chu Bei hesitated for a moment before adding, those who have over 40 million liquid assets can also enter. Hearing this, the clan heads of the Liu clan, Cheng clan, and the other Dozongs were stunned for a moment before they stepped into the mansion. A portion of the wealthy Do Wangs and Do Huangs who had yet to reach the Dozong class hesitated for a moment before following. Chapter 123. Currently, all the products that can be sold directly are here. You can take a look first. After arriving at the main hall, Chu Bei pointed at the shelves by the side and lay down on the chair. Elder Chihua nodded at Chu Bei and walked to the side of the shelves. He was prepared to search for the products that were suitable for him. Along with the sound of footsteps, the Liu family head, Cheng family head, and other elite Dozongs, as well as other wealthy merchants, also walked into the hall. After knowing that Chu Bei was an elite Dozun, the people who entered the hall were all extremely respectful. After that, with Chu Bei's permission, they also began to look at the products on the shelves like Elder Chihua. Regardless of whether it was Elder Chihua or the Liu family head, when they saw the prices of the products, they could not help but narrow their eyes and be shocked. At this moment, they finally understood why the other party had set the threshold that no one below the dozong level could enter. Among the shelves with products, even the cheapest one on the lowest shelf, the sixth shelf, had a price of over 30 million. The higher the grade of the shelf, the higher the price of the goods. Especially when they saw the few goods on the shelf, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the price. Boss Chu, does this fish really have the effects that are described? At this moment, Elder Chihua stopped in front of the eighth shelf and pointed at the bottom shelf. He looked at Chu Bei and asked tentatively. The shelf that Elder Chihua was pointing at was a transparent glass shelf that was over 2 meters long. Although the glass cabinet was big, there was only a palm-sized green fish in it. At this moment, the little green fish's mouth opened and closed as it stared at Elder Chihua with its round eyes without blinking. Its eyes were filled with provocation. Come and eat me. Beside the glass shelf, there was some basic information about the green fish. Dragon spirit fish, level 8 product from the gourmet captive realm. Those below the Dozun level who are seriously injured can recover from their injuries in 15 minutes. Their cultivation will also increase. Price, 80 million gold coins. Hearing Elder Chihua's voice, the Liu family head, the Cheng family head, and the others also turned their attention to the small blue fish. Just as they approached the transparent glass cabinet, a chill swept over their bodies, as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar. Looking at the small fish in the glass cabinet, the surface of its green scales glowed with a faint silver light. Its round eyes had a hint of provocation, and it swung its tail from time to time. One fish, 80 million. He's still so young. Looking at the price, the Liu family head and the others gulped and opened their mouths wide. This price could no longer be described as sky-high. If they did not know that Chu Bei was an elite dozun, they would definitely have thought that this shop owner had gone crazy. However, it was precisely because they knew of Chu Bei's cultivation base that other than shock, there was also some curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Small business, honest management. If the product does not match the description, I'll compensate you 100 times the price. Chu Bei was still sitting on the chair as he looked at Elder Chihua and said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Elder Chihua hesitated for a moment before taking off the storage ring on his hand. After leaving 80 million gold coins, he passed the storage ring to Chu Bei. The host has sold the dragon spirit fish. The system has received 800,000 willpower, and the host has received 400,000 willpower. The storage ring disappeared, and the system's voice sounded. Are you planning to bring it back or eat it here? Or do you want to eat it here? Chu Bei pointed at the small green fish in the glass. It would be best if Boss Chu could help to deal with it. Elder Chihua cupped his hands together toward Chu Bei. Qing Lin, arrange it for him. Chu Bei looked at Qing Lin behind him and instructed. After speaking, Chu Bei waved his sleeve, and a complete set of kitchen utensils appeared in the hall. The big blue fish, which was originally in the glass cabinet, immediately appeared on the board, unconscious. Under everyone's gaze, Qing Lin held a special knife and cleaned up the palm-sized dragon spirit fish that had fainted in just a few moves. It's actually golden inside. It's indeed different from ordinary fish. The quality of the meat is obviously several times better. Everyone looked at the fish belly that was cut open by Qing Lin with astonishment in their eyes. The fish meat was golden in color, with a few bright red blood vessels in the shape of meridians. The most special thing about it was that its surface was faintly releasing a hazy light. After Qing Lin skillfully prepared various seasonings, she began to fry the dragon spirit fish in the oil. After a while, a rich meaty aroma wafted out from the oil and gradually lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. It smells so good. I want to eat it too. Little Zi Yang sniffed with her nose and saliva dripped from her mouth. She stared at the dragon spirit fish in the oil with shining eyes. The masters of the Liu family and Cheng family could not help but swallow their saliva. Just the smell of the fried meat was enough to make them drool. Soon, the upper plate of the dragon spirit fish was brought to Elder Chihua by Qing Lin. Looking at the fragrant golden fish in front of him, Elder Chihua could not help but take a deep breath. There was some nervousness and anticipation on his face. This palm-sized fish was worth 80 million. Under everyone's gaze, Elder Chihua picked up his chopsticks and picked up the fried dragon spirit fish. After blowing on it, he slowly took a bite. Elder Chihua, how does it taste? The master of the Liu family, who was at the side, moved his throat and could not help but ask. Elder Chihua ignored the master of the Liu family. After the fish entered his mouth, he closed his eyes. His expression was sometimes melancholy, sometimes intoxicated, and sometimes frowning. He looked like a gourmet who had tasted many delicacies. Elder Chihua, say something. The master of the Cheng family could not help but call out. The meat is soft and tender. It is fresh and fragrant. It melts in the mouth, leaving only a faint meat fragrance lingering in the mouth. Other than that, there is a faint pill fragrance. It is very unique. Elder Chihua's expression became relaxed. He looked like he was enjoying it. Just as he finished speaking, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen and quickly flowed throughout his body. It was extremely comfortable. During this process, Elder Chihua suddenly realized that his injuries from the soul devourer blade from the black-robed man from the Hall of Souls were rapidly healing. His chaotic and weak aura gradually recovered under this warm current, becoming stronger and stable again. It really has the effect of healing. After seeing the obvious effect, Elder Chihua could not wait to chew in big mouthfuls. In just a few seconds, the complete dragon spirit fish was completely devoured by Elder Chihua. At this moment, Elder Chihua's aura began to rise. There was an energy fluctuation in the surrounding space. It's really as described. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also increase cultivation. Sensing Elder Chihua's rising aura, the experts in the hall looked at each other with shock in their eyes. 7 minutes later, Elder Chihua opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of hot air. How do you feel? Chu Bei stood up from the chair and smiled as he looked at Elder Chihua. It is exactly as described. It might even be better. Elder Chihua's expression was excited. After swallowing the palm-sized fish, his injuries had not only completely healed but his cultivation had also broken through from the initial stage of a 6-star dozong to the advanced stage of a 7-star dozong. If he were to meet the expert from the Hall of Souls again with his current strength, he would not end up in such a miserable state like before. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to meet the expert from the Hall of Souls again. The latter had already been killed by the boss Chu in front of him. Do you want to take a look at the other products in the store? Chu Bei extended his hand and pointed at the shelves by the side. Hearing this, Elder Chihua's expression became a little embarrassed. Boss Chu, none of these products are ordinary. I did not bring much money with me today. I will definitely come and visit again another day. The door is always open. Take care. Chu Bei nodded slightly at Elder Chihua, who was cupping his hands together. After personally witnessing the effects of the dragon spirit fish as described, the Liu clan head, Cheng clan head, and the others once again returned to the side of the shelves and began to choose the products that were most suitable for them. An hour later, when the system notified that the will points had reached the upper limit, Chu Bei gave the order to leave. With the support of the experts from Tianbei City, Chu Bei sold a total of 400 million on the first day of business. The system obtained 4 million will points while he obtained 2 million will points. This was also the upper limit of what he could sell at the moment. Among the products that were sold, most of them were grade 6 and grade 7 products. As for grade 8 products, there were only 3 including the dragon spirit fish. As for grade 9 products, there were people who asked about them but no one bought them. The Fiery Mountain Range was a continuous mountain range located in the southwest of the central region. At a glance, this mountain range was completely formed by a fiery volcano. It was a uniform bright red color. At the top of some of the mountain peaks, thick white smoke was constantly rising in spirals. Occasionally, there would even be magma flowing out from within. Even in the entire central region, this mountain range was quite famous because it was located in one of the 3 famous valleys of the central region, the Burning Flame Valley. Of course, other than the fundamental factor of the Burning Flame Valley, the mountain range itself had countless volcanoes, causing the fire attribute energy here to be unusually rich. For those experts who cultivated fire attribute, cultivating here would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, even though this mountain range was the territory of the Burning Flame Valley, there would often be experts who cultivated fire attribute techniques who would take the risk to cultivate here. Swoosh! In the distant sky, a long rainbow streaked across. After it landed in the depths of this mountain range, a light film similar to a barrier appeared in a strange manner. After passing through the barrier, there was a huge valley. Looking into the distance, the valley was filled with thousands of buildings. Between these buildings, figures could be seen galloping and chasing, as if they were exchanging pointers. Look! Elder Kai Hua is back. In the valley, after a disciple discovered Kai Hua, he exclaimed in surprise. After Kai Hua greeted these disciples, he flew directly to a fiery red hall in the depths. Valley Master, I am back. Kai Hua entered the hall and immediately bowed toward the leader's seat. On the leader's seat sat a skinny old man with a head full of red hair and wearing simple hemp clothes. Beside the red-haired old man, a red-clothed young lady stood prettily. A dark red long whip was wrapped around her slender waist, outlining her waist even more alluring. On the seats on both sides of the leader's seat, there were a couple of figures seated in an orderly manner. Clearly, they were all people with status in the Burning Flame Valley. Did you find a Tier 7 high-grade alchemist? Seeing Kai Hua, the red-haired old man on the leader's seat hurriedly asked. After Kai Hua shook his head, he recounted the process of this trip and the attack by the experts from the Hall of Souls in detail. Damn it! Does the Hall of Souls not even place our Burning Flame Valley in their eyes? After hearing Kai Hua's recount, the red-haired old man clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with fury as a terrifying aura spread out. The Hall of Souls has been acting more and more recently. They have collected so many powerful spiritual bodies. Just what are they planning to do? An elder within the hall frowned. However, it is unexpected that a Dozun is actually hidden in Tianbei City. Valley Master Tang Zhen narrowed his eyes and looked outside the hall. I will pay him a visit when I have the time to see just what kind of background he has. Valley Master, since we are unable to find a Tier 7 high-grade alchemist, why don't we go and invite those old demons from the Pill Tower? Another elder opened his mouth and asked. The request that the Pill Tower has raised is difficult to accept. Tang Zhen's expression had an additional solemnness as he sighed. If we are unable to find a Tier 7 high-grade alchemist, we can only compromise with those old fellows. Tang Zhen looked at the red-clothed young lady beside him after saying this. His eyes were filled with tender love. Father, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't listen to you and forcefully tried to fuse with the 9-dragon lightning flame, causing a backlash from the flame, you wouldn't be so worried. The red-clothed girl lowered her head, her face filled with guilt. Nothing will happen to you. Tang Zhen extended his hand and rubbed the red-clothed young lady's head. His words were filled with doting love. The red-clothed young lady had failed to merge with the 9-dragon lightning flame. Although she managed to keep her life, it left behind a great sequela. If left alone, the red-clothed young lady's life force would wither and she would die in less than 3 years. Valley Master, although I have not been able to find a Tier 7 high-grade alchemist on this trip, there should be a treasure in Boss Chu's shop that can remove Little Flame's sequela. Elder Kai Hua seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said. Really? Tang Zhen's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. However, the treasures in his shop are quite expensive. Kai Hua paused before continuing. However, it is definitely worth it to those who need it. It's fine. As long as it is a problem that can be solved with money, it is not a problem. Tang Zhen's expression became increasingly excited. Looks like I will have to make a trip to Tianbei City now and meet this merchant that you speak of. Valley Master, I'm afraid that you will only be able to go tomorrow. There is a limit to the amount that Boss Chu receives every day. At that time, other than me, there will also be a Dozong from Tianbei City. I'm afraid that with their financial resources, if they all act together, they will have already bought the maximum amount for today. Just as Tang Zhen was about to leave, Kai Hua immediately opened his mouth and added. There is such a rule. Surprise flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. If that is the case, I want to meet this Boss Chu even more. Let's head to Tianbei City tomorrow morning. Tianbei City. After the Liu family head, Cheng family head, and the others left, the people surrounding the shops in the city square also left one after another. After Chu Bei received the 2 million willpower, he immediately converted it into his cultivation base. He went from a 1-star dozun to a 2 stars dozun. Chapter 124. The next day, early in the morning. Not long after dawn, the Bluestone Plaza was filled with people. On the stone platform, the pedestrians who came from other places through the wormhole all stopped in their tracks. What's wrong with them? They're crowding here so early in the morning. Could it be that someone in Tianbei City is going to have a duel here? Hey, what's going on with that mansion? When I left last time, it was still empty. Everyone in Tianbei City seems to be looking at that mansion. Could it be that there's something special about it? The group of outsiders had puzzled looks on their faces. Their gazes followed the gazes of the people around the square and turned towards the shops and mansions. At this moment, the door of the mansion was still closed. In front of the door, the Liu family head, the Cheng family head, and the rich merchants who were unable to buy the goods the day before were already waiting quietly. Have you heard? Boss Chu's goods are all sold for less than 30 million, so what if it's expensive? It's all worth it. Look at those who bought the goods yesterday, including the Liu family head and the Cheng family head. Which one of them isn't smiling? That's true. Otherwise, why would they come again today? As far as I know, Elder Chihua of the Burning Flame Valley spent 80 million to buy a fish yesterday. F***CK. What fish is worth 80 million? Around the plaza, there was a commotion. Just as the crowd was discussing, a few rainbows suddenly streaked across the sky above the mansion. Following that, a few figures landed in front of the mansion's door. The leader was a red-haired old man. Behind him was a group of people in red robes. The word burning was printed on their robes. Greetings, Valley Master. After the Cheng family head and the Liu family head recognized the person, they hurriedly bowed to the red-haired old man. Their expressions were extremely respectful. Valley Master? What Valley Master? Don't you see that Elder Chihua is here too? The leader is naturally the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. What? Why is such an existence here too? Oh my god. He's also here to buy treasures from Boss Chu? Around the square, when the onlookers heard how the Cheng and Liu clan heads addressed the red-haired old man, they were all stunned. Then, their faces were filled with astonishment. When he looked at the red-haired old man again, his eyes were immediately filled with deep reverence. To the citizens of the city, the Burning Flame Valley was what they relied on because this Tianhuang city was under the jurisdiction of the Burning Flame Valley. There's no need to be so polite. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the Cheng and Liu clan patriarchs as he said, "My purpose in coming here is the same as yours. I just want to see if there are any suitable items. If you are really interested, I hope you can let this old man have the priority to buy it." Of course. The leaders of the two families and the other merchants responded immediately. Creak. With a clear sound, the door of the mansion opened. "Boss Chu, I'm here again." Seeing Chu Bei, Kai Hua hurriedly stepped forward and pointed at Tang Zhen. He said, "This is my Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master." Chu Bei glanced at Tang Zhen and nodded slightly. While Chu Bei was sizing up Tang Zhen was also sizing up Chu Bei. To his surprise, he was actually unable to determine the other party's cultivation. If he did not know that the person in front of him was a venerable one through Kai Hua's mouth, he would have thought that the other party was just an ordinary young man without any cultivation. "Boss Chu, may I go in?" Tang Zhen pointed behind the door and asked faintly. "Of course." Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. However, just as Chu Bei finished speaking, little Zi Yang, who was beside him, frowned and looked up at the sky. "Zi Yang, what's wrong?" Sensing little Zi Yang's abnormality, Qing Lin could not help but ask. "I feel an aura similar to mine approaching." Little Zi Yang pouted her small mouth. Just as she finished speaking, the space directly above the gate of the mansion cracked open with a ripping sound. Immediately after, a burly figure stepped out from the gap. As soon as this figure appeared, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly descended, directly enveloping the entire bluestone square. Under this pressure, even the faces of Kai Hua, the head of the Liu clan, and the other elite dozongs turned pale. As for those with weaker cultivations, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Fear instinctively surged onto their faces. Tang Zhen frowned as he looked at the strong figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky and sensed the aura that the other party emitted. After which, an additional seriousness appeared on his face. "Where are my clan members?" The strong figure had just appeared when a voice that was filled with majesty resounded over the sky like rolling thunder. At the same time, the overbearing aura that it emitted became a little stronger, causing the Do Qi in the bodies of everyone present to begin to be blocked. "Ancient Void Dragon," Tang Zhen once again confirmed. His eyes were firmly locked onto the strong figure in the sky above the mansion's door. Ancient Void Dragon. He is not a human. The expressions of the observers around the square suddenly changed when they heard the words from Tang Zhen's mouth. Shock swiftly surged into their eyes. Among the human factions within the Central Plains, the One Hall, One Tower, Two Sects, Three Valleys, and the Square Pavilion were the most famous. There were also 3 overlords among the magical beast factions. They were the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, and the Ancient Void Dragon tribe. If one were to choose the strongest tribe among these 3 overlords, it would definitely be the Ancient Void Dragon tribe. It was also the true overlord of the magical beast world. A countless number of stunned gazes gathered on the strong figure from around the square. Their faces were filled with disbelief. These 3 overlords of the magical beast world were incomparably secretive. Over 90% of the practitioners would have difficulty seeing one of these tribes in their entire lives. They did not expect that not only would they see one today, but they would also see the strongest tribe, the Ancient Void Dragon tribe. "I think that you should be an elder from the Ancient Void Dragon tribe. May I know why you have suddenly arrived in the territory of my Burning Flame Valley?" Tang Zhen focused his eyes as he looked at the strong figure in the sky. From the looks of the aura, the other party was clearly a mature Ancient Void Dragon. His strength had at least reached the level of a 7 or 8-star Dozun. "Don't be nervous. I am not here to cause trouble. I have only sensed the aura of a tribe member and have specially rushed over from the island." The rough voice of the strong figure sounded in the sky. He lowered his head and looked below after speaking. His eyes swept over everyone. Finally, they paused on little Zi Yang. A joyous expression immediately surfaced on his face. Little Zi Yang shrank her neck when she met the eyes of the strong figure. She subconsciously hid behind Chu Bei. "He is a member of your tribe." Tang Zhen followed the gaze of the strong figure and also looked at little Zi Yang. "Stop grumbling. If you speak any more, I will beat you up." The strong figure coldly glared at Tang Zhen. After which, he looked at little Zi Yang. His fierce eyes immediately became gentle. "Little fellow, there is no need to be afraid. You are not a human and they are not your tribe members. I am your tribe member. Since I have found you, follow me home." Tang Zhen's expression was incomparably ugly in the face of the strong figure's strength. However, he could only emit a cold snort when he recalled that the other party's strength was above his. "I know you are my tribe member, but I am not ready. I don't know you well, so I can't go with you." Little Zi Yang was very cautious. "Little fellow, it is very dangerous for you to follow these humans. Be obedient and follow me back to the island. There are many people on the island who are about your age. They are all your playmates." The strong figure stretched out his hand toward little Zi Yang and guided her patiently. "No." Little Zi Yang shook her head firmly. "Why are you so stubborn? What is so good about these humans?" The strong figure began to become impatient. He glanced at the mansion behind little Zi Yang. "Forget it. Since you are not obedient, I can only take you back by force. If you like where you are now, I will bring it back for you." As the strong and domineering voice fell, the strong figure spread out his arms and clenched his fists. Suddenly, the huge bluestone square shook violently, as if it was about to be uprooted. "What is he doing?" Around the square, Everyone looked at the shaking ground with a panicked expression and retreated one after another. But soon, the strong figure discovered the abnormality. Under his control, the entire square was about to rise into the air, but the mansion that he wanted to take away for little Zi Yang did not move at all. It did not even shake a little. Chu Bei glanced at the mansion behind him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. If the ancient void dragon only wanted to take little Zi Yang away and she insisted on refusing, perhaps he would have to use a level 9 item to scare him away. But unexpectedly, the other party was also eyeing the shop. In this case, he did not even need to do anything. In the sky, the strong figure seemed to have noticed Chu Bei's mocking gaze. He snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. Accompanied by a loud boom, a huge energy claw extended from the strong figure's palm, as if he was going to uproot the mansion. However, when the energy claw was less than a meter away from the mansion, a black shadow flashed past the main hall of the mansion. Bang! The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the energy claw that extended from the strong figure's palm exploded. Then, a 2-meter-tall iron lump appeared in everyone's sight. Look! What is that? It seems to have flown out of the mansion. Around the square, everyone's attention was attracted by Xiao Hei again. When the Cheng family head, the Liu family head, and the others in front of the mansion saw Xiao Hei, they were all shocked. The day before, when they entered the shop, they saw the iron lump in the corner. At that time, they thought that it was just for show. But now, it seemed that the iron lump was not what they thought. What rubbish is this? How dare you obstruct me? The strong figure glanced at the iron lump with disdain and said in a rough voice. His right hand turned into a dragon claw covered in scales and slammed toward the iron lump. But just as the terrifying energy accumulated in his claw was about to hit the iron lump, the latter disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was behind the strong figure. Hearing the noise around him, the strong figure looked back. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. It was only then that he realized that Xiao Hei was extraordinary. Chapter 125. Even with his cultivation, he did not detect the other party's disappearance and reappearance. The power of space was the ancient void dragon's innate superpower. Even if he encountered an expert with a higher cultivation than him, he could rely on his innate ability to effectively determine the enemy's movements. However, just now, he was unable to capture the iron lump's movements. Hence, he did not immediately know when the other party appeared behind him. He only found out through the noise of the crowd below. Buzz buzz, the muscular figure's right foot stomped on the empty space. Immediately, the space around Xiao Hei began to distort and shatter inch by inch. However, under the tearing of the terrifying spatial power, Blackie's body was not injured at all. How can my spatial power be completely useless? The muscular figure stared at Xiao Hei in disbelief. Before the muscular figure could attack again, Xiao Hei threw an ordinary punch. There was no do-chi fluctuation. The muscular figure's eyes narrowed as he watched the fist approaching. A sense of danger inexplicably surged into his heart. The muscular figure tried to hide in the empty space. However, to his horror, the space he was in seemed to be confined by the fist that was getting closer and closer. Even though his innate ability was spatial power, he was unable to flee far away. He could only stay where he was. The muscular figure emitted a dragon roar. After which, his body was covered in scales and he turned into a half-human, half-dragon state. The muscular figure had no choice but to throw a punch with all his strength. In an instant, a terrifying 8-star Dozun aura erupted and swept across the empty space. Bang! The two fists collided high in the sky. The scales on the muscular figure's fist shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After which, the muscular figure shot back like a cannonball amidst a sharp, painful cry. He smashed into the empty space and disappeared. All that was left was a pitch-black hole. He actually sent the ancient void dragon flying with one punch. What exactly is that thing? Terrifying. The people around the square who had witnessed the entire battle gulped. They were so shocked that they could not be any more shocked. The family head of the Liu family, the family head of the Cheng family, and the other experts who had met Xiao Hei before looked at each other. If one were to talk about the person who had the deepest feeling, it would be the valley chief of the burning flame valley, Tang Zhen, who had also stepped into the Dozun class. He had sent an adult ancient void dragon flying with a single punch. Just how terrifying was his strength? Boss Chu, that guy didn't die just now, right? Little Zi Yang tugged at Chu Bei's clothes with worry in her eyes. Don't worry. Xiao Hei only hurts people. He won't kill them. Chu Bei patted Zi Yang's head. This was indeed the case. Just as Chu Bei finished speaking, a figure flew out from the pitch-black hole in the sky. However, compared to his previous high-spirited appearance, his current sturdy figure was clearly in a more sorry state. When he looked at Xiao Hei again, his eyes were filled with fear. Why aren't you attacking anymore? Chu Bei smiled at the sturdy figure and pointed at Xiao Hei. Hearing Chu Bei's sarcastic words, the sturdy figure glanced at Xiao Hei again. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. After calming down, the sturdy figure cupped his fists at Chu Bei. My name is Hei Qing, and I am an elder of the ancient Void Dragon clan. May I know who you are? What is the relationship between you and my clan? I have nothing to do with her. Chu Bei looked at Zi Yang and continued, but if you want to take her away, she must be willing to go with you. If you want to take her away by force, you are far from enough. Hearing this, Hei Qing's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. Then can I stay here temporarily until she is willing to return to the island with me? Hei Qing pointed at Zi Yang. Chu Bei thought for a moment and said, my mansion just happens to lack a gatekeeper. If you are willing to guard the door, you can stay. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Hei Qing's emotions, which had just calmed down, fluctuated again. Then he looked at Xiao Hei, who was not far away. Hei Qing's aura stabilized again. I am willing to guard the door for you. After saying that, Hei Qing's figure descended from the sky and appeared beside Zi Yang. At this time, Xiao Hei also disappeared from the sky. Valley Master Tang, aren't you here to choose goods? Why are you still standing there? Please come in. After saying that, Chu Bei turned around and returned to the mansion. Tang Zhen, Kai Hua, and the others recovered from their shock one after another as they watched the figure gradually disappear into the distance. Then, they quickly followed him. Because he'd witnessed the scene of Xiao Hei making a move earlier, Tang Zhen was obviously like the Liu clan's patriarch, Cheng clan's patriarch, and the others, and he was slightly more reserved. After arriving at the main hall, Tang Zhen went straight to the side of the shelves and carefully checked the effects of each item. When he walked to the 8th shelf and saw the 4th item on the top, Tang Zhen's body trembled slightly and a hint of joy surged in his eyes. Boss Chu, this is it. Tang Zhen carefully picked up the jade box on the shelf. Inside the jade box was a completely red medicinal pill. As for the medicinal pill's introduction, it was called the Happy and Unfettered Pill. If taken under 9 stars dozong, it could remove all old injuries and strengthen one's physique. Price, 80 million. Boss Chu, can this medicinal pill really remove any side effects? Tang Zhen could not help but ask Chu Bei. If you don't believe me, then put it down, Chu Bei replied indifferently. Tang Zhen was slightly stunned. After reacting, he did not ask any more questions and simply took out 80 million. After paying, Tang Zhen handed the scarlet medicinal pill to the red-clothed girl beside him. Under Tang Zhen's gaze, the red-clothed girl threw the scarlet medicinal pill into her mouth. As the medicinal pill entered her stomach, the red-clothed girl frowned. However, she quickly relaxed and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Wisps of black-grey gas gathered from the red-clothed girl's stomach and finally overflowed from the top of her head. As the black-grey gas overflowed, the red-clothed girl's face clearly became rosy. 15 minutes later, the red-clothed girl let out a long breath and appeared incomparably relaxed. Tang Zhen immediately checked. When he discovered that the wild and uncontrollable fire energy in the red-clothed girl's body had disappeared, a joyful expression surged onto his face. Boss Chu, thank you. Tang Zhen pulled the red-clothed girl to Chu Bei's side with gratitude in his eyes. Valley Master Tang, judging from your aura, you have been a 4-star dozun for a long time. Why don't you try my massage chair? Chu Bei smiled at Tang Zhen and led him to the massage chair. 200 million gold for a 5-minute massage? Even as the valley master of the burning flame valley, Tang Zhen was shocked by the price of the massage chair. You get what you pay for. Since I'm recommending it, I guarantee that you won't lose out. Chu Bei patted the back of the chair. Hearing this, Tang Zhen sized up the massage chair with an eager expression. Clearly, he was tempted. The others who were selecting goods in front of the shelves also gathered around the massage chair, waiting for Tang Zhen's decision. Finally, Tang Zhen made his decision and took out 200 million gold. Then, under the gazes of several people, Tang Zhen slowly sat down. Buzz, the moment Tang Zhen's butt touched the cloth of the chair, the entire chair released a brilliant light. Immediately after, 6 mechanical arms suddenly appeared on both sides of the massage chair. They firmly fixed Tang Zhen's head, upper body, and lower body. Tang Zhen instinctively wanted to resist, but he was shocked to discover that his strength was completely suppressed by the strength of the massage chair. In the next moment, the massage chair began to sway. A mechanical arm extended from both sides and rubbed back and forth on Tang Zhen's body. Dong dong dong. Amidst the rhythmic knocking, Tang Zhen's initial struggle calmed down. Later on, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the end, he seemed to have sensed some benefits. He hurriedly closed his eyes as if he had entered a training state. In the eyes of others, Tang Zhen seemed to have suddenly been forced. He was unable to resist and could only silently enjoy it. Time ticked by. When the massage went on for 3 minutes and 21 seconds, Tang Zhen opened his eyes and exhaled a hot breath from his mouth. He had broken through. His cultivation that had been stagnant for many years had finally advanced and successfully stepped into the ranks of a 5-star dozun. The massage continued. Under the massage of the massage chair, the weak meridians in Tang Zhen's body seemed to have been filled with a strange energy. The cultivation that had just broken through completely stabilized in a few seconds. Moreover, it became even more powerful. Ding! Accompanied by a clear sound, the massage chair stopped shaking. All the mechanical arms also disappeared. At this moment, Tang Zhen also felt the strength that was forcefully restraining him disappear. He felt relaxed. At this moment, his cultivation had already stabilized at the advanced stage of a 5-star dozun. It was only a matter of time before he reached the 6th star. Comfortable. Tang Zhen stood up from the chair and let out a sigh. Valley Master, you broke through? Kai Hua probed. Tang Zhen smiled and pointed at the massage chair. He nodded and said, although it's only been a short time, it's really wonderful. Even my Dragon Island doesn't have such a magical chair. Sensing Tang Zhen's breakthrough, He Qing's face was filled with astonishment. He walked around the massage chair and began to carefully size it up. Boss Chu, is this chair useful to us too? The Liu clan head, Cheng clan head, and the others couldn't help but ask. It's useful to anyone below the 9 stars dozun level. The weaker the cultivation, the more obvious the improvement. Chu Bei glanced at the Liu clan head and the others and said, with your cultivation, it's easy to increase by 2 or 3 stars with one massage. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the Liu clan head, Cheng clan head, and the others were excited. However, when they thought of the price of one massage, a pained expression appeared on their faces. An hour later, Chu Bei's sales had reached the upper limit again, so he ordered them to leave again. Boss Chu, I'll be back. Tang Zhen clasped his fist at Chu Bei. Before he left, he didn't forget to glance at the massage chair. In his opinion, as long as he pressed it again, there was a great possibility that he could enter the ranks of a 6-star dozun. Uncle He Qing, is Dragon Island really as fun as you said? After a short period of interaction, little Zi Yang had obviously let down her guard against He Qing. She actually took the initiative to ask about Dragon Island. There was more yearning in her eyes. After seeing the effect, He Qing naturally worked harder to tell little Zi Yang all kinds of things about Dragon Island. Chapter 126. All of you should know about the mansion in the Green Stone Plaza, right? Nonsense. Who in Tianhuang City doesn't know about that mansion? I heard that the owner of the mansion is not only an elite dozun, but he is also a merchant. The leaders of the various large factions in the city have all been to that mansion. Even the valley chief of the Burning Flame Valley personally paid a visit. Do you know that there is a young ancient void dragon in that mansion? What? Ancient void dragon? The overlord of the magical beast world? At that time, I personally saw an adult ancient void dragon that was at least an 8-star Dozun Descend. It wanted to take the young ancient void dragon away, but it did not succeed in the end. Guess what? An iron lump flew out of the mansion and crippled the adult ancient void dragon with one punch. Damn. There is such a thing. Intense discussions were taking place in the streets and small alleys of Tianhuang City. At the same time, in the Burning Flame Valley, in an exquisite little house, 2 young ladies sat at the head of the bed and chatted happily. One of them was wearing a red dress while the other was wearing a blue dress. This is great. The girl in the blue dress happily jumped up from the bed when she heard that the girl in the red dress had been cured. This is all thanks to Boss Chu. If it were not for the carefree pill in his shop, I would still be tortured every day. Tang Huara held the girl in the blue dress arm and curiously asked, Xinlan, why do I feel that you have something on your mind? Have you encountered some difficulties? You saw through me in the end. Yi Xinlan sat back on the bed. An unwillingness gradually surged into her large watery eyes. You should know about the current situation of my Yi family. I'm afraid that we will be removed from the list of the 5 great clans of the Pill Tower this year. In order to solve this problem, the elders in the clan want me to marry that brat from the Cow family. From their point of view, the Cow family is also one of the 5 great clans and is compatible with my Yi family. And Cow Dan is a rare alchemy genius of the Cow clan. As long as I marry him, the Yi clan will be able to avoid the crisis of being one of the 5 great clans, and I can be considered to have found a good family. Anger appeared on Yi Xinlan's face. But do they really think that marrying Cow Dan will solve the crisis? The Cow family is ambitious and has long wanted to erode the Yi family. Marrying me over is just like sending a lamb into a tiger's den. So you escaped. Tang Hua's eyes were filled with sympathy. I can only blame myself for my lack of talent in alchemy. Yi Xinlan gradually calmed down and sighed. I think there's someone who can help with your Yi family's crisis. Tang Hua comforted Yi Xinlan while giving her a meaningful glance. When she met Tang Hua's gaze, Yi Xinlan was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, You're talking about Boss Chu. That's him. Tang Hua nodded. Let's go and find him now. As she spoke, Yi Xinlan pulled Tang Hua's arm impatiently. 2 hours later, Yi Xinlan and Tang Hua arrived in front of the All Heavens shop. Those below the Dozong rank are not allowed to enter. There's such a requirement. Yi Xinlan looked at the words on both sides of the door. Just as she was about to ignore them, a sturdy figure appeared out of thin air in front of the door and blocked their path. I'm here to find Boss Chu. Please make way. Yi Xinlan glanced at the sturdy figure and pointed at the door behind him. The sturdy figure ignored Yi Xinlan. He didn't even look at her. Yi Xinlan frowned as she looked at the sturdy figure in front of her. You're just a gatekeeper. However, before Yi Xinlan could finish her sentence, she felt a terrifying pressure envelop her. Under this pressure, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine as fear surged onto her face. Almost at the same time, Tang Hua reached out and covered Yi Xinlan's mouth. Senior Ancient Dragon, Xinlan doesn't know your identity. Please don't hold it against her. Tang Hua hurriedly bowed to the sturdy figure with a respectful expression. At the same time, she took off her storage ring and said, Although our cultivation is a little weak, we have more than 40 million gold coins on us. We've reached our limit today. Come back tomorrow. Hei Qing looked down at Tang Hua and said calmly. At this moment, the pressure that enveloped Yi Xinlan quickly dissipated. Yi Xinlan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She came to Tang Hua's side and quietly pointed at Hei Qing, who had closed his eyes again. Tang Hua moved closer to Yi Xinlan's ear and whispered into her ear. After knowing Hei Qing's identity, Yi Xinlan gulped as her expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with shock. Senior Ancient Dragon, my daughter was rude just now. Thank you for not holding it against her. After recovering from her shock, Yi Xinlan hurriedly bowed to Hei Qing with a fearful expression. Senior Ancient Dragon, Since Boss Chu isn't receiving customers today, we'll come back tomorrow morning. Tang Hua spoke again. But just as they were about to leave, a calm voice came from the mansion. Let them in. Hearing the voice, He Qing opened his eyes and made way for them. Tang Hua and Yi Xinlan were stunned at first. Then, they looked at each other with joy on their faces. Then, the two women quickly walked into the mansion. In the main hall of the All Heavens shop, Chu Bei sat on the chair. After listening to Yi Xinlan, he said, "So, you want me to help your Yi family solve this crisis?" "Yes, yes." Yi Xinlan nodded heavily. "Do you understand the principle of teaching a man how to fish is better than giving him a fish?" The corners of Chu Bei's mouth carried a smile as he continued, "I won't directly help you, but I can let your Yi family overcome this difficulty. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough money." Mission announcement: Host receives the 3000 burning flame. Mission completion reward: 1 use of a level 10 low-grade commodity. Reward: 2 million willpower. Fixed point teleportation array, Yi City. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Chu Bei was stunned. He quickly noticed the difference between this mission and the previous one. The previous missions were all transactions, but this time, there was no mention of a transaction. In other words, according to the system's evaluation, the 3000 burning flame, which had intelligence, did not belong to any person or force. Apart from that, it was the right to use a level 10 commodity. This level of commodity was further divided into 3 grades: high, middle, and low. "Boss Chu, what do you want our Yi family to do?" Yi Xinlan's voice sounded in Chu Bei's ears. Chu Bei came back to his senses and looked at Yi Xinlan indifferently. If there was no mission, he could just get the Yi family to visit them. But since there was a mission, he had to go. Coincidentally, he could obtain the 3000 burning flame through the Yi family. Of course, he did not know if the system was intentionally helping the Yi family, but the destination of the fixed-point teleportation array was Yi City. "Let's go to your Yi family first," Chu Bei said. "I'll lead the way." Yi Xinlan looked excited. "There is a wormhole connecting Yi City and Tianhuang City. We can reach there in 10 hours. That's too long." Chu Bei looked at Yi Xinlan and waved his hand. A purple array pattern appeared under his feet. "Come on up," Chu Bei said indifferently. Yi Xinlan and Tang Hua looked at each other and stepped on the array pattern blankly. "Boss, we want to go too." Qing Lin and Little Doctor looked at Chu Bei expectantly. After getting the latter's permission, they also stepped on the array pattern happily. "Me too." Little Zi Yang landed on Chu Bei. "Since you want to follow Zi Yang, come on in too." As soon as Chu Bei finished speaking, a void ripple appeared in the hall. Then, He Qing's huge figure appeared on the array pattern. "With my strength, if I bring you along, the speed will be faster than the wormhole. If it's the wormhole, it will take 10 hours. I'll take 6 hours at most." He Qing looked at Chu Bei and then at the array pattern under his feet. He seemed to be letting the latter make a choice. Chu Bei smiled and waved his right hand. Suddenly, the array pattern emitted a dazzling light. In the next moment, Yi Xinlan, Tang Hua, and the other girl's vision quickly distorted and changed. Yi City. When their vision became clear again, Yi Xinlan was first stunned when she saw the familiar city below. Then, her face was filled with disbelief. Tang Hua, who had been to Yi City before, was also shocked. The most shocked one was He Qing. When he knew that Yi City was below, his eyes widened. He looked at Chu Bei as if he was looking at a demon. It would take a dozun at least 12 hours to travel from Tianhuang City to Yi City. The wormhole would take 10 hours. His ancient dragon clan's innate ability was the power of space. Even with his strength as an 8-star dozun, it would take him 6 hours. However, the person in front of him had brought them here in an instant without a sound. He Qing couldn't imagine how the other party did it. Even the Dosheng elders in his clan couldn't do it. "Lead the way." Chu Bei looked at Yi Xinlan and said calmly. Yi Xinlan came back to her senses and quickly pointed in a direction. Under Yi Xinlan's guidance, Chu Bei and the others quickly arrived at the Yi mansion. However, When they saw the Yi mansion below, Chu Bei and the others couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the Yi mansion's main door was shattered. The stone statues on both sides had turned into a pile of rubble and rolled around. The guard at the door was covered in blood. He was paralyzed on the ground and didn't move. No one knew if he was dead or alive. "I've only left for half a day. What happened?" Yi Xinlan's face turned pale as she looked at the dilapidated gate and the guards covered in blood. Yi Xinlan's absent-minded murmur faded as she landed in the mansion at the fastest speed possible. Then, she flew along the main road. Chu Bei and the others followed behind her. How did the Yi family end up like this? Tang Hua muttered to herself as she looked at the fleeing maids. The once glorious aristocratic family of inheritance was now desolate and desolate. Soon, a large hall appeared in everyone's sight. They could vaguely hear angry shouts from within. Yi Xinlan had already arrived outside the hall. When she saw what was happening in the hall, her pretty face turned green. Her graceful body trembled in anger. Looking over, the originally neat and orderly luxurious hall was in a mess. A couple of green-clothed figures were wailing and twitching on the ground. Looking at the Yi word printed on the back of their clothes, they were clearly members of the Yi family. As for the other members of the Yi family who were still standing, each of them had a strong aura. The green-clothed old man who led them still had traces of blood on the corner of his mouth. Opposite the Yi family was a group of black-clothed people who wore mocking expressions. The auras of this group were not weak, especially the two black-clothed old men who led them. Their cultivations were even higher than the green-clothed old man who led the Yi family. They had reached the level of an 8-star dozong. "Jiao Hei, Qin Mo, your Blackfire sect should not go too far. Our Yi family may not be as glorious as it was in the past, but if we were to fight with your Blackfire sect, you will not be able to do anything. You will not gain anything from it." Within the hall, the green-clothed old man was furious. He coldly stared at the two black-clothed leaders. "Yi Zhong, it has already come to this. Don't try to bluff in front of us. The current Yi family, the so-called 5 great families of the Pil region, only exists in name." A black-clothed old man from the Blackfire sect looked at the Yi family leader with a mocking expression. His eyes were filled with disdain. "This time around, the two of us have come under the orders of the sect leader to take in your Yi family. If you surrender, our Blackfire sect will not treat you unfairly. This Yi city will still be a place for you to stay. If you don't, hehe, I believe you have heard of the methods of our Blackfire sect." The other black-clothed old man from the Blackfire sect opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse. "You want our Yi family to surrender to your Blackfire sect? Impossible." Not only the green-clothed old man, but the rest of the Yi family members were also furious. "If that's the case, then the gift I brought for you today can be put to good use." A black-clothed old man snorted coldly. Then, under the confused gazes of the Yi family members, black shadows flew out from the storage rings of the two black-clothed old men and landed in the hall. The already messy hall became even more crowded because of these black shadows. When the Yi family members saw the so-called black shadows clearly, their faces turned pale. They were pitch-black coffins. "Are you going to lie in there yourselves? Or do you want us to do it ourselves?" The two black-clothed old men with sinister expressions smiled at the Yi family members. A cold and majestic aura spread out from their bodies. Under this aura, the Yi family members who were heavily injured and lying on the ground with weaker cultivations could not help but tremble. "Yi Zhong, we will give you 3 more minutes to consider. Hand over Yi City, hand over the Sunfire Ancient Altar, and surrender to our Blackfire sect. Now, the lives of everyone in the Yi family are in your hands." The black-clothed old man's voice became low. It was not difficult to hear the strong threat in his voice. Looking at the coffins in the hall, Yi Zhong hesitated. He was obviously shocked by the Blackfire sect's methods. If he was alone, he would not be afraid of death. However, he was still the head of the Yi family. Gradually, Yi Chong's face was filled with sorrow. The once illustrious Yi family had been reduced to such a pathetic state in his hands. "Head, even if we die, we will never surrender to the Blackfire sect." The Yi family members behind Yi Zhong were determined. The 3 minutes are up. The 2 black-clothed old men in cold in the forest finished their words. A bloodthirsty look appeared in their eyes as energy surged in their palms. Chapter 127. You've gone too far. At this moment, Yi Xinlan rushed into the hall. Her eyes were filled with anger as she glared at the people from the Blackfire sect. So Miss Yi is here. I was wondering what would happen if there was an extra coffin when you weren't around. Following Yi Xinlan's cold shout, the people from both factions in the hall cast their gazes over. The 2 black-clothed elders from the Blackfire sect looked at Yi Xinlan with a playful expression. Their expressions were like cats staring at a mouse. Xinlan, why did you come back at this time? The green-clothed elder from the Yi family sighed. Grandfather, our Yi family will be fine. Yi Xinlan glanced at the green-robed elder, then quickly ran back to Chu Bei and knelt down with a thud. Boss Chu, please save the Yi family. As long as the Yi family is fine, Xinlan is willing to serve you for the rest of my life like Qing Lin and the fairy doctor. Yi Xinlan raised her head and stared at Chu Bei sincerely. Her jade-like hands were clenched tightly and her delicate body was trembling slightly. Xinlan, you don't have to do this. Boss won't leave you in the lurch. Qing Lin and the little doctor said. Get up. You don't have to do this for the rest of your life. Chu Bei extended his hand to support Yi Xinlan, who was kneeling in front of him. Then, he took 2 steps forward and swept his gaze across the people from the Blackfire sect. All of you, leave. Don't come back again. If you're late, you won't be able to leave. Within the large hall, Chu Bei's voice, which was so calm that it did not stir even the slightest ripple, slowly spread like water. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the people from the Yi family and the Blackfire sect were all stunned as they stared at Chu Bei in a daze. Crazy. Not an ordinary kind of crazy. Damn, where did this idiot come from? Is there something wrong with his brain? Doesn't he know who we are? The people from the Blackfire sect came to their senses and looked at Chu Bei as if they were looking at an idiot. The 2 black-clothed old men named Zhao Hei and Qin Mo were stunned for a moment. Then, their expressions turned sinister as they looked at Chu Bei. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust. Chop this brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth into minced meat, a black-clothed old man ordered. Hearing this, the black-clothed people behind the old man, who had long been unable to restrain themselves, instantly pounced toward Chu Bei's group. Each of their eyes carried a ferocious expression as powerful do qi violently surged out from their bodies. Chu Bei's expression did not change in the slightest as he looked at the many Blackfire sect experts who were charging towards him. He merely tilted his head to look at He Qing and said indifferently, "Kill them." With that, Chu Bei took a step back. He Qing was taken aback. Obviously, he had thought that Chu Bei would take action himself. Who would have thought that he would be the one to do it? Although He Qing was extremely reluctant, when he thought of little Zi Yang, he still became a hired thug. Boom! Before the experts from the Blackfire sect could pounce in front of Chu Bei, an invisible energy surged out from He Qing's body. With a buzzing sound, the experts from the Blackfire sect flew backwards and violently smashed into the wall. Surprise flashed across the eyes of the 2 black-clothed old men as they watched their subordinates fly backwards. The disdain on their faces disappeared. The 2 black-clothed old men communicated with their eyes when they met He Qing's ice-cold gaze. Their feet suddenly stomped and they rushed toward He Qing at the same time. He Qing was expressionless as he looked at the 2 black-clothed old men rushing over. He randomly waved his right arm. Immediately, the empty space appeared to have been violently mixed by an invisible large hand, revealing many spatial folds. Almost at the same time, a vast and frightening strength quietly cut through the space like floodwaters and violently struck the chests of the 2 black-clothed people. Grug! The invisible spatial strength attacked and the bodies of the 2 black-clothed old men suddenly stiffened. The seriousness on their faces instantly turned into shock. Before they could do anything, 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood mixed with some shattered internal organs were spat out from their mouth. Bang! Fresh blood was spat out. The 2 black-clothed old men were like kites with their strings cut as they flew backwards like their subordinates from earlier. after which, they heavily smashed onto the ground. One could vaguely hear the clear sound of their bones being broken. The faces of everyone from the Yi clan were instantly filled with shock when they saw this scene. All of them were stunned as they stared at He Qing. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not dare to imagine that this person in front of them could easily seriously injure two 8-star elite dozongs with just a random wave of his hand. The two black-clothed old men, who were originally arrogant and bossy, did not have the ability to resist at all. Dozun. High class. Yi Zhong was stunned as he looked at He Qing. Although not the slightest aura had seeped out from the latter's body, Yi Zhong could still vaguely sense an extremely dangerous feeling. This kind of feeling was something that he had once sensed. However, those who gave him such a feeling were all powerful existences who had stepped into the Dozun class. How can such an existence be related to Xinlan? Yi Zhong looked at Yi Xinlan in confusion as he muttered in his mouth. Ever since the Yi clan was defeated, there were no longer any elite Dozuns who came into contact with them. Otherwise, this Blackfire sect would not dare to act so fearlessly. Very quickly, Yi Zhong and the other members of the Yi clan seemed to have thought of something. Their gazes once again landed on Chu Bei. Just what kind of status did a person who could order a high-class Dozun to do something have? Elder, the two of us are elders of the Blackfire sect. Earlier, we were blind and ended up offending you. Please forgive us. The two black-clothed old men stood up in a miserable manner. Only fear remained in their eyes when they looked at He Qing. After just one exchange, they knew that the person in front of them was not someone they could offend. After all, spatial strength was the mark of an elite Dozun. How should we deal with them? He Qing looked at Chu Bei. We have already given them a chance. Chu Bei's gaze swept over the two black-clothed old men. His face was expressionless. I understand. He Qing replied and nodded. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the two black-clothed old men's expressions changed instantly. Following which, their figures flashed without hesitation and they were about to fly out of the hall. However, before the two black-clothed old men could fly out of the hall, the space around them seemed to have been imprisoned. Following which, it quickly shrank and distorted. Under this huge force, the two black-clothed old men could not even let out a scream before they disappeared into the black hole. You can deal with the remaining underlings yourselves. He Qing seemed to be too lazy to attack again. After looking at Yi Zhong, he looked at the remaining Blackfire sect elites who were severely injured. Leave none alive. Yi Zhong's eyes were fierce. After giving the order, he took the lead and charged forward. In less than half an hour, the sounds of battle in the hall disappeared and peace was restored. Only corpses were left on the ground. Clean this up. Yi Zhong instructed a few of the younger generation. Then, he led the elders of the clan and walked quickly to He Qing. Thank you, honored sir, for your help. Yi Zhong took the lead and bowed towards He Qing. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Boss Chu. I did him a favor. As he said this, He Qing glanced at Chu Bei. He deliberately emphasized the word favor. Thank you, Boss Chu. Yi Zhong and the rest turned and bowed towards Chu Bei. However, when they called out Boss Chu, there was an obvious hint of confusion on their faces. Grandfather, I specially invited Boss Chu to solve the Yi family's crisis. Yi Xinlan moved closer to Chu Bei's ear. She glanced at Chu Bei and said something. When Yi Xinlan finished speaking, Yi Zhong looked at Chu Bei with more respect. With Boss Chu, we can still maintain our position as one of the 5 great families without the Cow family. Yi Xinlan shook Yi Zhong's arm. That's why I don't want to marry that guy. I'll listen to you. Grandfather will send someone to propose to the Cow family. Yi Zhong patted Yi Xinlan's head. Then, he turned and gave an order to an elder. After that, the elder quickly left the hall. Tell me the details. Chu Bei took his time to find a chair and sat down. He spoke plainly. Boss Chu, it's actually not that difficult to maintain our position as one of the 5 great families. It's just that the current Yi family can't meet the requirements. Yi Zhong stood respectfully beside Chu Bei and sighed. There are 5 great families in Dan City. Back then, the leaders of the 5 great families were the core members of the Dan Tower. Due to their special status, they enjoyed the rich resources of the Dan Tower. The people in the family could easily occupy the position of an elder in the Dan Tower. Although there are many benefits to being one of the 5 great families, the Dan Tower will also conduct an assessment for the 5 great families every 10 years. Only those who pass the assessment can continue to enjoy the resources of the 5 great families. This assessment must be for the younger generation. Chu Bei looked at Yi Xinlan. Yi Chong nodded and sighed. Among the Yi family members of this generation, Xinlan's talent is already considered good, but she's only at the level of a level 5 alchemist. As for those in the family who've broken through to level 6, they're no longer qualified to participate in the assessment. The Yi family did not pass the previous 2 assessments. If we don't pass this time, we'll be kicked out of the 5 great families. Naturally, I'll lose my position as an elder in the Dan Tower. As for the younger generation of a family, whether they pass the assessment depends on their age. At Xinlan's age, she'll probably only pass the assessment if she can make a level 6 intermediate pill. Hearing Yi Chong's words, Yi Xinlan's face showed a hint of shame. She was not even close to reaching level 6, much less level 6. If we fail this assessment, those families who've been eyeing the Yi family's position will probably rush to take it. Yi Chong sighed. Boss Chu, please help the Yi family survive this crisis. As long as the Yi family is safe, Xinlan is willing to do anything for you. Just then, Yi Xinlan quickly knelt before Chu Bei. Why are you kneeling again? Chu Bei waved his sleeve, and a gentle force lifted Xinlan up. He shook his head helplessly. When will the assessment begin? Chu Bei asked. 2 days later. Yi Chong's expression was solemn as he asked tentatively, is there still time? Yes, Chu Bei replied. Hearing this, Yi Xinlan was overjoyed. But soon, she seemed to have thought of something, and she frowned. Mr. Chu, there might be some big shots from the Pill Tower at the exam. Their strength is unfathomable. Will they recognize your real age? Besides, the examinee must be one of the younger generation of the Yi family. We'll have to arrange a suitable identity for you. Chu Bei was surprised to hear Yi Xinlan's words. It took him a while to understand what she meant. What I meant was to help you pass the test, not me. Chu Bei glanced at Yi Xinlan and said. What? Me? Yi Xinlan's eyes were filled with surprise. But I'm only a level 5 intermediate, and there's only 2 days left. To improve your alchemy skills, there are only 4 ways to improve. First, cultivation. Second, soul power. Third, experience. Fourth, fire for alchemy. Chu Bei stood up from his chair and looked calmly at Yi Xinlan. Prepare 400 million tomorrow, and another 400 million the day after tomorrow. There's enough time. As long as we can maintain our position as one of the 5 great families, 800 million is nothing. Yi Chong's eyes were determined. Chapter 128. The next day, early morning. Back in the main hall, Yi Chong took off the storage ring in his hand and passed it to Chu Bei. Inside the ring was about 70% of the Yi family's liquid assets. Let's begin. After informing Yi Chong and Yi Xinlan of what to do next, Chu Bei waved his sleeve and 4 roulette wheels of fortune appeared, one for increasing one's cultivation, soul power, experience, and pill refining flames. Ding! The roulette wheels spun at the same time. As time went by, Yi Xinlan's cultivation, soul power, and alchemy experience increased steadily, but the roulette wheel for alchemy flame did not yield anything. Rumble. Just then, a commotion came from outside the hall. A Yi family disciple ran into the hall in a panic. Master, the cow family is here. The Yi family disciple quickly reported to Yi Chong. Yi Chong frowned and walked out of the hall. Boss Chu, let's go have a look. Yi Xinlan stopped spinning and quickly followed behind Yi Chong. The cow family was also one of the 5 families of the Pill Pagoda. However, unlike the Yi family, the cow family did not decline in the past few decades. Instead, their alchemy talent grew with each generation. At the moment, the atmosphere in the Yi Mansion square was tense. At a glance, The huge square seemed to have been split into two distinct camps by a giant sword. On one side was the Yi family, and on the other side was the Cow family in their light red robes. Against the Yi family, the Cow family who barged in gave off an overbearing vibe. The Cow family's group was led by a young man in a purple alchemist's robe. There was a light blue badge on his robes. There was a pagoda on the badge, and there were 6 dazzling purple gold rings and 3 smaller red stars on the pagoda. A level 6 alchemist, and a badge from the Pill Pagoda. Beside the young man was an old man in a grey robe. The old man in grey robe had wrinkles all over his face. He looked like he was about to die, but the majestic aura he exuded made the Han family's hearts palpitate. "Where is Yi Chong? Tell him to come out and see me," the young man from the Cow family roared. "How dare you? How can the name of our Yi family's patriarch be casually used by a junior like you?" The faces of the Yi family's members were incomparably ugly. "Do you really think you're still the Yi family of the past? You're merely occupying the resources of the 5 great clans." The young man snorted coldly, and his words carried a hint of arrogance. "Cao Dan, why did you come here in such a big way? Are you here to denounce us?" Hearing Cao Dan's voice, the Yi family members quickly opened up a path for him. "Yi Chong, my marriage with Xinlan was approved by you. Now, you're telling me that the marriage is off. Are you making fun of my Cow family?" Cao Dan glared at Yi Chong angrily, as if he did not care who the other was. "Cao Dan, this concerns my marriage." "I didn't say anything, so what right do you have to publicize it? Who doesn't know the intentions of your Cow clan? I'm afraid that you're just looking for an excuse to prepare for the subsequent annexation of my Yi clan." Yi Xinlan stepped forward and glared at Cao Dan. "Regardless of whether you agree or not, I must take you away today." Cao Dan's words were overbearing. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the Cow clan members. "Capture her. Who dares to make a move?" Just as a few Cow clan members were about to step forward to capture Yi Xinlan, Yi Chong's eyes hardened. His cold gaze immediately frightened those Cow clan members. "Yi Chong, stop struggling. We must take your granddaughter away." At this moment, the grey-robed old man beside Cao Dan, who had been silent all this while, raised his eyes to look at Yi Chong. His somewhat hoarse voice spread through the air. In the next moment, the grey-robed old man slowly took a step forward. As he took this step, a terrifying aura immediately rose out of nowhere like a huge wave and suddenly filled the huge square. Some of the weaker Yi clan members in the square immediately turned pale. Yi Chong looked at the grey-robed old man, and his expression clearly became solemn. Just as he turned his gaze towards Chu Bei to seek help, Hei Qing had already walked out under Chu Bei's instructions. "A mere 1-star Do Zun, are you trying to use your aura to scare people?" A mocking voice was spat out from Hei Qing's mouth. After his voice sounded, Hei Qing's right foot stomped on the ground. A spiderweb-like ripple spread out from his foot with lightning-like speed. At the same time, an even more vast aura surged out from Hei Qing's body, instantly disintegrating the grey-robed old man's terrifying aura. The grey-robed old man's expression suddenly sank when he sensed this aura. His eyes contained an additional fear as he looked at Hei Qing. Immediately, the grey-robed old man transmitted his voice to Cao Dan beside him. Cao Dan's expression changed when he heard the grey-robed old man's words. He frowned slightly. Next, he took a step forward and cupped his hands towards Hei Qing. "Elder Zun, I am Cao Dan. If you need the Yi clan to refine pills, my Cow clan can help you." Cao Dan was extremely respectful towards Hei Qing, but he did not show any fear or anxiety. The Cow clan was powerful. During these years, there were many elite Do Zuns who wanted to ask the elders of the clan to refine pills for them. After seeing this many times, one would not be too shocked. "Go back from where you came from. I don't have time to be long-winded with all of you." Hei Qing appeared a little impatient. Cao Dan's face turned dark and cold when he heard this. He was just about to say something when he sensed the gaze of the grey-robed old man beside him. He swallowed the words in his mouth. "Since you have the protection of a Do Zun, I will let you off today. 2 days later, you will fall from the position of the 5 great clans and will be at the mercy of my Cow clan." Cao Dan had not walked far when he turned around. After glancing at He Qing, he let out a cold snort towards Yi Zhong and the other members of the Yi clan. If it were not for the fact that we failed the last 2 tests, the Pill Tower would not have allowed our Yi clan to be suppressed by the Cao clan. Yi Zhong helplessly sighed as he watched Cao Dan's group leave. After which, he cupped his hands towards Chu Bei and thanked him. Yi clan leader, if we can maintain our position as one of the 5 great clans after the test, can you bring me into that star region to search for something? Chu Bei asked. Boss Chu, are you referring to the 3000 burning flame? Yi Zhong was startled as he probed. Chu Bei nodded. Boss Chu, you may not know this, but every clan that passes the test will have 2 quotas to enter the star region. If Xinlan really passes the test this time, I can naturally give you one of the quotas. Yi Zhong paused at this point and kindly reminded, however, the 3000 burning flame has already gained sentience. It will not be easy to subdue it. Otherwise, those old monsters from the Pill Tower would have already subdued it. That is good. Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. As for how to subdue it, you do not need to worry about me. Boss Chu, can we continue then? Yi Xinlan looked at Chu Bei expectantly. 2 days passed in a flash. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chu Bei, Yi Zhong and the rest arrived at Pill City. In the 2 days at the Yi family, Chu Bei successfully sold 800 million, and used all the willpower points to upgrade his cultivation. He broke through from a 3-star dozun to a 5-star dozun. The location of the 5 great families test was in a special hall in Pill City. This was the exclusive place for the previous tests, and was set up by the Pill Tower. It was clear that the Pill Tower valued the 5 great families test greatly. With Yi Chong leading the way, the group soon arrived before a grand hall. The Yi family has arrived. Upon seeing Yi Chong, the 2 rows of guards at the entrance of the palace shouted at the same time towards the palace. Once they entered the hall, Chu Bei and the rest became the focus of countless mocking gazes. Looking around, the seats in the hall were almost filled with people, and all of them had strong auras. They were obviously from powerful factions or families. Look, the main characters this time are here. If they fail again this time, they will fall out of the 5 great families. Without the Pill Tower's protection, the Yi family will have a hard time in the future. Back in the day, the Yi family was so powerful. Among the 5 great families, only the Dan family could compare to them. But now, they have fallen to the point where they can't even pass the Pill Tower's test. Yi Zhong ignored the mocking words and the mocking gazes from all directions. He knew that these factions were all waiting for the Yi family to fail again. In this way, the fallen Yi clan could be considered to have given them an extremely good position. Boss Chu, look at those directions. The Dan family, Cao family, Bai family, and Qiu family are at the front. Yi Zhong led Chu Bei to the Yi family's seats and pointed to the 4 directions. Chu Bei looked in the direction Yi Zhong pointed and nodded slightly. 15 minutes later. In the center of the hall, the ground shook slowly, and a white-haired old man appeared on the stage. This old man is called Sheng Yarrow, one of the 8 great elders of the Pill Tower. He's also a grade 8 intermediate alchemist. Yi Zhong introduced the white-haired old man to Chu Bei as soon as he appeared. Since all the 5 great families are here, then I'll get straight to the point. The test is the same as the previous years. Every family will choose one person from the younger generation, and will decide the grade of the pill according to their age. Those who pass the test will have 2 spots to head to the starfield and try to subdue the mysterious flame. The white-haired old man looked in Yi Zhong's direction when he spoke up to hear, since the Yi family has failed the previous 2 tests, if you fail again this time, then you will be removed from the 5 great families and won't enjoy the Pill Tower's special resources and privileges. The test will start with the Cao family. A young man from the Cao family's seat leaped onto the stage when the white-haired old man finished speaking. The young man was Cao Dan, who trespassed into the Yi family's residence 2 days ago. The white-haired old man glanced indifferently at the young man and said, Cao family's Cao Dan, 20 years old. You need to refine a grade 6 advanced pill. Understood. Cao Dan bowed to the white-haired old man and began to refine the pill on the stage. His movements were skillful, and his face was full of confidence. 2 hours later, a rich fragrance wafted through the air and filled the entire hall. A light purple pill appeared in Cao Dan's palm. Purple pill, grade 6 advanced pill. Cao Dan from the Cao family has passed the test. Cao Dan looked at the Yi family members with pride when he heard the white-haired old man's announcement. In the next 4 hours, the Dan family, the Bai family, and the Chiu family passed the test one after another. Yi family's representative, please come to the stage. As the white-haired old man's voice sounded on the stage, the Yi family's seat became the focus of everyone's attention again. Everyone looked like they were watching a show. Boss Chu, I'm going up. Yi Xinlan ignored the mocking gazes around her. She saluted to Chu Bei with her fists and walked onto the stage confidently. Yi Xinlan from the Yi family, 18 years old. You need to refine a grade 6 intermediate pill. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xinlan and said calmly. Like the others, Yi Xinlan bowed to the white-haired old man and walked to the furnace. Chapter 129. Yi Xinlan may be the most talented in the younger generation of the Yi family, but she is only a Tier 5 alchemist. It is impossible for her to refine a middle Tier 6 pill. If it were me, I'd rather just give up. The crowd's eyes fell on Yi Xinlan. Their mocking words had just sounded when they felt the energy ripple released by Yi Xinlan. Their expressions changed drastically. Dozong's aura. This girl has become a Dozong. How is that possible? Something must have gone wrong. How can she be a Dozong? Sensing Yi Xinlan's combat energy ripple, the spectators' expressions were replaced by shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Some of the Cao family members, represented by Cao Dan, were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to fall out. 2 days ago, they had just met Yi Xinlan when she was still an 8-star Do Wang. How did she suddenly become a Dozong? Even a Tian-level technique would not have such a terrifying boost. Besides, they had never heard of the Yi family having such a secret technique. On the high platform, the white-haired old man's eyes flashed with surprise. With his cultivation, he could naturally see that Yi Xinlan was a true Dozong. The only ones who did not show any emotion were Chu Bei, Yi Chong, and the rest. Look. What kind of flame is she controlling? It has 3 colors. It feels a little like an exotic flame, but there is no exotic flame on the exotic flame ranking that has 3 colors. Moreover, compared to the exotic flame, the 3-colored flame she controls is much more docile. It is not difficult for a Dozong to refine a middle Tier 6 pill with this strange flame. On the high platform, Yi Xinlan ignored the commotion in the stands. She controlled the 3-colored flame and focused on refining the pill. As the temperature in the cauldron gradually rose, Yi Xinlan's hand swiped across the air. The medicinal herbs on the shelf flew out one by one and landed on the table beside her in an orderly manner. At a glance, Yi Xinlan had picked up 100 types of medicinal herbs. Since when does a middle Tier 6 pill need so many medicinal herbs? She is probably trying to refine a Tier 7 pill. Is she crazy? With her current cultivation and that tricolored flame, as long as she can refine a level 6 middle grade pill, the Yi clan's position as one of the 5 great clans will be preserved. Don't tell me that she thinks that she can refine a Tier 7 medicinal pill just because she has become a Dozong? What a joke. The difficulty of refining a 7th rank pill is not only that one needs to experience countless failures to accumulate experience, but it also has an incomparably harsh requirement for soul force and control of the flame. Seeing that Yi Xinlan had picked out more than 100 herbs, the expressions of the people in the stands changed again. The white-haired elder also frowned at Yi Xinlan's choice. Under Yi Xinlan's manipulation, medicinal herbs were thrown into the medicine furnace one by one. In less than 10 minutes, a third of the herbs on the table were gone. As time passed, fewer and fewer people questioned Yi Xinlan. This was because Yi Xinlan's alchemy technique, the time interval between tossing in the herbs, and her control of the fire had reached a level that made them gasp in amazement. This gave them the illusion that the person refining on the stage was not Yi Xinlan from the Yi clan, but an old monster from the pill tower who had refined pills for most of his life. Even the white-haired elder on the high stand was completely stunned. His expression was as if he had seen a monster. Gradually, the herbs on the table became fewer and fewer until they all disappeared. The tricolored flame burned fiercely in the medicine furnace. As the flame burned, one could faintly see the shape of a pill. A faint pill fragrance spread from it. Under the scorching of the tricolored flame, the pill prototype gradually became round. After another hour, Yi Xinlan flicked her finger, and the lid of the medicine cauldron flew away. A red and purple rainbow burst out from the medicine cauldron and landed firmly in Yi Xinlan's hand. Almost at the same time, a strong pill fragrance that made people feel refreshed wafted out and filled the entire hall. The pill is done. It is really done. What kind of pill is that? Seeing the purple and red pill in Yi Xinlan's hand, everyone in the stands stood up from their chairs. Soul stabilizing pill. On the high stand, the white-haired elder recognized the pill in Yi Xinlan's hand. What? This is the soul stabilizing pill. Hearing the name of the elixir from the white-haired old man's mouth, everyone in the stands looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with extreme shock. Although they had never seen the soul-stabilizing pill, they had heard of it. As the name suggested, this pill was very beneficial to those with damaged souls. It was an advanced level 7 pill. Elder, please take a look. Yi Xinlan stepped forward and handed the soul-stabilizing pill to the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder took the soul-stabilizing pill and studied it carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Elder, if you like it, can you announce the result? Yi Xinlan asked. Hearing that, the white-haired elder came back to his senses. He glanced at everyone in the hall and said in a strong voice, Yi Xinlan from the Yi clan has refined the advanced level 7 pill, the soul-stabilizing pill. She has passed this year's assessment. The Yi clan's position as one of the 5 great clans will remain. They will continue to be protected by the Pill Tower and enjoy the privileges of the 5 great clans. At this point, the white-haired elder looked at Yi Zhong and said, Brother Yi, congratulations. Hearing the white-haired elder's words, Yi Zhong let out a long sigh. His expression became very relaxed, as if the heavy stone that had been pressing on his heart had finally been lifted. The Yi clan elders behind him also could not help but cheer excitedly. Elder Yarrow, there must be something wrong with the Yi clan's assessment. At this moment, Cao Dan from the Cao clan stood up from his seat and pointed at Yi Xinlan. Yi Xinlan from the Yi clan. We have witnessed her refining process. There is no problem at all. Do you mean that there is something wrong with my appraisal? The white-haired elder's eyes focused and his face became gloomy. It has only been 2 days. How did Yi Xinlan go from a Do Wang to a Do Zong? How could she go from a level 5 alchemist to a level 7 alchemist? How can there be nothing fishy about this? Cao Dan from the Cao clan continued. Yi Xinlan glanced at Cao Dan indifferently and said coldly, maybe the heavens are looking after my Yi clan. I have received a great opportunity in these 2 days. As for what the opportunity is, I have no comment. Opportunity? Haha. Who would believe such words? Cao Dan let out a cold laugh. Little brat from the Cao clan, this is not a place for you to mess around. The white-haired elder was clearly furious. A terrifying aura erupted. The truth is right in front of you. If you continue to pester endlessly, don't blame me for not giving your Cao clan any face. Cao Dan was about to say something when he heard the white-haired elder's words. However, before he could open his mouth, he was stopped by a Cao clan elder. Gather at the Pill Tower in 6 hours. The 3 elders in the tower will open the star regions for you. Each clan will have 2 spots. After the white-haired elder's powerful voice sounded, his body disappeared into thin air. Many factions left the large hall after the assessment ended. In less than 2 hours, the news of the assessment had spread throughout the entire Pill City. The assessment of the 5 large clans is out. Do you know about it? Quickly tell us. Did the Yi clan pass this time? It is rumored that the Yi clan will be kicked out of the 5 large clans if they did not pass. Under normal circumstances, the Yi clan should have been eliminated this time. Stop keeping us in suspense. What happened? However, the Yi clan's assessment this time around was not normal. Yi Xinlan from the Yi clan actually refined the high-grade Tier 7 soul-stabilizing pill. What? High-grade Tier 7? How is this possible? Let's not talk about the harsh requirements of refining a Tier 7 medicinal pill. Just the cultivation alone would require one to at least enter the Dozong realm. However, according to what I know, Yi Xinlan is only a Do Wang. Could your information be wrong? When I first heard this news, my thoughts were the same as yours. However, the truth is as such. At that time, everyone in the large hall witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. Yi Xinlan's cultivation has indeed entered the Dozong realm. I heard that she had obtained a great opportunity during these 2 days. If this is true, the Yi clan will not be able to maintain its position as one of the 5 large clans. Discussions broke out all over the large streets and inside and outside Pill City. As the news spread, many factions in the city began to rush to the Pill Tower. The opening of the Star Regions after the 5 large clans assessment was a grand occasion in Pill City. This was because the 3000 Burning Flame, which was ranked 9th on the Heavenly Flame ranking, was present in the Star Regions. During the opening of the Star Regions in the past, the 3 great heads of the Pill Tower would use a secret technique to project the scene within the Star Regions to the sky above the Pill Tower's square. Hence, many factions could use this opportunity to witness the glory of the 3000 Burning Flame. Of course, they did not think that any of the 10 people from the 5 large clans would be able to subdue the 3000 Burning Flame. After all, the 3000 Burning Flame was an existence that even the upper echelons of the Pill Tower were unable to subdue. The reason why these younger generation members were allowed to enter was merely a gimmick. Gradually, the square of the Pill Tower became a boiling cauldron of voices. At a glance, it was filled with a black mass of human figures that filled every corner of the square. The people from the 5 large clans were all present in the middle of the square. The people from the 5 large clans who are about to enter the Star Regions should ascend the stage first. Sheng Yarrow floated in the air. His powerful voice spread throughout the square. Quickly look. The 2 spots from the Bai clan have been given to the Bai siblings. It definitely belongs to the 2 of them. Bai Dao is a Tier 6 high-grade alchemist while Bai Ying has stepped into the Tier 7 ranks. When the 2 figures from the Bai clan leaped onto the stage, the square was filled with discussions. The young man called Bai Ying had a rather handsome appearance. There was a trace of gentleness between his brows. However, this gentleness was obviously directed at the white-clothed young lady beside him. After the Bai clan, 2 people from the Dan clan stepped onto the stage. This also caused a commotion in the surroundings. These 2 people were called Dan Xian and Dan Bai. They were the 2 most talented people among the younger generation of the Bai clan. After them, 2 people from the Qiu clan stepped onto the stage. They were called Qiu He and Qiu Luo. They were a pair of twin brothers. Although they were only Tier 6 high-grade alchemists, they had once refined a Tier 7 pill together. When the 2 people from the Cao clan stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere in the square was clearly much more lively. This was not because of Cao Dan, but because of the black-clothed young lady beside him. The black-clothed young lady had a slender body and a cold and arrogant temperament. Her fine black hair casually draped over her waist. Her slightly thin face was exceptionally delicate. The young lady was called Cao Ying. She was publicly recognized as the most talented person among the younger generation of the 5 large clans. She was well known in the entire Pill City and was also the capital of the Cao clan to show off to the outside world. She was not even 21 years old, but she was already a Tier 7 middle-grade alchemist. Other than that, she also had another identity. She was the direct disciple of one of the 3 giants of the Pill Tower. Chu Bei glanced at the 8 people from the 4 large clans who had already stepped onto the stage. Among the 8 people, only Cao Dan from the Cao clan had participated in the assessment of the 5 large clans. The other 7 people did not participate. When Yi Xinlan and Chu Bei stepped onto the stage, the commotion below the stage became even louder. The commotion reached its peak in an instant. After all, Yi Xinlan, who had gone through the assessment, had now become the focus of the entire Pill City's discussion. Even the 8 people from the 4 large clans, including Cao Ying, looked at Yi Xinlan and sized her up again. Of course, there were also some discussions about Chu Bei and guessing his identity. Buzz buzz, not long after the people from the 5 large clans stepped onto the stage, a buzzing sound came from above the pill tower. Then, 3 voices walked out from the ripples. The leader was an old man in white. There was no aura around him at all. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles. His eyes looked a little thin under the pressure of the wrinkles. At first glance, the old man in white looked like an ordinary old man. However, the way he stood in the void proved that he was not ordinary. On both sides of the old man in white, there was a beautiful woman in a purple robe and a dark-skinned old man. When the 3 people appeared, the people from the pill tower, including Sheng Yarou, bowed to them one after another. The 3 people were known as the 3 giants of the pill tower, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lazy. Little girl Yi, I've also heard about the test. This old man is actually very interested in your opportunity. When you come out of the star region, I wonder if you can tell me about it. Of course, if you are not willing, I will not force you. Xian Kongzi looked at Yi Xinlan. There was a gentle smile in his eyes that were as unfathomable as a deep pool. Yi Xinlan was obviously nervous when she met Xian Kongzi's gaze. She bit her lips and nodded involuntarily. Xian Kongzi's gaze moved away from Yi Xinlan and swept across the 10 people on the stage. Since you are all ready, we will open the star region in a while. As we need to maintain the stability of the star region, we cannot enter. Elder Sheng Yarou will lead the team. After Xian Kongzi finished speaking, Tian Lazy added, although your goal is the 3000 burning flame, if you can't get it, don't force it. Treat this as an experience. Obviously, in Tian Lazy's opinion, it was impossible for these 10 people to subdue the 3000 burning flame. After repeatedly reminding them, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lazy looked at each other. They formed a seal at the same time and quickly changed it. Vast soul fluctuations spread out from their bodies. In just a moment, the void in front of the pill tower fluctuated violently under everyone's shocked gazes. Then, a light silver spatial door appeared. Chapter 130. Follow me in. Sheng Yarou's gaze swept over the 10 people on the stage. After his voice sounded, he took the lead and flew through the large silver door. Yi Xinlan, Cao Ying, and the rest of the 10 hurriedly followed. Following the spatial fluctuation, 11 figures flew through the large silver door one after another. When the large silver door closed, a projection appeared in the empty space in front of the 3 great heads of the pill tower. The projection displayed the scene in the star field that Sheng Yarou's group was in. Is this the star field? The temperature is indeed much higher than the outside world. The Bai siblings observed their surroundings. The moment they entered the star field, they sensed a wave of hot air blowing toward them. All of you must follow me closely. Do not leave the group. There are empty cracks in this star field. All of you will bear the consequences of entering by mistake. Elder Sheng Yarou was at the front. After his somewhat deep voice sounded, he took the lead and flew in a certain direction. Cao Ying, Yi Xinlan, and the rest nodded and responded in unison before following closely behind Sheng Yarou. Due to the continuous flight, the temperature of the surrounding space also increased. At the beginning, they could still accept it. However, after flying for 15 minutes, all of them had no choice but to summon the Do Qi within their bodies to resist the unbearable high temperature. Sheng Yarou stopped flying when the temperature in the air reached a level where even summoning Do Qi would cause them to feel hot. The 3000 burning flame is in front. After flying for a short distance, a blazing light suddenly appeared in the distant void. As the distance increased, the object within the blazing light gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight. At the same time, the expressions of those who had never seen the 3000 burning flame on the square of the pill tower instantly became dull when they saw this scene through the projection in the air. Their throats rolled as they involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Is that the 3000 burning flame? Its shape is actually that of a huge dragon. It is even more spectacular than I imagined. On the square, everyone's eyes were filled with utter shock. They saw an incomparably huge dragon within the glaring light. The huge dragon's eyes were tightly shut. Its body was coiled up and there was a strange purple-black flame lingering over its huge body. As the flame rose, the surrounding space became distorted. The huge dragon coiled in the vast star field. The purple-black flame seeped out of its body and burned fiercely. Even Elder Sheng Yarrow, who had led many teams, could not help but feel his emotions fluctuate when he saw such a scene. At a closer look, the surface of every dragon scale on the dragon's body was covered with black lines that looked like spider silk. These black lines intertwined with each other to form extremely mysterious runes. The dragon scales were connected, and these runes were like an incomparably huge black net that completely enveloped the dragon. Clearly, this was the seal the Pill Tower's head had placed on the 3,000 burning flame. Is this the deviant flame they want us to try to subdue? The White Eagle siblings, Dan Xian, Dan Bai, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Compared to the giant dragon in front of them, they were like ants, and an inexplicable feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. Even though the dragon was in a deep slumber at the moment, the dragon might that it exuded when it breathed still gave people the urge to prostrate and worship it. Elder Sheng Yarrow, are you sure this thing can be subdued? The two from the Chiu family pointed at the dragon and looked at Sheng Yarrow at the same time. This size was simply too shocking. Don't worry, I'm just taking you through the process while it's asleep. Don't tell me you really want to subdue this thing, Elder Sheng Yarrow said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he looked at the White Eagle siblings of the Bai family. Let's start with your Bai family. As soon as Elder Sheng Yarrow's voice fell, everyone's gazes gathered on the White Eagle siblings. Don't be afraid, it has already been sealed by the president and the other two. Just do as they taught you, and nothing will happen. Seeing the White Eagle siblings hesitate, Elder Sheng Yarrow opened his mouth to speak. Bai Dao, wait for me here. I'll go and try first. Hearing Elder Sheng Yarrow's words, the White Eagle gave Bai Dao a look, then took a deep breath. Under the gazes of the others, he slowly walked toward the sleeping dragon in front of him. The closer he got to the giant dragon, the more intimidating the dragon's might was. The White Eagle's expression also became more vigilant and solemn. Arriving in front of the giant dragon, the White Eagle flew up until he hovered in front of the giant dragon's head. Facing the giant dragon at such a close distance, the White Eagle let out a long breath and tried his best to remain calm. Then, the White Eagle stretched out his right hand and slowly placed it on the centermost dragon scale on the giant dragon's forehead. Just as the White Eagle injected a wisp of soul energy into the dragon scale, his body trembled slightly. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated, as if he was communicating with the giant dragon. Bang! About 3 minutes later, the White Eagle opened his eyes. The White Eagle's body seemed to have been blasted away by an invisible force, and he was forced to take several steps back. Is this considered a failure? Of course. That's a strange flame with intelligence. How could it be subdued so easily? In the outside world, the people who witnessed this scene in the Pill Tower's plaza began to discuss. Brother, are you all right? In the starfield, the White Eagle had just flown back to Bai Dao's side when the latter asked with a worried expression. I'm fine. It's just a failure. The White Eagle shook his head. His words seemed to contain a sense of defeat. Let's go next. Elder Sheng Yarrow's voice was calm as if this result was completely within his expectations. After he finished speaking, he gave the White Eagle a look that said, Don't be discouraged, everyone is the same. The second person to try was Bai Dao. Her steps were the same as the White Eagle's. The result was the same. In less than 3 minutes, she was blasted back by the invisible force. After the Bai family, the Dan family went up. After witnessing the White Eagle siblings' failure, Dan Xian and Dan Bai seemed particularly relaxed. The final result was also expected. It ended in failure. Soon, the Chiu family went up and lost. Cao Dan went up and lost. Cao Ying went up and lasted the longest, as long as 5 minutes. However, she still failed. Yi Xinlan, it's your turn, Elder Sheng Yarrow looked at Yi Xinlan and said calmly. At the same time, the people in the Pill Tower's plaza also had looks of anticipation. Of course, They did not have any hope that Yi Xinlan would be able to subdue the 3,000 burning flame. Instead, they wanted to know how long she could last. After all, judging from the previous 8 people, the longer one could last, the stronger one's alchemy skills would be. Up until now, Cao Ying from the Cao family had lasted the longest, as long as 5 minutes. As the focus of today's event, Yi Xinlan had successfully refined the high-grade 7 soul-stabilizing pill. Naturally, they were curious about who was stronger between her and Cao Ying. However, after hearing Elder Sheng Yaro's words, Yi Xinlan did not immediately move. Instead, she looked at Chu Bei beside her. "Boss Chu, isn't the purpose of your trip the 3,000 burning flame? Is there a need for me to make a move?" Yi Xinlan asked through her divine consciousness. "Go. I don't mind waiting a few more minutes." Chu Bei nodded slightly at Yi Xinlan with a smile on his face. "If you can really subdue it, then consider it your opportunity." After hearing Chu Bei's words, Yi Xinlan nodded and then flew to the front of the giant dragon's head. After Yi Xinlan placed her palm on the dragon scale at the center of the dragon's head, she slowly closed her eyes. As soon as she closed her eyes, a wisp of soul power carefully flowed along her arm and entered the dragon's scale. In the next moment, Yi Xinlan felt as if she had appeared in a strange place of nothingness. At a glance, this place of nothingness was filled with purple-black flames. In the center of the flames, there was a mini dragon that looked similar to a giant dragon but was countless times smaller. At this moment, this mini dragon was coiled up with its eyes closed, as if it was still sleeping. Is this the heavenly flame origin that Elder Sheng Yaro mentioned? Looking at the mini dragon, Yi Xinlan took a deep breath and controlled her soul power to float toward the mini dragon. Then, she slowly wrapped it around the latter's body. At the same time, she continuously sent friendly messages to the mini dragon. "It's useless." Looking at the indifferent mini dragon and feeling the strange energy that began to surge around her, Yi Xinlan sighed. She knew that this strange energy was the invisible energy that had pushed back the previous 8 people. It had only been 6 minutes since her soul had entered. However, just as the invisible energy was about to hit her, Lil Dragon, who had his eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. The invisible energy disappeared and Yi Xinlan's soul continued to exist in this place of nothingness. Looking into the mini dragon's cold dragon eyes that were filled with purple-black flames, Yi Xinlan inexplicably shuddered and goosebumps rose all over her body. "Your soul has the sense that I like, and there are 3 of them. However, they seem to be a little weak. They are not the main body but just a branch of the main body." The mini dragon stared coldly at Yi Xinlan and spoke in human language. "Even so, I still want to eat you." Listening to the mini dragon's cold words, Yi Xinlan was stunned at first, but she quickly reacted. The scents that it liked were the tricolored flames that she had obtained from Boss Chu. According to Boss Chu, this tricolored flame was formed by the fusion of 3 heavenly flames. Just as Yi Xinlan was about to communicate with the mini dragon, the latter did not give her a chance. It opened its mouth and spat out a purple-black flame. In an instant, the purple-black flame engulfed Yi Xinlan's soul consciousness. Almost at the same time, Yi Xinlan opened her eyes in the star field. However, compared to the previous 8 people, she was not pushed back by the invisible energy. Instead, she landed in front of Chu Bei. 7 minutes. Yi Xinlan actually lasted for 7 minutes. Could it be that her alchemy skills are better than Cao Ying's? Everyone in the Pill Pagoda Square exclaimed. This time, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lei's expressions changed. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes because they knew that there was only one situation where they would not be pushed back by the invisible energy. Elder Sheng Yaro, I also failed. Yi Xinlan bowed to Elder Sheng Yaro. Elder Sheng Yaro looked at Yi Xinlan in shock and stammered, "You communicated with the 3,000 burning flames origin?" Chapter 131. Hearing Elder Sheng Yaro's words, Bai Ying and his sister, Cao Dan, Cao Ying, and the rest all focused their attention on Yi Xinlan. They had all seen the mini dragon, but no matter how they tried to wake it up, it was still in a deep sleep. Therefore, when they learned that Yi Xinlan had woken up the mini dragon, they were all shocked. As for Chu Bei, He was still very calm, as if he had already guessed the reason. Yi Xinlan nodded. It has indeed woken up, but it woke up on its own. As soon as it woke up, it swallowed my soul. Is it because of the tricolored flame? Elder Sheng Yarou reacted when he thought of the tricolored flame that Yi Xinlan had used to refine the soul-stabilizing pill. It should be. Yi Xinlan pretended to be ambiguous. Rumble, just as Elder Sheng Yarou wanted to ask something else, the huge dragon's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Its body moved slightly, and the entire void shook and roared. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's aura spread out. Retreat! Elder Sheng Yarou immediately ordered when he sensed that the 3,000 burning flame had woken up. Yi Xinlan, Cao Ying, and the rest immediately retreated and maintained a certain distance from the huge dragon. I've slept for too long. It's time to move my body. The huge dragon opened its huge mouth and locked its gaze on Yi Xinlan. However, just as it moved, the runes on the dragon's scales all over its body released a strange light at the same time. This damned seal. Under the light of these runes, the huge dragon's body could only sway slightly. Since it has woken up, let's end it here today. Elder Sheng Yarou looked at the 3,000 burning flame and said indifferently, Elder, there is still one person from our Yi family who hasn't made a move yet. Yi Xinlan quickly spoke up. Elder Sheng Yarou looked at Chu Bei and pointed at the 3,000 burning flame. It has already woken up. It's too risky to approach it. You can leave this opportunity for the future. When Chu Bei met Elder Sheng Yarou's gaze, he was just about to speak when a crack appeared in the void on the right side of the 3,000 burning flames. Subsequently, a large amount of black fog gushed out of the crack. A figure slowly walked out of the black fog. Seeing the black figure's attire, Chu Bei swallowed the words he was about to say, and a playful expression appeared on his face. Look, who is that? In the outside world, the crowd in the plaza also noticed the black figure that had suddenly appeared beside the 3,000 burning flames through the screen, and cried out in alarm. It's him. Seoul Palace's old Mu Jiyu. How could he appear in the Pill Tower's starfield? Could it be that he's here for the 3,000 burning flames? When the thick fog around the black shadow gradually dissipated and revealed its appearance, some of the powerhouses in the square who recognized the black shadow were even more shocked. The expressions of Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lazy changed at the same time when the black shadow appeared. However, just as they changed their hand seals and prepared to reopen the silver door, a thin layer of black light suddenly lit up the entire starfield that the silver door was connected to. Damn it! They tampered with the starfield. It looks like this Seoul Palace planned this long ago. The expressions of Xian Kongzi and the other two turned grave. They continued to form hand seals while paying attention to the starfield in the screen. Old Man Yao, if you let them do this, they will never be able to subdue the 3,000 burning flames. The black shadow that appeared out of nowhere let out a strange laugh. This was a skinny, hunchbacked old man. His hair and beard were white, and his most striking feature was the scar at the corner of his eyebrows. Mu Jiyu, why are you here? Elder Sheng Yarou clearly recognized the black shadow. When he saw the other party appear, his expression instantly turned grave. Is it strange for my Seoul Palace to appear here? The corners of old Mu Gu's mouth curled up in a sinister smile. Seoul Palace. Upon hearing this word from old Mu Gu's mouth, aside from Chu Bei, the expressions of Yi Xinlan, Cao Ying, and the others changed drastically. You barged into my Pill Tower's territory. Are you not afraid that Lord Guildmaster will keep you here forever? Elder Sheng Yarou coldly stared at old Mu Jiyu and let out a cold snort. Do you think that only the people from your Pill Tower can enter this starfield? You did not reveal yourselves earlier because you were not prepared. Now, everything is ready. If they could enter, you would not be the only one speaking to me here. Old Mu Gu's words were filled with pride. Even with their strength, they would need at least 6 hours to enter. By then, I would have already left. After old Mu Jiyu finished speaking, he pointed at the vaguely visible layer of black light in the surrounding empty space. What exactly are you trying to do? Elder Sheng Yarou glanced at the tricks that the Seoul Palace had done, and his expression became increasingly grave. What else is here besides the 3,000 burning flames? Why do you think I am here? Old Mu Jiu smiled as he looked at the huge dragon on the left. Even if Lord Guildmaster cannot enter, with me here, it will not be that easy for you to obtain the 3,000 burning flames. Elder Sheng Yaro's eyes hardened. Old Mu Jiu did not care about Elder Sheng Yaro's rising aura. He pointed at Yi Xinlan, Cao Ying, and the others. Putting aside the fact that my cultivation is 1 star higher than yours, if we really fight, I want to kill those little fellows behind you. I'm afraid that you will not be able to protect them. Hearing Old Mu Gu's threatening words, Cao Ying, Bai Ying, and the others subconsciously retreated. Elder Sheng Yaro's expression became even gloomier. In the end, he withdrew his aura. This is the correct choice. Old Mu Jiu became increasingly proud. I do not have much time. You all can just watch from the side. Once I subdue the 3,000 burning flames, I will leave. After Old Mu Jiu finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Elder Sheng Yaro. Instead, he quickly flew in front of the huge dragon. Then, his hands began to form a series of dazzling hand seals. As his hand seals moved, countless strange black runes appeared out of thin air in the surrounding void. Each rune carried a subtle energy fluctuation. Under Old Mu Gu's control, these densely packed black runes surged toward the huge dragon. To be more precise, each black rune chose a dragon scale. The instant these black runes seeped into the dragon scale, they immediately merged with the runes used by the Pill Tower's great leader to seal it. Boom! The huge dragon seemed to have sensed the loosening of the seal. A trace of excitement flashed through its huge eyes. It let out a deafening dragon roar that contained a dragon's might. Almost at the same time, the purplish-black flames on the huge dragon's body suddenly soared. They were like heaven-burning flames that started to envelop this empty space. Gradually, the seal on the huge dragon's body became fainter and fainter, and the range of its movements increased. In the outside world, in the Pill Tower's plaza, if this continues, I'm afraid that the seal on the 3,000 burning flames will really be broken. Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Leizi's expressions became increasingly grave. Their hand seals sped up. While maintaining the stability of the star field, they continuously strengthened the seal on the 3,000 burning flames. In the star field, the 3,000 burning flames seemed to have sensed that Xian Kongzi and the others were strengthening the seal. A monstrous fury surged in its huge eyes. Another dragon roar resounded. The 3,000 burning flames swung its huge tail, erupting with a destructive aura. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of Elder Sheng Yaro, Yi Xinlan, and the others, the purplish-black flames on the huge dragon's body quickly split into thousands of black fire droplets. These fire droplets seemed to have been condensed. Each droplet contained a terrifying energy. In the end, these black fire droplets were the same as the Hall of Souls black runes. They each found a dragon scale and attached themselves to it. Kai Kai Kai. The addition of the black fire droplets seemed to increase the power of the Hall of Souls runes. The originally deadlocked situation instantly tilted. The seal runes made by the Pill Tower's higher-ups were disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xian Kongzi, once I break the seal, I will definitely make your Pill Tower pay a disastrous price. As the seal runes on its body decreased, the energy fluctuations emitted by the 3,000 burning flames became even more terrifying. Its might was even more intimidating. Elder, it's about to break the seal. What should we do now? The expressions of Cao Ying, Dan Xian, Bai Ying, and the others became extremely unsightly when they saw the seal runes on the 3,000 burning flames body dwindle. As members of the Pill Tower's 5 great families, they clearly knew what kind of damage the 3,000 burning flames would cause to the Pill Tower once it broke the seal. The only person whose expression did not change was Chu Bei. In fact, compared to before, Chu Bei was currently crossing his arms in front of his chest, looking like he was watching a show. Elder Sheng Yaro did not respond to Cao Ying and the others. He only shook his head and sighed. Clearly, he did not know what to do now. Crack. A few minutes later, a cracking sound came from the 3,000 burning flames body. When it opened its eyes, the seal runes on its body had completely disintegrated. Elder, its seal has been broken. The bodies of Cao Ying and the rest involuntarily trembled as they sensed the terrifying might of the 3,000 burning flames. Xian Kongzi, I will return everything you have done to me several times over. The 3,000 burning flames, which had regained its freedom, raised its enormous dragon head and let out thunderous laughter. Senior 3,000 burning flames, I have already helped you break the seal. Shouldn't you follow me to the Soul Hall? Old Mu Jiyu looked at the 3,000 burning flames in an extremely courteous manner. So your Soul Hall has already negotiated with it. Elder Sheng Yarrow rebuked when he heard Old Mu Gu's words. Old Mu Jiyu ignored Elder Sheng Yarrow and quietly waited for the 3,000 burning flames' response. I will definitely carry out the matter I discussed with you earlier. However, I have managed to escape with great difficulty. Before that, I want to settle my old debt with the Pill Tower first. After that, I will roam this world. When I get tired one day, I will go to your Soul Hall. The 3,000 burning flames' enormous dragon eyes swept across Old Mu Jiyu. An extremely human-like craftiness flashed across its eyes. What do you mean by this? Do you think that my Soul Hall is so easy to swindle? Old Mu Jiyu slowly withdrew his smile when he heard this. An additional coldness appeared in his eyes as he looked at the 3,000 burning flames. You humans are all the same. The Soul Hall you speak of is probably inferior to these people from the Pill Tower. The 3,000 burning flames glanced at Old Mu Jiyu again. Its words were cold in the forest. Chapter 132. In the Star Domain, the 3,000 burning flame looked at Old Mu Jiyu with disdain. Although it did not have a great understanding of the Hall of Souls, it knew that the other party had helped it break the seal in order to obtain its origin flame. A heavenly flame that has gained intelligence is indeed different. How cunning. Old Mu Gu's expression turned completely gloomy. However, do you think that you will not need to follow me to the Soul Hall just because you have gone back on your word? The expressions of Elder Sheng Yarrow, Cao Ying, and the others not far away improved when they heard the conversation between the 3,000 burning flame and Old Mu Jiyu. Although the 3,000 burning flame had broken the seal, from the looks of the current situation, the other party was not willing to submit to the Soul Hall. Since you have gone back on your word, do not blame this old man. Old Mu Gu's tone had become unusually dense. Do you think that you can subdue me with just you? The 3,000 burning flame swung its enormous dragon head and threw a palm with its enormous mouth. Black flames lingered around it. The Pill Tower cannot do anything to you, but do you think that my Soul Hall cannot do anything to you? Once I bring you back to the Soul Hall, this old man will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. However, Old Mu Gu's words had just sounded when an enormous black figure tore through space above his head. It was accompanied by a terrifyingly hot wind pressure as it ruthlessly slammed toward his head. A black figure also appeared above Elder Sheng Yarrow, Yi Xinlan, and the others. It was a sharp claw with flames lingering around it. The 3,000 burning flame attacked without any hesitation. It swung its tail at Old Mu Jiyu and its claw at Elder Sheng Yarrow's group. Faced with this sudden attack, both Old Mu Jiyu and Elder Sheng Yarrow did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, they quickly dodged. This was especially the case for the former. After dodging the 3,000 burning flame's dragon tail, he flipped his hand, and a bright silver jade tablet appeared in his palm. Then, he applied some force. Crack! The moment the jade tablet shattered, a large amount of black fog surged out of the hole from earlier. 3 figures wrapped in black robes slowly walked out of the black fog. As expected, this animal still refuses to cooperate obediently. After the 3 figures appeared from the black fog, 3 vast auras suddenly swept through the empty space like a storm. The appearance of the 3 figures in the Pill Tower's plaza in the outside world stirred a great commotion. Another 3 people have come. Old Mu Jiyu invited them. Looks like they are honorable elders from the Soul Hall. The powerful cultivators of the Pill City, who had their eyes fixed on the screen, were even more shocked. Are these Soul Palace fellows already so impudent? Now you don't even put my Pill Pagoda in your eyes. The expressions of Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Leizi became even more unsightly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't enter the starfield, they would have killed the people from Soul Palace on the spot. As for the 5 great clans, the Bai, Dan, Chiu, and Cow clans all had anxious and worried expressions on their faces. At this moment, the most outstanding members of their clan's younger generation were all in the starfield. Not only did they have to face the 3,000 burning flames that had broken through the seal, they also had to face the 4 venerated experts of the Hall of Souls. There was the risk of dying at any moment. Only the members of the Yi family were slightly calmer. In their opinion, Yi Xinlan would be fine with the mysterious boss Chu by her side. Mu Jiyu, you've really made ample preparations this time. Elder Sheng Yaro's frown deepened as he glanced at the 3 figures. None of these 3 people who had just appeared were weaker than Mu Jiyu in terms of aura. Clearly, they were venerated elders who possessed extremely high positions in the Hall of Souls. Forget about an ordinary first-rate faction in the Central Plains, even the famous 3 Valley Square Pavilion would not be able to take out 4 Dozuns. Even the 3,000 burning flames' enormous eyes had an additional solemnness at this moment. Boss Chu, Yi Xinlan subconsciously leaned toward Chu Bei. She was just about to open her mouth to say something when she was interrupted by the other party's gaze. That gaze told her that there was no need to be impatient. The 3 of you, there is not much time left. Once those 3 old fellows from the Pill Pagoda can enter, we will likely not be able to leave. Old Mu Jiyu glanced at the 3 venerated elders who had been summoned and spoke in a faint voice. Hall leader does indeed place great importance on this plan. In that case, let's begin. One of the venerated elders spoke. Old Mu Gu's expression changed slightly when he heard the words Hall leader. His eyes revealed some fear. The next moment, old Mu Jiyu and the other 3 venerated elders let out a cold cry at the same time. Soon after, the 4 figures split into 4 different directions and flashed apart, surrounding the enormous 3,000 burning flame. 10,000 soul-devouring formation. Cries sounded once again. A strange black fog surged out from the bodies of the 4 people in all directions and swiftly spread. In an instant, the temperature of this space plummeted due to the appearance of the strange black fog. It became unusually dark and cold. One could vaguely see many translucent souls drifting within the black fog. Their mouths emitted ear-piercing miserable cries. The strange black fog first isolated the surrounding star strength. Soon after, it began to slowly approach the 3,000 burning flame. All of you humans deserve to die. Killing intent surged in the eyes of the 3,000 burning flame when it sensed the energy ripple within the black fog. It had just regained its freedom. Naturally, it was unwilling to be sealed again. The 3,000 burning flame opened its enormous mouth amid a soul-stirring dragon roar. Purple-black flames shot out of its mouth like pillars of fire toward the 4 venerated elders of the Hall of Souls. Wherever the flames passed, the surrounding space distorted and caved in. Sizzling sounds could be heard. Faced with the crazy counterattack of the 3,000 burning flame, Mu Jiyu and the other 3 venerated elders' faces sank. The speed at which they formed hand seals increased. Clang 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 suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out from within the black fog. Then, over 1,000 black chains, each half a meter thick, shot out from the black fog and penetrated through the fire pillars. Then, like giant pythons, they continuously intertwined on the body of the 3,000 burning flame until they completely wrapped around it. I'm going to kill all of you humans. The 3,000 burning flames' expression turned sinister. Its enormous body twisted frantically in an attempt to break free of the black chains that pierced its body. At the same time, purple-black flames surged out of its body endlessly, burning the chains and the surging black fog in the surroundings. Under the burning of the pitch-black flames, the first to suffer were the translucent souls. They struggled instinctively in pain and gradually turned into nothingness. Evil creature, we underestimated you. Looking at the pitch-black chains that were beginning to crack, Mu Jiyu and the other 3 venerated elders looked at each other. After communicating with their eyes, a large amount of black fog surged out from behind them once again. Within the black fog, a large number of souls shrieked miserably as they frantically pounced toward the 3,000 burning flame. As these large numbers of souls poured in, the cracks on the pitch-black chains began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the reason why the Hall of Souls collects souls? Their methods are truly too cruel. Thousands upon thousands of souls charged into the sea of flames in a suicidal manner like moths to a flame. Although the soul power that erupted from them successfully repaired the chains, their bodies were quickly burned into nothingness by the pitch-black flames. Witnessing this scene, the faces of Cao Ying, Bai Ying, Yi Xinlan, and the others were ashen. Their gazes were filled with anger as they looked at the 4 venerated elders of the Hall of Souls. When these souls were alive, they had been killed by the people of the Hall of Souls using extremely cruel methods. After their deaths, their souls were used as cannon fodder. However, it had to be said that although the methods of the 4 venerated elders of the Hall of Souls were extremely vicious, the results were indeed quite good. As time passed, the 3,000 burning flames aura gradually became weaker. It will not be able to last much longer. Put in more effort. Mu Jiyu and the other 3 revealed joyous expressions as they sensed the weakening aura of the 3,000 burning flame. Sacrifice the life-soul lock. Just as the voice of a Hall of Souls venerated elder sounded, 4 chains that were 100 feet thick surged out from behind them. The size of the 4 chains was so large that it left one speechless. The surface of the chains was covered in strange symbols. At a closer look, one would see that the symbols were surrounded by countless faces that were filled with mournful expressions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Once these 4 chains appeared, the 3,000 burning flame that was still struggling clearly became terrified. The life-soul lock of 4 venerated elders. That 3,000 burning flame will not be able to last much longer. Elder Sheng Yarrow sighed. The life-soul lock was the final trump card of the Hall of Souls venerated elders. This was because the life-soul lock was connected to their souls. Once it was damaged, they would also suffer extremely serious injuries. Hence, the Hall of Souls venerated elders would not use it until the very last moment. Although it was very risky, its might was far from what an ordinary chain could compare to. It was extremely frightening. Form the life-soul lock formation. After the life-soul lock was sacrificed, Mu Jiyu and the other 3 changed their hand seals. Immediately, the 4 incomparably large black chains that resembled flood dragons pierced through the 3,000 burning flames' enormous body with earth-shaking miserable screeches. In practically an instant, the 3,000 burning flames' enormous body that was originally struggling calmed down. Clearly, this life-soul lock formation was even stronger than the 10,000 souls devouring formation from before. Evil creature, do you regret it now? Old Mu Jiyu snorted coldly. Gradually, under the suppression of the life-soul lock formation, the 3,000 burning flames' enormous body began to shrink at a visible speed. However, the killing intent in its enormous eyes did not decrease. Instead, it increased as it looked at Mu Jiyu. Its ferocious mouth wished that it could bite the other party into pieces. Why are you still keeping these people from the Pill Tower? The 3 venerated elders from the Hall of Souls looked at Mu Jiyu. Weren't you afraid that he would cause trouble back then? Since the 3,000 burning flame is being suppressed now, it is time to deal with them. After saying that, old Mu Jiyu looked at Sheng Yarrow's group. Outside, Pill Tower Plaza. The 3,000 burning flame is being suppressed. What are the Hall of Souls people doing now? Are they preparing to attack the Pill Tower's people? Are they going to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Pill Tower? The Hall of Souls has never done things properly. This is especially true recently. Unexpectedly, they do not even care about the Pill Tower now. The experts from Pill City watched Mu Gu's group of 4 walk toward Sheng Yarrow's group through the screen. Murderous intent began to surface on the faces of Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lazy in the sky. At the same time, they communicated with their eyes, as if they were thinking of countermeasures. Association leader, please save those little fellows. The Bai clan, Dan clan, Cho clan, and Cao clan, the people from the 4 great clans could no longer suppress the anxiety in their hearts. They bowed to Xian Kongzi's group of 3, pleading with their words. The expressions of Yi Zhong and the other upper echelon members of the Yi clan also turned grave. Their gazes were fixed on the figure beside Yi Xinlan, who had not said anything since the beginning. Mu Jiyu, you despicable person. How dare you go back on your word? In the star domain, Elder Sheng Yarrow clenched his fists tightly as he stared coldly at old Mu Jiyu. Old man Yarrow, you have already lived for so long. How can you still be so naive? By entering your Pill Tower's star domain, I have already formed a grudge with you. Since that is the case, why not kill you and weaken your Pill Tower's strength at the same time? Old Mu Jiyu let out a cold laugh. Elder Sheng Yarrow's face sank when he heard old Mu Gu's words. He turned to look at Cao Ying and the others. All of you, withdraw quickly. Cao Ying, Bai Ying, and the others exchanged glances when they heard this. After coming to a mutual decision, they turned around and flew into the distance. With their strength, they would not be of any help if they remained here. Instead, they would become a burden to Elder Sheng Yarrow. They are just a group of the younger generation. If I let them escape under my watch, won't I become a joke to the other old fellows when I return? A Hall of Souls venerated elder let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeve, and a spatial storm suddenly appeared where Cao Ying's group fled. Under the pressure of this terrifying spatial storm, Cao Ying's group had no choice but to retreat. At this moment, old Mu Jiyu had already started fighting with Elder Sheng Yarrow. The moment the two attacked, they both used killing moves. Two terrifying auras surged in the air. The shock waves from the battle tore a large hole in space. You actually dare to split your attention and pay attention to those little fellows below while fighting with me? Old Mu Jiyu pushed back Elder Sheng Yarrow with a palm strike and immediately followed up. Sensing the increasingly sharp might from old Mu Gu's palm, Sheng Yarrow no longer dared to split his attention. He focused on dealing with old Mu Jiyu with all his strength. Little fellows, you are all the best of the Pill Tower's younger generation. Perhaps if you were given another 100 years, you would all become the Pill Tower's huge arms. A Hall of Souls venerated elder looked at Cao Ying's group expressionlessly. Then, he suddenly changed his tone. With such talent, I really cannot bear to kill you here. Why don't you follow me back to Soul Hall and work for Soul Hall? My Soul Hall's resources far surpass the Pill Tower's. Your future accomplishments will only be greater. Even if we die, we will not betray our family or the Pill Tower. Bai Ying, Dan Xian, and the others did not waver when they heard the words of the Hall of Souls venerated elder. Since this is the case, we can only kill all of you on the spot. The voice of that Hall of Souls venerated elder suddenly sank. Soon after, one could see him waving his right hand. A cluster of black fog surged out of his palm. It swiftly transformed into a large black palm that tore through space and appeared above Bai Ying, Cao Ying, and the others. The eyes of Bai Ying, Cao Ying, and the others suddenly shrank when they saw the large palm slamming down. Just as they were prepared to use all their strength to join hands and block this large black palm, they suddenly discovered that the Do Qi within their bodies had been suppressed by the surging energy ripple within the black fog. Even moving had become incomparably difficult. The gap between them and an elite Do Zun was too great. It was so great that they did not have the ability to resist. Damn it! A rich dissatisfaction rose in the eyes of Bai Ying, Cao Ying, and the others as they sensed the pressuring aura above them. Most of it was hatred for the Hall of Souls. Chapter 133. Elder Sheng Yarrow, who was engaged in an intense battle with old Mu Jiyu, also sensed the danger Cao Ying's group was in. Unfortunately, old Mu Gu's cultivation was above his. He was unable to escape. Bai Ying, Dan Bai, and the others, who were in a desperate situation, exchanged glances with each other. At this moment, the fear on their faces had suddenly disappeared. It was as though they had been relieved. However, just as they were prepared to welcome death and saw that the enormous black palm was about to strike them, an unknown icy-cold feeling swept over their bodies. Soon after, a thin layer of ice strangely appeared above their heads. Bang! The enormous, dark black palm carried spatial strength. It carried a frightening might as it violently slammed into the layer of ice, creating a soul-stirring sound. The layer of ice might appear to be less than an inch thick, but it had received the frightening, dark black palm. Moreover, It did not show the slightest crack. What is going on with this layer of ice? Cao Ying, Bai Ying, and the others were initially stunned as they looked at the layer of ice that had suddenly appeared above their heads and blocked the enormous, dark black palm for them. After which, they were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock. The thing that they found difficult to imagine was that such a thin layer of ice was actually able to block the frightening palm of a Dozun from the Hall of Souls. Who is it that saved us? Could it be Elder Sheng Yarrow? But according to what I know, he does not practice ice do qi. That's not right. This layer of ice does not have any do qi ripples. There is an energy ripple that we have never come into contact with. Bai Ying, Dan Bai, and the others immediately looked at Elder Sheng Yarrow's battlefield. However, they discovered that the other party was still engaged in an intense battle with old Mu Jiyu. He did not have the time to care about them. Elder Sheng Yarrow, who was on the battlefield, did not understand the reason. His face was filled with confusion, but he immediately exhaled a long breath of relief when he noticed that the danger of Bai Ying's group had been resolved. At the same time, the people in the outside world, who had been paying attention to the situation in the star region, where did that layer of ice come from? Could it be that there are other elite Dozuns from the Pill Tower hidden in the star region? The experts on the square of the Pill Tower faced each other. Clearly, they did not understand where the layer of ice above Cao Ying's group had come from. Quickly look at that person from the Yi clan. At this moment, a sharp-eyed expert exclaimed as he pointed at the figure beside Yi Xinlan in the image. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the fingertips of the figure's right hand were covered with a thin layer of ice, which was emitting cold air. If one did not look carefully, it would not be easy to notice. Could it be that he was the one who did it? But who is this person? How come I've never seen it before? Yes, I also find it unfamiliar. When everyone saw Chu Bei's appearance, they all frowned. Previously, their attention had been focused on Cao Ying, Dan Xian, and Yi Xinlan. They had not paid much attention to this unfamiliar face. In the sky, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lazy also noticed Chu Bei, and a wisp of surprise flashed through their eyes. Who is he? Then, the three of them looked at the Yi family's patriarch, Yi Zhong, at the same time with questioning gazes. Hearing Xian Kongzi's voice, the gazes of the four great families and the other experts in the square all turned toward the Yi family. Meeting Xian Kongzi's questioning gaze, Yi Zhong hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward and saying, "I don't know Boss Chu's exact background. I only know that he is an omnipotent businessman. Xinlan's fortuitous encounter over the past 2 days was all thanks to him." What? So it was he who allowed Yi Xinlan's cultivation and soul power to soar and allowed her to possess the three-colored flame. I just didn't expect that he could even buy alchemy experience. There's actually such a mysterious existence in this world. After learning some information about Chu Bei from Yi Zhong, everyone in the square was stunned and started discussing once again. Then what is his cultivation? What is his purpose in entering the star domain? Xian Kongzi frowned slightly as he stared intently at Yi Zhong. President, I don't know his exact strength, but I can be sure that he is at least a Dozun. At this point, Yi Zhong paused for a moment before continuing. As for his purpose, it should be the 3,000 burning flame. Hearing this, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lazy looked at each other before looking at Chu Bei's figure on the screen. If the other party could resolve the crisis in the star domain, it would be better for him to obtain the 3,000 burning flame than for it to fall into the hands of Soul Hall. Immediately, the three of them even began to pray that Chu Bei's strength was above the 3 Dozuns of Soul Hall. Even if it was not enough, it could at least delay them until they broke through Soul Hall's trick in the star domain. In the star domain, the Soul Hall Dozun who attacked Cao Ying, Yi Xinlan, and the others frowned when he saw that his attack was blocked. He turned his head and swept his gaze around. After failing to find anything, he waved his right hand once again. 6 chains surged out from his back and intertwined to form a huge fist. Compared to the huge pitch-black palm from before, the huge chain fist did not attack Yi Xinlan and the others from above. Instead, it blasted out directly. Seeing the huge fist arrive in front of them in an instant, Cao Ying, Dan Bai, and the others' hearts froze. However, before danger descended, the layer of ice above their heads suddenly shattered. Countless ice shards intertwined to form an ice spear that pierced through the void and met the huge chain fist. Boom! The ice spear and the huge chain fist collided. The moment the huge sound rang out, the latter was quickly enveloped by the chill of the ice spear. As if it had been assimilated, ice crystals appeared from the inside out. Catcher! Following this, a crisp sound rang out as the huge chain fist shattered inch by inch. After destroying the huge fist, the ice spear continued forward, targeting the Soul Hall Dozun who attacked. How is this possible? Seeing the ice spear arrive in front of him, the Soul Hall Dozun hurriedly distorted the void in front of him in an attempt to shatter the ice spear. However, a terrifying spatial force surged in the Soul Hall Dozun's palm. The void in front of him caved in and distorted, but the ice spear was not damaged at all. Kai! The ice spear pierced through the Soul Hall Dozun. In the next moment, the Soul Hall Dozun's miserable shriek rang out in this space. Looking over, a round hole had appeared in the Soul Hall Dozun's chest. Fresh blood flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. Due to the layer of ice from before and the fact that Chubei's actions were not concealed at all. This time, regardless of whether it was Cao Ying, Bai Ying's group, Sheng Yaro and Mu Jiyu who were fighting intensely, or the Soul Palace revered elder who had suffered the ultimate blow, or the other two revered elders, everyone present saw the person who had attacked. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Chubei. Aside from Yi Xinlan, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. It's you. Bai Ying and his sister, who were beside Chubei, could not help but gulp. Their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think as they stood there like wooden blocks, staring blankly at Chubei. You saved us just now? Who exactly are you? Cao Ying and Cao Dan stared at Chubei somewhat numbly as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were at a loss, as if they had been struck by lightning. They looked like wooden statues. When Dan Bai, Dan Xian, and the other members of the 5 great clans learned that Chubei was the one who attacked, their faces instantly turned ashen. This had happened too suddenly and unexpectedly, catching them off guard. They originally thought that the one who saved them was a Pill Tower Dozun hidden in the starfield. Unexpectedly, it was someone who had been traveling with them from the very beginning. Old Yao, I did not expect you to hide such an existence on this trip. Fortunately, I made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, I might really have to stay here. Old Mu Jiyu glanced at Chubei before looking at Elder Sheng Yaro. Elder Sheng Yaro's shocked gaze shifted away from Chubei. His originally grave expression relaxed. Although he did not know Chubei's origins, it seemed that he was on the same side as him. With the help of an expert in such a predicament, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. You should not be someone from the Pill Tower, right? After the heavily injured Hall of Souls Honorable Elder's aura stabilized, he cautiously looked at Chubei. His entire body was as tense as a rock, and his heart was so heavy that it felt like it was filled with lead. After the short exchange just now, he was certain that the other party's strength was above his. No matter what we do, there should be a first-come, first-served rule. Chubei ignored the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the 3 honorable elders from Hall of Souls with ridicule. Under his feet, the remaining root of the frost fruit that had eaten the flesh of the devil fruit floated. The ice fruit that he had pawned this time was developed to a degree that was completely based on the development of General Qingji in One Piece's plane. It was also one of the stronger one-time use products among the 9th level products. In terms of strength, it could fight against a peak 9-star Dozun or even a Ban Sheng. You are also here for the 3000 burning flame. Hearing Chubei's words, the faces of the 3 honorable elders from Hall of Souls immediately turned dark and cold. They immediately dispelled any thoughts of roping in Chubei. Attack together. After speaking, the 3 honorable elders from Hall of Souls, including the heavily injured honorable elder, shifted their positions. They each took a position and surrounded Chubei in a triangular formation. After the 3 honorable elders took their positions, they quickly formed a seal with their hands. A buzzing sound immediately rang out in this space. With the 3 of them working together, this space was sealed. Soul-devouring blade. Immediately after, the three honorable elders let out a shout and a black fog surged out from behind them. Within the black fog, a black figure gradually solidified. Compared to the soul-devouring blade that Chu Bei had seen Wu Qian use before, the soul-devouring blade of the three honorable elders in front of him was even more impactful. The black curved blades were actually 100 feet long. The three enormous black curved blades were formed from tens of thousands of iron chains intertwined with each other, and they were covered in dense and mysterious runes. Die. Accompanied by the shouts of the three honorable elders from Hall of Souls, the three enormous black curved blades shot towards Chu Bei. You don't need to do this. Feeling the sealed space around him, Chu Bei knowingly smiled. Facing the attacks of the three honorable elders from Hall of Souls, he had never thought of dodging. With a smile in his voice, Chu Bei spread out his palms and a large amount of cold air surged out of his body. In the next moment, with Chu Bei as the center, wherever the cold air spread, everything seemed to be frozen solid. Chapter 134. Kai Kai Kai. The 3,000 feet long soul-devouring blades of the three Hall of Souls slowed when they reached the range of the cold air. Soon after, the symbols on the curved blades began to freeze and break apart. They only lasted for a moment before a cracking sound appeared. The entire curved blade was covered by ice crystals and shattered into pieces. The bone-piercing chill continued to spread. It seemed to have purposely circled around Yi Xinlan's group. Only that area was not covered by the cold air. In an instant, the entire star region was no longer dark. It was as though it had entered an ice age. Bang! The three Hall of Souls Do Chi circulated their Do Chi immediately and shattered the ice crystals on the surface of their bodies. However, before they could launch another attack, three sharp ice spears had already formed in front of Chu Bei. Xiu! In an instant, the three ice spears arrived in front of the three Hall of Souls elders. The expressions of the three Hall of Souls elders changed drastically as they looked at the ice spears that did not contain any Do Chi ripples but contained another kind of strange energy. This was especially the case for the elder who had been pierced once earlier. Some fear surfaced on his face. Soul Shield. The three elders of the Soul Palace shouted at the same time. After their shouts, thousands upon thousands of departed souls surged out from behind them. They quickly gathered in front of them and formed a wall of departed souls to block the ice spear with chilliness in front of them. However, these dead souls were like moths to a flame in front of the ice spears. They disappeared even faster than the 3,000 burning flame. However, compared to being burned by the 3,000 burning flame, these dead souls being frozen by the cold air at the tip of the spears was more of a relief. There was not much pain. Regardless of how many dead souls there were, they only managed to slow down the piercing speed of the ice spears. This kind of slowing was negligible. The bone-piercing chill destroyed the dead souls. The three ice spears pierced through the three Hall of Souls elders at the same time. Snowflakes blossomed at the tip of the spears as the fresh blood of the three Hall of Souls elders flowed. The next moment, a miserable cry was emitted from the mouths of the three Hall of Souls elders. So strong. Cao Ying, Bai Ying, and the others inhaled a deep breath of air as they looked at the painful expressions of the three Hall of Souls elders. They were startled as they looked at Chu Bei. Xinlan, who exactly is he? Dan Xian looked at Yi Xinlan and involuntarily asked. Hearing Dan Xian's question, everyone's gaze shifted to Yi Xinlan. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. A very mysterious and powerful merchant. The reason why I can compete with you is all thanks to him. Yi Xinlan looked at Chu Bei's back, her face full of admiration. As for his background, I don't know either. If you want to know more about him, you can go to the All Heavens shop in Tianhuang City. Tianhuang City? All Heavens shop? Cao Ying, White Eagle, and the others looked at each other and made a mental note. Mu Jiyu, stop fighting with that guy. Let's work together to solve our problems first. One of the Soul Palace's three honorable elders shouted at old Mu Jiyu, who was in the midst of an intense battle with Elder Shang Yao. Old Mu Jiyu first glanced at Chu Bei when he heard that. Then, His gaze swept past the 3 heavily injured honorable elders. After frowning, he immediately broke away from Sheng Yaro's battle and flew to the side of the 3 honorable elders. "Sir, you can leave Mu Jiyu to me." Elder Sheng Yaro's gaze landed on Chu Bei as he locked onto old Mu Jiyu. "According to the order, it should be my turn to attempt to subdue the 3,000 burning flame, right?" Chu Bei smiled as he looked at Sheng Yaro. Logically speaking, that should be the case, but Elder Sheng Yaro stuttered. He did not know how to respond for a moment. According to the order of the quota, it should indeed be Chu Bei's turn to subdue the 3,000 burning flame. However, in reality, he had never expected that the strength of this last person would be on a completely different level from the previous 9 people. In fact, it was even far above his own. Chu Bei ignored Elder Sheng Yaro. His gaze continued to land on the 4 honorable elders of the Soul Palace. The corners of his mouth were lifted into an arc. "There is not much time left. If we delay any longer, those old fellows from the Pill Tower will enter." Sensing that the seal on the Starfield spatial wall had begun to loosen, one of the Soul Palace's honorable elders had a grave expression. "In that case, let's deal with this fellow first before subduing the 3,000 burning flame," another honorable elder said. Their plan was perfect. However, they did not expect a variable to appear just as they were about to subdue the 3,000 burning flame. Origin Soul Chains, return. The 4 honorable elders of the Soul Palace exchanged glances before shouting at the same time. Immediately, the 4 chains binding the 3,000 burning flame returned to the backs of the 4 honorable elders. Black fog lingered around them, giving off an extremely horrifying aura. Without the restraints of the 4 origin soul chains, the 3,000 burning flame started to struggle frantically again. The fierce purple-black flames burned, and its body gradually recovered. Right now, it only wanted to struggle free of the 10,000 souls devouring formation and immediately flee. The 4 honorable elders of the Soul Palace already made it feel dangerous. Now, an even more troublesome fellow had appeared. If it continued to remain here, it would not be able to escape the fate of being subdued, regardless of who obtained it in the end. "Sir, I can deal with one person," Elder Sheng Yaro spoke again. "Just bring these little fellows away from the battlefield. As for the 4 of them, they are not worth my attention." Chu Bei's voice was indifferent, as if he was at ease. Elder Sheng Yaro hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then we will do as you say. I will watch from afar. If necessary, I will join the battlefield at any time." After saying that, Elder Sheng Yaro turned around and led Cao Ying, Yi Xinlan, and the other 8 into the distance. In an instant, only Chu Bei, the 4 honorable elders of the Soul Palace surrounding Chu Bei, and the struggling 3,000 burning flame were left on the battlefield. "Form the origin soul chains." The 4 honorable elders of the Soul Palace shouted as they formed hand seals. As the hand seals were formed, the enormous origin soul chains behind the 4 honorable elders started to shake. The frequency was surprisingly high. As the chains shook, the space that was originally covered in ice was once again filled with black fog. The various souls in the black fog let out shrill cries that made one's scalp numb. In the next moment, under the control of the 4 honorable elders, the 4 origin soul chains attacked Chu Bei from 4 directions at the same time like dragons coming out of their caves. Facing the 4 origin soul chains that were clearly much stronger, Chu Bei still did not dodge. There was no trace of panic on his face. Just as the ends of the 4 origin soul chains were about to reach him, Chu Bei's body shook slightly. In an instant, the temperature of the space dropped by another level. Then, countless snowflakes flew out of Chu Bei's body and spread in all directions. These snowflakes were not fast, but strangely, every snowflake that landed on the origin soul chains of the 4 honorable elders would slow down. As more and more snowflakes landed on them, the 4 origin soul chains finally stopped when they were less than a meter away from Chu Bei. They could not move forward anymore. Damn it! What did he do to our origin soul chains? It was also at this moment that the expressions of the 4 honorable elders changed. They were actually unable to control their origin soul chains. This feeling was as if the origin soul chains were no longer a part of them. However, soon after, they felt a bone-piercing chill enter the depths of their souls. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This freezing feeling was transmitted from the origin soul chains. Gradually, the 4 honorable elders began to tremble involuntarily. Threads of cold air began to spread from their bodies. No, fear began to appear on the faces of the 4 honorable elders. The circulating do qi in their bodies began to stagnate. Their limbs also became stiff, and they were gradually unable to move. The 4 of them could only watch as more and more ice crystals appeared on the surface of their bodies until they formed a block of ice that completely enveloped them. Chu Bei ignored the frozen 4 honorable elders. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the origin soul chains that were covered in snowflakes. As Chu Bei's right hand was placed on the origin soul chains, the latter appeared to have suddenly suffered a heavy blow. The chains began to spread upward, shattering inch by inch. Almost at the same time, the face of the honorable elder connected to the origin soul chains turned pale. His aura became extremely weak. Under the horrified gazes of Mu Jiyu and the other 2, Chu Bei appeared in front of the other 3 origin soul chains. The results were the same. Seeing the origin soul chains of the 4 honorable elders being destroyed, Elder Sheng Yarrow in the distance led Cao Ying and the others back to the battlefield. To the honorable elders of Hall of Souls, the origin soul chains were a part of them. The destruction of the origin soul chains was equivalent to a fatal injury. Even if the 4 of them were not frozen, Sheng Yarrow was currently unafraid. I will leave these 4 to your Hall of Souls. Chu Bei glanced at the 4 honorable elders of Hall of Souls. Then, he pointed at the struggling 3,000 burning flame not far away and said, "As for it, it belongs to me." Hearing Chu Bei's indifferent words, Elder Sheng Yarrow was unable to reply. However, the enormous 3,000 burning flame could not help but shiver. When it saw Chu Bei deal with the 4 honorable elders of Hall of Souls, it knew that it could not escape this calamity. After all, the other party did not even care about the origin soul chains that suppressed it, let alone the 3,000 burning flame. Little fellow, are you going to surrender yourself? Or do you want me to do it? Chu Bei flew to the front of the 3,000 burning flame's giant head, the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Can you give me some time to think about it? The 3,000 burning flame's enormous eyes had a hint of pleading. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a flash of cunning. Chu Bei naturally understood the 3,000 burning flame's intentions. It wanted to buy some time to escape from the 10,000 souls devouring array. Chu Bei did not point it out. He placed his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the 3,000 burning flame. 3 minutes later, joy surged in the 3,000 burning flame's enormous eyes. Then, with a dragon roar, the purple-black flames in its enormous mouth spat at Chu Bei. At almost the same time, the 10,000 souls devouring array around its body completely shattered. Within the raging sea of flames, a layer of ice appeared on the surface of Chu Bei's body. The surrounding purple-black flames were unable to enter. Seeing this, the 3,000 burning flame was not surprised. It did not expect its flames to be able to hurt the person in front of it. It only wanted to buy some time to escape. Without any hesitation, the 3,000 burning flame turned around and fled into the void. Chapter 135. Is this your reply to me? Chu Bei looked ahead calmly. As he spoke with a smile, he stretched out his right hand and suddenly clenched it. Suddenly, the space in the distance distorted. Dense ice crystals quickly formed and turned into a huge ice prison. There was a huge figure in the prison. It was the 3,000 burning flame that had escaped into the void. Under Chu Bei's control, the huge ice prison trapped the 3,000 burning flame and returned to Chu Bei. After spitting out purplish black flames, the 3,000 burning flame realized that it had no effect on the surrounding ice walls. It simply gave up struggling and looked at Chu Bei with a fawning expression. Chu Bei glanced at the 3,000 burning flame indifferently. He ignored the other party's pleading gaze and waved his sleeve. Buzz! With a trembling sound, a golden disc appeared out of thin air. There was a black vortex in the center of the disc. What is this? Looking at the vortex in the disc, A trace of fear appeared in the 3,000 burning flames' huge eyes. Its intuition told it that this thing was very dangerous. Chu Bei did not answer the 3,000 burning flames' question. He only smiled warmly at the latter. Seeing Chu Bei's smile, the 3,000 burning flames' huge body inexplicably shuddered. At this moment, a strange black light surged out of the black vortex in the center of the disk like a river and swept toward it. The 3,000 burning flames' pupils shrank as if it had sensed danger. It frantically struggled, trying to break out of the ice prison. However, the ice prison was very sturdy. The flames it spat out had no effect on the former at all. It was only when the black light surging out of the vortex completely wrapped around the ice prison that the ice prison broke on its own. At this moment, the 3,000 burning flame was completely enveloped by the black light. In an instant, the 3,000 burning flame stopped struggling. It was as if its consciousness had been taken away by the black light. It was motionless. In the end, under countless shocked gazes, the 3,000 burning flame's body kept shrinking. In the end, it was taken away by the black light and returned to the vortex in the center of the disk and disappeared. Host has received the 3,000 burning flame. Reward one-time use of a low-grade grade 10 commodity. Reward 2 million willpower points. The system's voice rang in Chu Bei's mind on time. At the same time, in the outside world. Where did the 3,000 burning flame go? Has it already been subdued? It can't be, right? That's a heavenly flame that has already developed intelligence. Moreover, it's an existence that's ranked 9th on the deviant flame rankings. How could it be subdued so easily? Didn't you see it being swallowed by the disk? If this doesn't count as subduing, then what does? On the field, the group of powerhouses from the City of Alchemy witnessed this and their eyes widened in disbelief. Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Leizi also had stunned expressions. Clearly, they had not expected the 3,000 burning flame to be unable to resist Chu Bei at all. However, compared to before, since Chu Bei had resolved the crisis by freezing the 4 venerable ones, the 3 of them looked much more relaxed. Is this a success? Elder Shang Yarrow muttered to himself as he watched the 3,000 burning flames disappear. After subduing the 3,000 burning flame, Chu Bei glanced at the strange seal made by Soul Hall on the space boundary of the star area and waved his right hand. The snowflakes that filled the sky danced and adhered to the Soul Palace seal. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a clear sound, the seal began to loosen. Xian Kongzi and the other 2 outside sensed this and exchanged glances before increasing the speed of their hand seals. Attacked from both inside and outside, after another 7 or 8 minutes, the silver door opened with a loud rumble. The seal made by Soul Hall on the space boundary collapsed and shattered. You all continue to maintain the stability of the star area. I will go in and bring them all out. Xian Kongzi looked at Xian Yi and Tian Leizi before he walked into the silver gate. 3 minutes later, Chu Bei's group flew out of the silver door. Xian Kongzi used his vast and mighty Do Qi to support the ice that sealed the 4 venerable ones from the Soul Hall and flew out. Many thanks to you this time. May I know if you can tell us your origins? Xian Kongzi cupped his hands towards Chu Bei. Even with his strength, he was unable to determine the other party's cultivation. Consider this 3,000 burning flame as a reward. Chu Bei replied indifferently, as for my origins, I am just a merchant. If you need anything, you can go to Tianhuang City's All Heavens shop. Chu Bei's figure flickered and appeared beside Qing Lin and Little Doctor. This matter is over. We should return. Under the gazes of countless people, Chu Bei waved his hand and a dazzling formation appeared under his feet. The formation flickered and Chu Bei, Qing Lin, Hei Qing, Tang Hua and the others disappeared. Tianhuang City above the Bluestone Plaza, a ripple appeared in the void and a formation appeared within the ripple. Chu Bei's group slowly descended into the All Heavens shop below. Boss Chu, I will take my leave first. Once she landed, Tang Hua bowed towards Chu Bei. After the other party nodded, she flew towards the burning flame valley. Boss, I thought about it and decided to go back to the clan with Uncle Hei Qing first. Speaking up to this point, little Zi Yang rolled her big eyes and said, Boss, Do you have any treasures that can contact you immediately? If I run into trouble on Dragon Island, I can still rely on you. Chu Bei glanced at little Zi Yang and took out a level 5 lucky wheel. He said, "There is a sound transmission stone that can contact me." What a stingy boss. You can't even give me one. Little Zi Yang made a face at Chu Bei and reluctantly spun the lucky wheel. After she spun the sound transmission stone and learned how to use it, little Zi Yang broke through the void and left under Hei Qing's coaxing. After Zi Yang and Hei Qing left, only Chu Bei, Little Doctor, and Qing Lin were left in the huge All Heavens shop. After Little Doctor and Qing Lin started to get busy, Chu Bei used the 2 million willpower points rewarded by the system to increase his cultivation. He broke through from a 5-star Dozun to a 6-star Dozun. Within 7 days, the host must adapt and stabilize his current cultivation. During this period, no goods are to be sold. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Chu Bei was stunned. This was the second time he heard this voice. Burning Fire Mountain Range, Burning Flame Valley. Once Tang Hua returned to Burning Flame Valley, she flew straight to a fiery red hall in the depths. "Daddy, I'm back." Once Tang Hua entered the hall, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang Zhen, who was sitting at the head of the table. "Did you come back because you were tired from playing?" Tang Zhen stared at Tang Hua with some affection. "Daddy, I really didn't go to play this time. I saw Boss Chu make a move." Tang Hua cleared her throat and hurriedly brought out the itinerary. Especially the process of Chu Bei defeating the 4 honorable elders of the Hall of War Spirits and subduing the 3,000 burning flame. He cultivates ice attribute Do Qi. After hearing Tang Hua's narration, Tang Zhen and the other elders in the hall were stunned. With his own strength, he easily defeated the combined attack of the 4 honorable elders of the Hall of War Spirits and easily subdued the 3,000 burning flame. This kind of cultivation strength was at least 9 stars Dozun. Tang Hua shook her head. "It's hard to say. Although he used ice attribute attacks, it was said that there were no Do Qi fluctuations. It was very strange." Hearing this, Tang Zhen and the others had some bewilderment and curiosity in their eyes. The next day, Tang Zhen, Tang Hua, Yi Zhong, Yi Xinlan and the others came to the All Heavens shop one after another, but they were all sent away by Chu Bei. In the next 2 days, Chu Bei directly closed the door of the mansion and immersed himself in stabilizing his cultivation. While Chu Bei was in seclusion, the entire central province was in an uproar because of the news of the ancient ruins. Early morning of the 5th day, 3 figures walked out of the spatial wormhole on the Bluestone Plaza. "It should be here." The 3 figures looked at the mansion not far away at the same time and walked over. Because everyone in the city knew that Chu Bei wasn't receiving guests recently and they were in awe of him, the front of the mansion was empty. "Boss Chu, open the door." After the 3 figures arrived in front of the mansion, one of the young men shouted loudly. Creak. The door that had been closed for several days slowly opened after the young man shouted. "Although it's not as big as my Xiao mansion, it's far more elegant." Looking at the lotus pond and rockery in the mansion, the young man sighed. "Young Master Xiao Yang, so it's you." No wonder the boss opened the door. Recognizing the person, the little doctor and Qing Lin's confusion disappeared. However, when they saw the 2 old men behind Xiao Yang, a surprised expression appeared on their faces. "Xingyun Ji's venerable foam. It's the soul in the ring." The little doctor and Qing Lin cried out in surprise. One of the old men was Venerable Feng, whom they had met in the Tianmu mountain range. The other old man was the soul that they had seen floating out of Xiao Yang's ring in Wutan City. The difference was that this soul had flesh and blood and had become a real living person. "How did you find this place?" Chu Bei walked out of the hall with a smile on his face. "Boss Chu, you're now famous in Central Province." This was especially true in Pill City, where everyone knew about it. "With the information I have in Xingyun Ge, it's not difficult for me to find your location." Yarrow Chen cupped his fists at Chu Bei. "Boss Chu, I didn't expect you to know old Yarrow long ago and even give him such a great opportunity." Feng Zunja took a step forward and looked at Chu Bei with a gaze that was filled with respect and gratitude. He had been friends with Yarrow Chen for many years and had once thought that Yarrow Chen was no longer in the world. He had investigated for many years just to avenge Yarrow Chen. Unexpectedly, Yarrow Chen had suddenly returned to Xingyun Ge recently. After understanding, he found out that Yarrow Chen had been killed by his disciple, Han Feng. As for Han Feng, he had also been killed by Chu Bei. That was a deal. I didn't give it to him, Chu Bei said calmly. When they arrived at the hall, Xiao Yang and Yarrow Chen's eyes were instantly attracted by the neat row of containers. Boss Chu, these treasures are clearly priced. Does that mean that we can buy them directly if we pay? Venerable Feng stopped in front of container number 8 and stared at one of the treasures with a burning gaze. He was obviously tempted. Chu Bei nodded and said, although you can buy it directly, it's not open for business for the time being. Venerable Feng was slightly stunned and asked doubtfully, why is that? There's no reason for it to be closed when it's open. Chu Bei replied casually and said, if there's really something you like, you can buy it in 2 days. All right, that's the only way. Venerable Feng reluctantly moved his gaze away from the treasures that he was tempted by. There was no displeasure on his face. Boss Chu, are you interested in the primordial ruins? At this moment, Xiao Yang could not help but ask. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Primordial ruins? Chu Bei frowned slightly. Boss Chu, don't tell me you don't know. Xiao Yang's expression became strange. Chu Bei did not speak. He calmly looked at Xiao Yang. The hottest topic in the central province these days is the primordial ruins. Xiao Yang organized his thoughts and said, it's said that the primordial ruins were left behind by a Do Sheng. It contains a large amount of treasures and even Tian rank Do skills. However, the primordial ruins are located in the Beast region. Once it's completely opened, the magical Beast clan's experts will definitely want to get involved. After listening to Xiao Yang's explanation, Yarrow Chen couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid the primordial ruins this time will be the same as what we experienced back then. Rivers of blood will flow and countless dozongs and dozuns will fall. Old Yarrow, you were the winner of that battle back then. The flame technique is a good thing. Venerable Feng glanced at Yarrow Chen, unlike me, who only obtained an Earth rank Do skill. System has begun recycling for the host. Current location, primordial ruins, wish limit, 5 million. Just as Chu Bei was hesitating about whether or not he should join in on the fun, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Chu Bei was startled. After regaining his wits, he hurriedly checked the system's interface. A new page had appeared on the system's interface. It introduced the recycling function. After Chu Bei skimmed through the introduction, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. This so-called function was actually one of the system's benefits. At the system's designated location, as long as there was something of value, he could turn it over to the system and obtain wish points. Of course, the amount of wish points awarded was entirely up to the system's discretion. It wasn't necessarily the value of the treasure itself. Boss Chu, why don't we go take a look at the primordial ruins? Perhaps there will be treasures that will catch your eye. Xiao Yang patiently and methodically guided him. Yarrow Chen and Venerable Feng also looked at Chu Bei with anticipation. The appearance of the primordial ruins was something that even dozuns would scramble for. If they had this seemingly bottomless Boss Chu with them, their danger would undoubtedly be much lower. Even if the other party ate the meat and they drank the soup, it would still be good. Since you have all invited me like this, wouldn't I be too unreasonable if I don't go? Chu Bei's face carried a smile. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Hearing this, Xiao Yang, Yarrow Chen, and Venerable Feng looked at each other. Joy could be seen in each of their eyes. Do the two of you want to come along? Chu Bei looked at Qing Lin and Little Doctor. Now, no matter where he went, he wanted to bring the two of them along. After all, the two of them were the people who had spent the most time with him ever since he had transmigrated. As the saying goes, affection grows with time. Boss, will we be a burden to you? Qing Lin and Little Doctor looked at each other. At the same time, they were looking forward to it. At the same time, they were also worried. Do you not believe in your boss's ability? Chu Bei's gaze swept across Qing Lin and Little Doctor. "Boss, please bring us along." Hearing Chu Bei's words, Qing Lin and Little Doctor's expressions became excited. Chapter 136. The blue sky was cloudless for thousands of miles. An enormous black shadow flashed across the distant sky, distorting the space behind it. It was a large, disc-shaped object that was heading toward the beast region. "Old Yao, since we still have time, why don't you tell me about the beast region in detail?" Xiao Yang propped up his chin and looked at Yarrow Chen with great confidence. Yarrow Chen glanced at Xiao Yang and said, "The beast region is home to nearly 70% of the magical beast clans on the Dochi continent. It can be said to be the territory of the magical beasts. 2 of the 3 overlords of the magical beast world live there, the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Abyss Deep Ground Python. A few years ago, I had some dealings with the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan. They have as many experts as the clouds and are extremely terrifying. Even though I had already advanced to the Do Zun class back then, I had no choice but to retreat when facing them." Yarrow Chen's expression gradually turned serious. He recalled the past and said, "The 9 Abyss Deep Ground Python clan has the most subordinate clans in the beast region. Their numbers are also the largest among the 3 overlord clans. Of course, the consequence of this is that the 9 Abyss Deep Ground Python clan's bloodline is getting worse with each generation and is becoming less pure." "What about the ancient Void Dragon clan?" Xiao Yang took the initiative to ask when Yarrow Chen paused. "This clan is the most mysterious. Even I have never had any dealings with them, much less understand them. I have never heard of them having subordinate clans. However, I can be sure that this clan is stronger than the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Abyss Deep Ground Python clan." Yarrow Chen looked at Chu Bei. "Boss Chu, you should have some understanding of them." Chu Bei smiled and said, "Do you remember little Zi Yang from the inner court of Canaan?" "That's right, why don't I see her? Where did she go?" Confusion appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes when he heard Chu Bei's words. He remembered that Zi Yang had followed Chu Bei to the central province. However, he hadn't seen her in the All Heavens shop. "She is an ancient void dragon. She has already returned with her clan's elders," Chu Bei said. "What? She's an ancient void dragon?" Xiao Yang's mouth gaped open, but he quickly regained his composure. After learning that little Zi Yang was an ancient void dragon and recalling her freakish abilities and physique, everything made sense. "Where is the residence of the ancient void dragon clan?" Xiao Yang thought of another question. "You will have a chance to go there in the future." As they chatted, the meteorite carrying Chu Bei and the others pierced through space and arrived in the air above the beast region. Although the beast region wasn't as large as the Central Plains, it still couldn't be underestimated. There was no end to the mountain range, and the paths of magical beasts could be seen everywhere. The skeletal mountain range was located southwest of the beast region. It was also where the ancient ruins were located. This mountain range was quite famous in the beast region because of the frightening sea of skeletons. Countless beast skeletons were thrown here. As time passed, the beast power contained in these beast skeletons was released and gathered here. Although this energy was useless to humans, it was a great supplement to magical beasts. As such, the skeletal mountain range was a favorite gathering place for many magical beasts. As news of the ancient ruins spread, the beast region became extremely lively. In addition to powerful magical beasts that could take human form, there were also many powerful human cultivators from the Central Plains. "Boss Chu, the skeletal mountain range is up ahead." After flying for a few more minutes, Venerable Wind pointed out the window at the White Mountain range not far away. From time to time, there would be a figure flying over the White Mountain range, heading deeper into the mountain range. After arriving above the skeletal mountain range, Chu Bei put away the meteorite ship. After all, the ship was too eye-catching. He didn't want to become the target of public criticism so soon. "Boss Chu, let me contact the people from Xingyun Ji first." Venerable Wind cupped his fists toward Chu Bei, then took out an ancient jade from his storage ring and crushed it. Moments later, A figure quickly flew over from the depths of the skeletal mountain range. Judging from his aura, he was a 7-star dozong. Pavilion Master, you're finally here. Upon seeing Venerable Wind and Yarrow Chen, the person who rushed over had an extremely respectful expression. Which forces do you know have arrived? Venerable Wind asked. The Wind Thunder Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, Wanjian Pavilion, Ice River Valley, Burning Flame Valley, and Sound Valley are all here. The person who rushed over had a serious expression. I heard that the Hall of Souls is also on the move, but I haven't seen them yet. I understand. Venerable Wind nodded, then glanced at Chu Bei and flew in front to lead the way. Very quickly, Chu Bei and the others arrived at a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. In front of the mountain peak was an extremely large basin. From afar, the basin was surrounded by a sea of white bones. It gave people a bone-chilling feeling. As for the inner area, it was covered by a hazy white fog, making it hard to see clearly. Densely packed figures stood around the basin. Numerous heated gazes were staring intently at the distorted space above the sea of white bones. It was this distorted space that gave rise to a large amount of hazy white fog that covered the ancient remains. There was no doubt that once the seal of the ancient remains disappeared and was completely opened, the sea of people around the basin would continuously surge in like waves. Chu Bei merely swept his gaze across one direction and captured the powerful auras of 6 dozuns. The number of dozuns this time is much more than the last time dozens of years ago. Many of those old fellows who have hidden themselves from the world and are waiting to die have come. Yarrow Chen and Venerable Wind seemed to have seen some familiar faces as they sighed one after another. The more experts there were, the higher the danger. Just imagine, even if one obtained a treasure in the remains, one would still have to deal with other experts fighting for it. Once one's strength was insufficient, one would have to give it up. Under Venerable Wind's lead, Chu Bei landed in the area where Xingyunji was located. Quick, look in the direction of Xingyunji. Who is the person beside Venerable Wind? He seems a little familiar. It's Yarrow Zun, the true Pavilion Master of Xingyunji. He's actually still alive. Wasn't it rumored that he was already dead? The experts who were closer to Xingyunji were shocked when they recognized Yarrow Chen. Boss Chu is also here. Why is he with someone from the Falling Star Pavilion? Could he be one of Xingyunji's people? How is that possible? Haven't you heard about what happened in Dan City? Boss Chu's strength is at least above an 8-star dozun. How can Xingyunji tolerate such a great Buddha? Some of the experts who had seen Chu Bei were also discussing and guessing the relationship between Chu Bei and Xingyunji. Buzz buzz buzz. About an hour later, a strange buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the sky above the basin. Hearing the sound, the densely packed figures around the basin all looked at the distorted space above the sea of bones. The distorted space began to ripple and the fluctuations became more and more intense. The ancient ruins are about to be completely revealed. It's finally here. Sensing that the energy seal was getting weaker and weaker, the eyes of the countless experts around the basin lit up with a blazing light, and their expressions became excited. Chu Bei looked at the distorted space calmly. He could feel a manic energy fluctuating in it. The energy gave him the feeling that it was like a volcano that had been suppressed under the Earth's crust, waiting for the opportunity to erupt. Crack. Under countless expectant gazes, cracks began to appear in the distorted space above the basin. Then, like fragile glass, it suddenly burst into countless tiny fragments. The ancient ruins have opened. Charge. The opportunity is right in front of us. The moment the energy seal disappeared, the figures around the basin shouted excitedly. Then, one by one, they flew toward the sea of bones in the basin. Compared to these experts who were defenseless, those who had some understanding of the ancient ruins retreated immediately. At the same time, they covered their bodies with fighting energy. Do these guys really think that the ancient ruins only have opportunities and no danger? Just as Feng Zunja was shaking his head and sighing, the distorted space that had already exploded suddenly emitted a loud sound. In the next moment, a violent spatial energy swept out like a storm. Those practitioners who rushed forward were almost instantly swallowed by the storm. Then, there were shrill screams that sounded one after another above the sea of bones. The energy storm that carried spatial energy harvested the frontmost experts like harvesting wheat. Even though some high-level dozongs were able to escape successfully, they were seriously injured and extremely weak. When the spatial storm subsided, the periphery of the sea of bones was dyed red with blood. A large number of broken limbs were a ghastly sight. Fortunately, we were not in a hurry. Those who did not immediately rush forward and escaped by luck all let out a long sigh and secretly rejoiced. After witnessing the scene just now, the excitement on the faces of the experts around the basin was clearly reduced by a lot. Until a long time later. When they were sure that the remnant energy of the seal had disappeared, the experts flew into the sea of bones one after another. The sea of bones was extremely vast. After the energy seal disappeared, the hazy and rumbling fog also began to dissipate. Gradually, everything in the sea of bones became clear. In the center, there was an incomparably huge crimson palace. Strange energy ripples could be faintly seen in the space around the palace. Of course, other than the most eye-catching crimson palace, there were hundreds of large and small buildings of different sizes scattered around the ruins. It was also because of this that the experts around the basin, who were originally densely packed together, flew into the sea of bones and quickly spread out to search for opportunities. Although they all knew that the best treasure was in the Crimson Palace, they were definitely not the ones who could take the treasure out of the palace and successfully escape. As such, the most correct thing for them to do was to give up on the Crimson Palace and search for opportunities in other places. Boss Chu, are we flying straight to that palace? Venerable Wind stretched out his hand and pointed at the Crimson Palace in the center. Of course. Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. After saying that, Chu Bei carried Qing Lin and the little doctor and directly rushed towards the Crimson Palace. Seeing this, Venerable Wind, Yarrow Chen, and Xiao Yang immediately followed. When they were about halfway, Chu Bei suddenly stopped. Boss Chu, what's wrong? Xiao Yang looked puzzled. Chu Bei did not say anything and only pointed below. Directly below them, there was a lake that was about 10 feet wide. The lake looked unusually clear, but they could not see the bottom. In the center of the lake, there was a floating piece of land that looked like a small island in the middle of the lake. On the small island, there was an extremely strange-looking small tree. Everyone, for the sake of the 10,000 updates per day, if you have a monthly vote, please vote for us. Thank you very much. Chapter 137. The small tree was grayish-silver in color and its branches were intertwined like vines. Its shape was strange and the branches formed a strange arc. At first glance, it looked like a pregnant woman with a big belly. In the belly of the heavy branches, there was a golden light overflowing. At a closer look, there were 2 golden fruits the size of a fist. The fruits looked like babies and they looked like real people. A faint fragrance spread out. Boss Chu, what tree is this? Looking at the strange grayish-silver tree below, Xiao Yang could not help but ask again. This is the Soul Infant Demon Tree. Without waiting for Chu Bei to speak, Yarrow Zunzi exclaimed. Is there anything unusual? Xiao Yang looked at Yarrow Chen. Do you see the 2 golden fruits? They are called Soul Infant Fruits and they are treasures to temper the soul. They are even useful to dozuns. Yarrow Chen paused and said, if Boss Chu did not give me a physical body and wanted to form a suitable physical body for me, this would be an indispensable item. In the ancient ruins, most of the spiritual items will be guarded by strange beasts. Feng Zunja looked at the calm lake. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Suddenly, a terrifying wind blade that was dozens of feet long swept into the lake. Accompanied by a loud noise, the calm lake was suddenly stirred up with monstrous waves. Then, a huge shadow broke out of the lake. Its huge eyes were filled with ferocity as it stared at Venerable Wind. As expected of the ancient ruins, the Tongtian dragon has already disappeared in the outside world. At a glance, Yarrow Chen recognized the gigantic creature in front of him. It had a snake-like body and was covered in green scales. You dare to disturb my sleep and covet my treasure. The Tongtian dragon opened its ferocious mouth and spoke in human language. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a few figures were attracted by the huge commotion and landed on the lake. That is the soul infant demon tree, and it has already borne the soul infant fruit. That is venerable wind from Xingyun Ge and Boss Chu. Among the numerous figures, there were some who recognized the nascent soul demon tree. However, when they saw Feng Zunja and Chu Bei, the blazing desire that had just risen in their eyes immediately disappeared. After Chu Bei glanced at the people who had rushed over, his gaze landed on the infant soul demon tree below. With a wave of his sleeve, a spatial force directly lifted the infant soul demon tree up along with the soil below. You're courting death. Looking at the soul infant demon tree that he was guarding being uprooted, the Tongtian Jiao dragon let out a furious roar and opened his mouth to bite Chu Bei. Chu Bei was expressionless as he waved his hand again. The space around the Tongtian Jiao suddenly distorted, and with a miserable cry of pain, he fell back into the lake. The system successfully retrieved the nascent soul demon tree and nascent soul fruit. After evaluation, the host has received 1 million willpower points. After successfully harvesting the infant soul tree, the system's voice rang out. Rumble. Just as Chu Bei was about to continue to the Crimson Palace in the center, a roar rang out not far from the southeast. Then, a dazzling light beam shot up into the sky from that direction. What happened over there? Someone must have found the treasure. Let's go and take a look. Above the lake, the others also noticed the light beam that shot up into the sky from the southeast. One by one, they turned into rainbows and quickly flew over. Chu Bei naturally did not stay, and the group also flew over. Soon, Chu Bei and the group appeared at the location where the light beam had shot out from. This was a golden light shield that was inverted into the shape of a bowl, and its diameter was about 100 feet long. At this moment, several forces had gathered around the golden light shield. Among these forces, there were some that Chu Bei had dealt with before, such as the Wind Thunder Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, Wanjian Pavilion, and Burning Flame Valley. The most eye-catching force was none other than the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, one of the 3 overlords of the magical beast world. The experts of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had already transformed into human form, but the pair of phoenix wings on their backs clearly showed their identities. Boss Chu, you are also here. After Tang Zhen sensed Chu Bei's arrival, surprise flashed across his eyes. He immediately led Tang Hue and the other experts of Burning Flame Valley to greet him. After Chu Bei nodded in response, his eyes continued to look at the experts of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The latter was led by a beautiful woman. Her golden phoenix wings flashed, carrying a brilliant light. Looking at her aura, she actually had the strength of a 6-star Dozun. Beside her, there was an old man. Their strengths were 2 stars Dozun and 3 stars Dozun respectively. What is this? There is clearly nothing inside, so why are they all gathered here? Looking at the empty golden light shield in front of him, Xiao Yang frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. This is a beast spiritual shield. Only a top-tier magical beast, whose strength had reached the Do Shun class when it was alive, can form it before its death. Yarrow Chen's face was grave as he looked at the golden light shield in front of him. If there is no special method to break it, even if all of us join hands, it is likely that we will not be able to break the beast spiritual shield. What? A Do Shun class magical beast? Xiao Yang's face revealed a shock. No wonder the golden light shield gave him a kind of suppressive feeling when he looked at it. That dead Do Shun class magical beast should be related to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Tang Zhen pointed in the direction of the group from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The beautiful woman, who was the leader, placed her hand on the light shield. That's not right. This beast spiritual shield not only has the aura of my tribe's elder, it also has the aura of an ancient void dragon. Suddenly, the beautiful woman from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe seemed to have sensed something, and her expression changed abruptly. Hearing this, the 2 old men beside the beautiful woman faced each other. Don't tell me that there is another ancient void dragon that died here. We will know once we open it. The beautiful woman from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe coldly swept her gaze over the human experts around her. After which, she bit her slender finger in front of a few pairs of eyes. Just as the beautiful woman dripped her golden blood on the beast's spiritual shield, the shield fluctuated, and a few cracks appeared on the beast's spiritual shield. In the next moment, the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe stepped into the shield. Strangely, just as the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe entered the beast's spiritual shield, they disappeared into thin air. Where did they go? Don't tell me that there is another world within the shield. The experts from the other factions hesitated for a moment before they quickly walked toward a golden light crack. Let's follow them, Chu Bei said faintly. The moment the group stepped into the beast's spiritual shield, the scene in front of them changed. The lush forest disappeared and was replaced by a desolate plain. The plain was not big, and it was covered with crimson sand. At first glance, it looked as though it had been dyed with blood. If one were to talk about the most special place, it would be the ancient stone altar that was 1,000 feet tall in the middle of the plain. A faintly discernible aura spread out from the altar. Even though they are already dead, they still possess such a frightening aura. Just how strong were they when they were alive? Sensing the frightening aura from the altar that caused their do chi to become blocked, the faces of the experts who had entered this place were shocked. Seeing the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, who had already ascended the altar, the powerful experts from the human race also quickly flew up to the altar. Chu Bei's group did not fall behind. They descended to the top of the altar and swept their gazes around them. Quickly look. There seems to be something there. At this moment, an elite dozong seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed. In an instant, a countless number of gazes were thrown in the direction that the dozong had pointed out. One could see that there was a golden-purple stone platform to the north of the altar. There was a groove that was 1/2 foot in size on the stone platform. There was a small sapling within the groove. It was only the thickness of a thumb, but it was like a huge dragon that was curled up. If one were to carefully look at it, one would see a palm-sized fruit hanging from the top of this small sapling. Its entire body was golden purple. The golden-colored half was like an ancient void dragon that had been shrunk many times as it meandered. The other purple half was a demon phoenix that was spreading its wings and dancing. What kind of fruit is this? Despite my experience, I have never seen it before. There is actually such a strange fruit. While the heads of the experts from the human race were filled with confusion, the faces of the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe revealed an indescribable excitement when they saw this fruit. It is unexpected that we would be able to find such a treasure on this trip. The beautiful woman from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe stared intently at the strange fruit and muttered. The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. This was a treasure that only existed in the ancient books of their tribe. This fruit needed to absorb the life force of an ancient void dragon and an ancient heaven phoenix in order to be formed. Moreover, the chances of it appearing was less than 10%. Looking at the records of their tribe, this Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit had only appeared 4 times. There is no mistake. An ancient void dragon and an ancient heaven phoenix from my tribe had indeed died here at the same time. The old man beside the beautiful woman opened his mouth and said. The human Dozuns present instantly understood the value of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit when they sensed the wild expression on the faces of the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Immediately, their auras rose to their limits. They were prepared to attack at any moment. This belongs to my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Don't tell me that you humans are delusional enough to think that you can get your hands on it. The beautiful woman from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe knit her brows tightly as she sensed the aura fluctuation of the human experts around her. Her expression became gloomy. What a joke. Since when did the things within the ancient remains have an owner? The rule since ancient times has always been that whoever snatches it owns it. A human Dozun coldly snorted. His body disappeared from the altar after he spoke. However, just as he was about to extend his hand and grab the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, the old man beside the beautiful woman appeared beside him and violently threw a punch forward. That human Dozun hurriedly swung his fist to receive the attack. Bang! An earth-shaking loud sound appeared. The two figures withdrew at the same time. The empty space became distorted and sunk under the frightening aftershock. Numerous crack lines spread into the distance like a spider web. On the other hand, the dragon phoenix origin fruit was not damaged at all. You humans actually dare to covet the dragon phoenix origin fruit. All of you should just die here in the territory of my tribe's elders. The beautiful woman from the heaven demon phoenix tribe suddenly emitted a cold laugh. An unknown chill rose within the hearts of everyone, including Tang Zhan, Lei the Venerable and the other experts, when they met the beautiful woman's cold in the forest gaze. The next moment, one could see the beautiful woman once again squeeze out a drop of fresh blood from her fingertip. After which, she drew something in the air. In the blink of an eye, a strange and mysterious symbol was formed on the beautiful woman's fingertip. Finally, it floated above the altar. Chapter 138. Rumble. After the beautiful lady from the heaven demon phoenix tribe had drawn the strange rune, the ancient altar suddenly shook. Then, a phoenix's cry was heard from the bottom of the altar. Although the phoenix's cry was soft, when it fell into the ears of everyone present, it seemed to be able to hit their souls directly. They could not help but tremble violently. With blood as the contract, with the contract as the rune, awaken the ancestral soul. The beautiful lady glanced coldly at Lei the Venerable, Tang Zhan, Venerable Wind, and the other experts of the human race. Then, she suddenly rose into the air and knelt in front of the ancient altar. As her sincere and respectful voice fell, the rune that was drawn by her blood suddenly burst out a bright light and poured on the ancient altar. Boom! There was a loud bang. On the plain behind the ancient altar, an extremely huge skeleton rose from the ground. That's the skeleton of the heaven phoenix that died here. The experts of the human race were shocked. When the skeleton appeared, the experts of the heaven demon phoenix tribe knelt in front of it at the same time. They put their palms together as if they were performing some kind of pious ceremony. Under countless gazes, the skeleton of the heaven phoenix began to squirm slowly. Almost at the same time, a bleak aura from ancient times quietly spread out. Under the terrifying aura, the experts of the human race felt that the fighting energy in their bodies became more and more blocked. Has the remnant soul of the ancient heaven phoenix been awakened? Venerable Atron's face changed abruptly. The other experts of the human race felt the strength of the aura and their faces turned pale. In the end, the terrifying power from the skeleton's remnant soul gathered behind the beautiful lady and formed an extremely huge shadow of the heaven phoenix. Thunder God descend. Lei the Venerable's eyes focused. He did not wait any longer and made the first move. With a loud shout, he stomped his right foot on the ground. Suddenly, tens of thousands of snake-shaped lightning burst out from under his feet and spread out in an instant. Lei the Venerable took a step forward and was less than 100 meters away from the beautiful lady. He used his right hand as a claw and the snake-shaped lightning under his feet quickly gathered in his palm. Then, he slammed it toward the beautiful lady. Wherever his right palm passed, the glaring lightning caused the void to distort. Sword Venerable was the first to make his move. With a wave of his right hand, an exquisite black long sword appeared in his palm. The long sword waved quickly, and a huge aura quickly condensed on the tip of the sword. As the sword momentum continued to stack, the tip of the sword released a golden sword light that was as dazzling as the sun. Sword Venerable slashed out with his sword, and 100-meter-long sword light streaked across the sky, heading straight for the beautiful woman. The Martial Highness Atron's attack followed closely behind. A finger of death penetrated the rift and instantly appeared before the beautiful woman. Almost at the same time, the human elite Dozuns unleashed powerful attacks at the beautiful woman. In front of the heaven demon phoenix tribe, these human experts stood on the same side. However, just as the attacks of the elite Dozuns from the clan were about to land on the pretty woman's body, two red glows suddenly shot out from the eyes of the slowly wiggling enormous heaven phoenix skeleton. In an instant, the sky seemed to have frozen, and it was deathly silent. The attacks of the human clan experts seemed to be strangled by an invisible force. Then, with a loud bang, all of them disintegrated and crumbled. Seeing this, the elite Dozuns who had attacked frowned. Just as they were about to launch another attack, a bloody light shot out from between the beautiful woman's eyebrows and connected with the Heaven Phoenix illusory figure behind her. Her aura suddenly soared. Die. At this moment, the beautiful woman seemed to have merged with the Heaven Phoenix illusory figure behind her. The beautiful woman raised her lily-white hand, and a majestic golden light shot out from her palm. It carried a terrifying energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth, and it blasted toward Lei Zunja and the others. The speed of the golden light was so fast that the group of experts could not react in time. Poochie. The originally powerful auras of the group of elite Dozuns clearly fell the moment the golden light swept past them. Their faces turned pale, and fresh blood was spat out from their mouths. Venerable Feng, are you all right? Xiao Yang immediately asked after Venerable Feng flew back to Yarou Chen's side. The strength of the Heaven Phoenix soul fragment is much stronger than I had imagined. Venerable Feng wiped off the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately threw 2 medicinal pills into his mouth. He tried his best to stabilize his chaotic aura. His eyes were filled with fear when he once again looked at the enormous illusory figure behind the beautiful woman. Among the Dozuns who had attacked earlier, the one who was the most seriously injured was Lei the Venerable, who was the closest to the beautiful woman. Under the heavy attack of the golden light, the thunderbolt under his feet was destroyed. His face was instantly drained of blood, as though his essence blood had been sucked dry. Retreat. Venerable Akron, Sword Venerable, and the others did not hesitate. They turned around and flew toward the border of the plains. Do you think that you can escape? The beautiful woman's ice-cold voice resounded over the entire plains. The enormous illusory figure behind her trembled slightly. In an instant, the border of the plains lit up with a crimson light. Venerable Akron and the others, who were about to return to the outside world, were blocked by the crimson light before they could cross the border. After several futile attacks, Venerable Akron, Sword Venerable, and the others returned to the top of the ancient altar. Their faces were gloomy. Trespassing into the tomb of my clan's ancestor. All of you must die. The beautiful woman's eyes swept across Lei the Venerable, Sword Venerable, and the others. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. However, the beautiful woman was not in a hurry to attack again. Instead, she extended her palm, and a crimson palm print extended out, grabbing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit above the stone platform. However, just as the crimson palm print was about to grab the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, a fist print with 5 colored flames swept across. Boom! There was a loud, dull sound. The 5-colored flame fist print directly shattered the crimson palm print. I don't care who you want to kill, but you're in the wrong if you touch my things. A calm voice abruptly sounded from the field. Whoosh! Upon hearing the voice, the group of clan's experts focused their attention on Chu Bei. Seeing the person who spoke, Lei the Venerable, Sword Venerable, and the others, all the experts who knew or had dealt with Chu Bei had strange expressions on their faces. Your things. The beautiful woman looked at Chu Bei with disdain in her eyes. She snorted, you're courting death. As the voice of cold in the forest, which was filled with killing intent, fell, the beautiful woman clenched her right fist. The enormous shadow behind her trembled, and a dazzling, majestic golden light gathered in her palm again. The expressions of Lei Zunja, Zhen Zunja, and the others immediately changed when they sensed the aura that was even more frightening than before. Do Qi covered the surface of their bodies as they left the battlefield without any hesitation, flying toward the edge of the plains. The golden light was terrifying, and they were greatly affected. As for Chu Bei, he did not dodge the golden light that could make several Dozuns retreat. He slowly raised his arm, and his palm faced the enormous shadow behind the beautiful woman. Looking at it, a thumb-sized black bead floated in Chu Bei's palm. The beautiful woman waved her palm, and a majestic golden light instantly spread and swept across the void. Chu Bei's expression did not change, and he still looked forward calmly. Almost at the same time, the black bead in his palm let out a strange buzzing sound, and then a deathly black light surged out. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into darkness. everything in the void collapse. A huge, pitch-black hole that was dozens of feet wide appeared in front of Chu Bei. The darkness was as deep as the 9 Serenities' hell, and one look at it would make one's heart tremble. Kai Kai. Before the majestic golden light could touch Chu Bei, it was swallowed by the pitch-black hole. Seeing this scene, the brows of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe were tightly knit. However, before she could react, hundreds and thousands of black lines surged out from the pitch-black hole and swarmed toward her from all directions. More accurately, they were pouncing toward the Heaven Phoenix remnant soul behind her. Under the countless shocked gazes of the experts from the human race and the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, these black lines instantly wrapped around the Heaven Phoenix remnant soul. Buzz 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 amidst the ear-piercing sound, these black lines began to shrink. Following this, the Heaven Phoenix remnant soul began to shake intensely, and the enormous shadow gradually collapsed, or it could be said that it was being eaten by the black lines. Why is it like this? What have you done? Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe revealed a terrified expression. Poochie. When the enormous shadow was completely swallowed by the black lines, a paleness surged onto the beautiful woman's face. A mouthful of purple gold blood was spat out, and her powerful aura became incomparably weak. Clearly, after connecting with the Heaven Phoenix remnant soul through a secret technique, the latter disappeared, and the beautiful woman also suffered a backlash. At this moment, the hundreds and thousands of black lines once again disappeared into the pitch-black hole in front of Chu Bei, and the crimson light at the boundary of the plane shattered and disappeared. Following this, the pitch-black hole began to shrink, and it gathered toward the black bead in Chu Bei's palm. Seeing that the Heaven Phoenix remnant soul had disappeared, Lei the Venerable and Sword Venerable, who were far away, returned to the battlefield. Let's go. The 2 elders from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, who were also Dozuns, looked at the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit unwillingly, and they quickly left while supporting the weak beautiful woman. Chu Bei ignored the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe that had escaped, and he extended his hand to grab the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit on the stone table. Although the experts from the human race saw Chu Bei's action, no one dared to stop him, and they allowed him to take the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The system has successfully retrieved the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. After evaluation, the host has received 2 million willpower. After successfully retrieving the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, the system's voice sounded. Boss Chu, are we just going to let them go like this? Xiao Yang pointed in the direction where the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had disappeared. Since we have obtained the item, nothing else matters, Chu Bei replied faintly. The black bead that he had used earlier was called the soul-devouring bead. Although it was only a level 9 product, its ability to devour souls was enough to easily subdue a wandering Do Shung's soul, let alone a Dozun. Boss Chu, thank you for your help. Sword Venerable, Akron, and the other experts from the human race stepped forward and cupped their fists toward Chu Bei. If he had not intervened, and the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had used the Heaven Phoenix remnant soul, they would not have been able to escape this calamity. It was also because they had once again seen Chu Bei attack that their respect for Chu Bei increased. Even a Do Shung class remnant soul was unable to do anything to the other party. After thanking him, the experts from the human race bade farewell to Chu Bei. They were not willing to travel with Chu Bei. After all, wherever he was, all the opportunities would not have anything to do with them. After a while, Chu Bei and the rest left the Crimson Plains, and they continued to fly toward the palace in the middle of the Sea of Bones. After returning to the Sea of Bones, along the way, there were sounds of intense battles coming from the buildings of various sizes. There were even some roars of magical beasts. Obviously, regardless of whether it was the experts from the human race or the magical beasts, they were all fighting for various opportunities. 15 minutes later, Chu Bei and the rest finally arrived in the sky above the Crimson Palace. As they looked over, they saw that the door of the palace was tightly shut, and there was a strange black fog surrounding it. In front of the door, there were hundreds of experts gathered together, and it was very noisy. With just a few glances, Chu Bei saw some familiar faces, including the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, Sword Venerable, Lei the Venerable, Akron and the rest. These experts also noticed Chu Bei's arrival. The eyes of the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe were filled with unconcealable hatred, while the faces of Sword Venerable and the rest were filled with helplessness. Along the way, they did not stop, as they wanted to search the central palace before Chu Bei arrived. Unexpectedly, the latter flew directly over. In this way, if there were really rare treasures in the palace, they could only look on helplessly. Old Sword, why don't you go in? Lei the Venerable looked at Sword Venerable, pointed at the Crimson Palace, and said with a smile, I can still wait a little longer. Sword Venerable pointed at the strange black fog around the palace, which was slowly dispersing. The black fog made their hearts palpitate. Under the premise that they could not guarantee their safety, they would rather wait a little longer, for the black fog to disperse on its own. Under countless anxious gazes, the strange black fog finally dissipated completely after a period of time. Boom! Just as the experts were about to push open the door of the palace, there was a rumbling sound from the door. Then, with a creaking sound, the door of the palace slowly opened. Looking in from the outside, it was pitch black. Then, there was another sound from the door. It was similar to the sound of cicadas, but it was deeper. Hearing the voice from inside the door, the group of experts stopped in their tracks again. Suddenly, countless pairs of green eyes lit up in the darkness of the palace. Although their eyes were small, they were densely packed, and they started to surge out of the door. That's the ancient devouring worm. Some experts recognized the creatures in the palace, and their expressions changed. As they screamed, fear appeared on their faces. The ancient devouring insects had disappeared and only existed in the records of ancient books. An adult ancient devouring insect had 2 antennae on its head, and its strength had reached rank 7. It devoured flesh, blood, bones, and was cruel by nature. Creak, creak, creak. When the door opened, the ancient devouring insects in the palace seemed to have regained their freedom. When they saw the many experts outside the door, the ancient devouring insects appeared to have not eaten fresh blood for many years. Their originally green eyes were instantly filled with a blood-red color. The ancient devouring insects flew out from the chirping sound, and a black mass pounced at the experts in front of the palace from all directions. Run! Seeing the ancient devouring insects attacking them, the experts below the Dozone class did not hesitate to turn around and fly into the distance. Those below the 5-star Dozone class only moved back a little and agglomerated their Dochi armor at the same time. As for the Dozones above the 5-star, especially the elite Dozuns, their faces remained calm. Chapter 139. These ancient devouring insects that flew out from the hall pounced on those practitioners who had fled far away after discovering that they were unable to pose a threat to experts above the 5-star Dozone rank. Those who flew slower than the ancient devouring insects were quickly devoured by them amidst sharp, miserable cries. The appearance of the ancient devouring insects also caused the number of experts in front of the hall to decrease by 80%. Seeing that there were no longer any ancient devouring insects flying out from the door, a 7-star Dozone was finally unable to restrain himself. He rose into the air and flew into the hall. The other experts also flew into the hall after seeing that the 7-star Dozone had safely entered the hall. After passing through the door of the hall, the interior walls were a copper-yellow color. Countless years had caused this kind of copper-yellow color to appear even deeper, emitting an ancient aura. When Chu Bei's group entered the hall, the interior of the hall had already lit up with a hazy fluorescent light. Although they were unable to clearly see everything within the hall, they could vaguely see the layout of the hall. While the experts were observing their surroundings, 10 glaring light clusters suddenly lit up in the middle of the hall. These light clusters floated in the air. Each light cluster contained a scroll. The eyes of the experts gathered on the 10 light clusters with a swoosh sound. Their expressions became excited when they saw the scrolls within them. Bang! An elite Dozun extended his hand without hesitation and grabbed a scroll nearby. However, before he could touch the scroll, he was forced back by an incomparably powerful force from the light cluster. Don't be too anxious. The seal has yet to be removed. Another elite Do Zun coldly laughed. The seal of an elite Do Sheng is not something that can be broken with brute force. Let's wait for it to disappear on its own. After witnessing the strength of the seal, the experts in the hall could only pay attention to the 10 light clusters while continuing to observe the hall. Soon, a couple of gazes landed on a stone chair. One could see a jade-white skeleton on the stone chair. The skeleton's hands formed a seal as it sat cross-legged. Don't tell me that this is the owner of this ancient remains. The skeleton of an elite Do Sheng. The experts involuntarily inhaled a deep breath of air as they looked at the complete skeleton on the stone chair. The closer they were to the skeleton, the more they could sense the frightening pressure gathered on the surface of the skeleton. This pressure was even stronger than the pressure coming from the ancient altar inside the beast's spiritual barrier. Were they followers of this elite Do Sheng when they were alive, or were they captured by him? The appearance of the 10 balls of light made the hall much brighter. The group of experts also saw a figure appearing on the wall at regular intervals. These figures were entirely the color of lime, and their eyes were tightly shut, like stone statues. Ever since we entered the ruins, we still haven't seen anyone from Soul Palace. Did they not come? Yarrow Larrow furrowed his brows. But according to what I know, there have been factions that have seen Soul Palace experts appear at the edge of the basin. Venerable Wind said. That's even stranger. Yarrow Larrow's eyes were filled with confusion. Buzz buzz, suddenly, there was a trembling sound in the hall. In the center of the hall, the 10 balls of light on the scrolls began to shake violently. Then, with a uniform explosion, the balls of light exploded. Almost at the same time, the scrolls in the 10 balls of light flew out in all directions. The group of experts were stunned for a moment before they let out an excited exclamation after reacting. In the next moment, a couple of powerful auras erupted at the same time. Numerous figures rushed toward the 10 balls of light with lightning-like speed. It was also at this moment that the stone statue-like figures within the wall suddenly opened their eyes that had been tightly shut for a countless number of years. A dense murderous aura spread. After these stone figures woke up, their bodies flashed and appeared in the crowd that was fighting over the scrolls. Bang! One of the stone figures attacked the person closest to him. As a frightening energy ripple spread, the physical body of the 7-star Do Zone that was struck by the stone figure exploded along with his spirit. His chest was a bloody mess and his life force was instantly gone. Alive, they are all alive. No, they should have been made into puppets. The expressions of the experts changed drastically when they saw the stone puppets that had suddenly joined the battlefield and were killing ferociously. These stone puppets were incomparably powerful. Each of them had the strength of a 2-star Do Zun. In the hall, veteran Do Zuns like Tang Zhen, Venerable Wind, and Akron could easily deal with the stone puppets. Those whose strength was comparable to the stone puppets or were weaker than them were clearly in a much more dangerous situation. The stone puppets had no emotions. Every time they used a killing move, it was as if they were completing some kind of mission. There were also stone puppets that appeared beside Chu Bei. However, they were sent flying by Chu Bei's punch. In the intense chaotic battle, people as strong as Tang Zhen, Venerable Wind, and the others managed to snatch a scroll one after another. The experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the 9 Abyss Deep Ground Python tribe of the Demon Beast tribe also managed to snatch a scroll each. As for Chu Bei, he naturally obtained a scroll too. Moreover, he obtained it very easily. When Tang Zhen, Venerable Wind, and the others managed to snatch a scroll, other Dozuns would fight for it. However, after Chu Bei obtained a scroll, no Dozuns came to fight for it. Looking back at the stone puppets, they were crazily attacking the experts in the hall. People as strong as Tang Zhen and the others were not afraid of these puppets. However, the experts below the 2-star Dozun level could only temporarily avoid the attack and retreat from the hall. Not long after, the number of experts in the hall decreased by another 80%. Only experts above the 2-star Dozun level were left. What level of chi methods or Do skills did you obtain? Sword Venerable swept his gaze across the experts and asked after knocking back a stone puppet with a punch. Earth rank middle level. Earth rank low level. Earth rank middle level. The group of Dozuns waved the scrolls in their hands. Even the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the Nine Abyss Deep Ground Python tribe pointed at the two eye-catching words Earth rank on the scroll. How can they all be Earth rank? It is impossible for a Do Sheng to not have a Heaven rank Chi method or Do skill. The Dozuns in the hall frowned. At their level, the Earth rank was no longer attractive to them. What they needed was a higher level Heaven rank. Following which, the group of Dozuns could not help but look at Chu Bei. Among the 10 scrolls, only the scroll in the other party's hand was of unknown rank. Boss Chu, we are just curious. May I know, it is also Earth rank. Meeting everyone's gaze, without waiting for Sword Venerable to finish speaking, Chu Bei flashed the 2 words Earth rank on the scroll. Then, he put away the scroll. The system looks back. Earth rank high-level Do skill Nirvana Palm successful. After evaluation, the host has received 500,000 willpower. The system's voice sounded. No, there must be a Heaven rank Do skill here. The group of Dozuns looked at each other and seemed to have thought of something. At the same time, they looked at the complete skeleton of the Do Sheng on the stone pedestal. When the group of Dozuns flew to the front of the stone pedestal, the lime puppets that were attacking endlessly seemed to be in awe and only dared to stand far away. Gradually, the group of Dozuns surrounded the skeleton and carefully sized it up as if they were trying to find something. Look. There are small words on the leg bone. Suddenly, a 2-stars Dozun exclaimed. On the leg bone of his finger, there were 2 small words that were exposed. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to notice it. After getting over his excitement, the 2-stars Dozun directly reached out to grab the leg bone. However, just as his palm touched the leg bone, before he could flip it over, 2 bone spikes suddenly rose from the leg bone and directly pierced through his palm. Pain came from his palm and the 2-stars Dozun hurriedly retracted his hand. However, some of the blood from the wound had already dripped onto the leg bone with the 2 small words. Under the gaze of the group of Dozuns, the blood slowly seeped into the leg bone. Not good. Retreat. An extremely uneasy feeling rose in the group of Dozuns when they saw the blood being absorbed by the skeleton. In the next moment, they sensed that the skeleton in front of them, which had been dead for an unknown number of years, had once again shown signs of life. Just as the group of Dozuns retreated to the center of the hall, the jade-white skeleton that was originally sitting cross-legged suddenly stood up. 2 threads of heart-palpitating red light shot out from its hollow eyes. Immediately after, an earth-shattering roar burst out from the skeleton's mouth like a sudden clap of thunder. The group of Dozuns immediately used their Do Chi to cover their bodies and block the frightening sound wave from the skeleton's roar. 3 of the bones have words imprinted on them. They must be Tian-class Chi methods or Do techniques. After the skeleton stood up, the Dozuns in the hall finally saw the complete body of the skeleton. 3 of the bones were densely packed with words. Everyone, this skeleton is only relying on the spiritual imprint of the elite Do Sheng and our blood to temporarily possess life. As long as we join hands, it will not be difficult to defeat it. The Sword Venerable glanced at the skeleton before sweeping his gaze over the remaining experts in the hall and said, "Since this is the case, we will first scatter it before taking its bones. As for who gets the Tian-class Chi method in the end, it will depend on our ability." Perhaps it was because they were afraid of the Do Sheng skeleton, but the group of Dozuns in the hall unanimously formed a temporary alliance. The red glow in the eyes of the Do Sheng skeleton on the stone chair was revealed on the Sword Venerable's body. The vast and mighty Do Chi in its body immediately erupted like a volcano. Its might was frightening. Seeing the Do Sheng skeleton rushing over while carrying a vast and mighty Do Chi, the Sword Venerable danced with the longsword in his hand. He took a step forward and layers of sharp sword glow stacked on top of each other. It faced the Do Sheng skeleton. Almost at the same time, Lei the Venerable, Akron, Tang Zhan, Venerable Wind and the other elite Dozuns also made their moves. "Count me in as well." Chu Bei's words carried a smile. A cluster of 5-colored fire lotus appeared on his palm. The fire lotus rotated and the temperature in the hall instantly rose. It smashed toward the Do Shung skeleton together with the attacks of the other Do Zuns. Bang! Before the skeleton's attack landed, countless terrifying elite Do Zun's attacks struck the body of the skeleton first. A couple of powerful attacks exploded at the same time, carrying a continuous explosion sound. Crack, crack. Amidst a clear and pleasant sound, the joints of the skeleton exploded and transformed into many scattered bones. Seeing this scene, the elite Do Zuns in the hall did not hesitate to make their moves. They grabbed at the 3 bones with the words on them. Chapter 140. I'll take one. You guys can fight for the rest. Chu Bei's smiling voice sounded in the palace. Wherever his figure passed, the 5-colored flame burned fiercely. Feeling the terrifying aura contained in the flame, the group of honorables avoided it. They could only watch as Chu Bei took the lead and obtained a leg bone. Fortunately, what made them feel a little better was that the other party had indeed only taken 1 leg bone. Looking at the blank space left on the 3 bones, it was obvious that they were 3 independent fighting techniques or chi methods. In other words, if Chu Bei took 1, there were still 2 left for them to fight for. Of course, no one in the palace coveted the leg bone that Chu Bei had already obtained. After all, everyone present knew how powerful Chu Bei was. The system successfully recovered the Heaven-class middle-level fighting technique, Great Heaven Creation Palm. After evaluation, it is worth 2 million willpower. The host has obtained the remaining upper limit, 1,500,000 willpower. As Chu Bei had already obtained 3,500,000 willpower, and the upper limit of the recovery was 5 million, even if the Great Heaven Creation Palm was worth 2 million, he could only obtain 1,500,000 willpower. Boom! In the palace, the powerful auras of the group of honorables burst forth almost at the same time. As their figures flashed, various powerful fighting techniques emerged one after another. The 2 pieces of bones with small words printed on them kept changing owners. Anyone who obtained them would immediately be surrounded by the group until the bones were handed over. For a time, among the strong people in the palace, only Chu Bei had successfully obtained a piece of bone. Gradually, the intense battle shifted from inside the palace to outside the palace. Under the temptation of the Heaven-class fighting technique, there was no distinction between human and beast. Other than oneself, everyone else was an enemy. Look. They are fighting over there. They are all elite Do Zuns. What are they fighting for? It looks like 2 pieces of bones. Needless to say, it must be the treasure of the ancient ruins. According to my guess, it must be related to the Heaven-class fighting technique. I wonder who will get it in the end. As time passed, more and more strong people gathered around the Crimson Palace. Some stayed in the nearby forest, while others floated in the sky not far away. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 pieces of bones in the battlefield. Although their eyes were burning, they could only watch from the side. They could not participate in the battle between honorables. Rumble, just as the strong people watching the battle were engrossed in watching, the ground under their feet suddenly shook violently. There were continuous sonic booms in the surrounding void. What's going on? Is the ruins going to disappear? Impossible. The ancient ruins that appeared in the past have always been there. I've never heard of any ruins disappearing after they appeared. What's going on? The entire ruins are shaking. Could it be that this is a backup plan left behind by the owner of the ruins? Look around. Where did the black fog come from? There's a familiar aura. The strong people stabilized their bodies or flew into the sky. Their faces were filled with confusion. It was not just the surroundings of the Crimson Palace. The entire remains within the Sea of Bones were shaking intensely. Some places had even cracked open deep gullies. The group of Do Zuns above the palace, who were fighting intensely for the 2 pieces of bones, slowed their attacks because of this sudden commotion. They faced each other. Clearly, even they were unaware of what was happening in the remains. There are so many powerful spirits. Looks like we have a great harvest this time around. Just as the strong people were guessing the reason for the sudden shaking of the remains, A strange laughter that caused one's scalp to turn numb transformed into a sharp sound wave that spread out from the Crimson Palace. Tang Zhen, Venerable Wind, Sword Venerable and the others had a sudden change in expression when they heard this laughter. Immediately, the empty space above the Crimson Palace split open and formed a gap in front of a couple of gazes. A large amount of black fog surged out from the gap. A figure gradually agglomerated within the black fog. Hall of Souls. Killing intent instantly surged out from Yarrow Chen's eyes when he saw the familiar appearance method. The other experts around the palace had clearly guessed the identity of the person who had arrived. All of them frowned and their faces were filled with a solemn expression. The expressions of the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python also became ugly when they heard the name Hall of Souls. The name Hall of Souls was something that they were familiar with even within their beast region. At this moment, the appearance of the other party would undoubtedly cause the originally chaotic situation to become even more complicated. Their hopes of obtaining the Tian-class Do technique of the human race had become increasingly slimmer. The black fog surged and the black figure within it became increasingly real until it was completely revealed. This was a skinny old man wearing grayish-white clothes. The most obvious characteristic of the old man was the 2 scars on his shriveled face. Old Ghost Zhai Xing. Tang Zhen, Sword Venerable, Akron Zun Zun and the other experts recognized the skinny old man and immediately revealed the latter's identity. TSK, it is unexpected that all of you have come. Such a large number of powerful souls. We have really not wasted everything that we have done. Old Ghost Zhai Xing placed both of his hands behind his back. His gaze swept over the experts around him. A dark and cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. What has your Hall of Souls done again? Don't tell me that the activity in the remains is caused by all of you. Old Ghost Zhai Xing's words immediately caused the eyes of the experts present to reveal a disgusted expression. During these few years, the actions of the Hall of Souls had become increasingly frequent. Capturing souls from all over the place was no longer something rare in the Central Plains. Almost all the factions present had experts who had been captured by the Hall of Souls. However, it was just that the headquarters and branches of the Hall of Souls were incomparably hidden. Additionally, the other party's strength was frightening and no one dared to go against them. Are you intending to become enemies with all of us here by saying these words? You are merely a 5-star Dozun. Do you think that you can deal with all of us by yourself? Tang Zhen coldly looked at Old Ghost Zhai Xing. Ever since the members of the Hall of Souls had attacked Elder Kai Hua from his burning flame valley, he had been feeling furious towards the Hall of Souls. I am not alone. Old Ghost Zhai Xing looked at Tang Zhen. After his mocking voice sounded, he waved his hand and a large amount of black fog spread apart. Rumble rumble, it was also at this moment that the entire remains shook even more intensely. An increasing number of gullies began to appear. At a glance, the experts who were originally still searching for opportunities within the various large buildings within the remains flew into the air one after another. In merely a couple of breaths' time, the area above the remains was filled with a black mass. All of them were experts above the Do Wang class. What exactly is going on? The faces of these experts were at a loss. Amidst their confused voices, they threw their gazes towards the direction of the bright red hall in the middle. I keep feeling that the situation is not good. Since we have already obtained the treasure, this trip is not in vain. In that case, let's withdraw first. A portion of the experts within the remains, who were already satisfied with the opportunity in their hands, wanted to leave. However, just as they flew to the edge of the remains and were about to leave, a thin layer of black light film rose from the edge of the remains. Not only that, there would be a black figure appearing every certain distance. They were all people from the Hall of Souls. After recognizing the identity of these black figures, the experts who had already arrived at the edge of the remains immediately descended into a stunned state. After recovering, they hurriedly unleashed an attack towards the black light film. However, even though they had unleashed their strongest attack, they were unable to cause the slightest substantial damage to the black light film. In front of their shocked gazes, the thousands of experts from the Hall of Souls, who had successfully spread out at the edge of the remains, formed a group of complicated seals with their hands at the same time. Soon after, one could see that the black light film that covered the entire remains began to shrink towards the middle at a frightening speed. The experts from the human race and the beast race, who were originally scattered all over, had no choice but to pull back under the black light film that was continuously shrinking. They moved closer to the middle region. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the experts around the bright red hall became increasingly solemn and ugly. The experts who had entered the ancient remains this time around were all at the Dowang class or above. Their numbers were over 50% of the experts in the Central Plains. No wonder there was news earlier that people from the Hall of Souls were seen. However, after the remains opened, all of you were nowhere to be seen. So all of you have been secretly plotting. You have really put in a lot of effort. Venerable Wind stared at old ghost Zhai Xing with an expressionless face. The killing intent within his eyes became increasingly sharp. It is indeed a little troublesome. However, from the looks of it now, everything is extremely worth it. Old ghost Zhai Xing's eyes swept over everyone. His words carried a gloating tone. With the flow of time, the area covered by the black light film became increasingly small. The number of experts around the bright red hall also increased. Countless number of experts gathered together. The figures in the sky faced one another in a densely packed manner. Enjoy the big gift that my Hall of Souls has prepared for all of you. After old ghost Zhai Xing's sinister voice sounded, 1, 2 or 3 soul chains were more or less extended from the backs of the thousands of experts from the Hall of Souls who were scattered around the edge of the black light film. They were different from ordinary soul chains. These soul chains appeared to have been prepared in advance for some kind of ancient ceremony. Thousands of soul chains that were exactly the same interweaved in the distant sky above the bright red hall. Finally, they formed a 10,000 feet large 9-cornered formation. Various mysterious symbols were accompanied by a dense black chi as they danced rhythmically on the 9-cornered formation. Just what is the Hall of Souls planning to do? A terrified expression surfaced on the faces of the countless number of experts in the sky as they looked at the 9-cornered formation that was formed above them. Their instincts vaguely told them that danger was repeatedly approaching. Bang! A loud sound appeared and the 9-cornered formation shook intensely. It appeared to possess life. First, it trembled for a while before emitting a large amount of black fog.